The Good, the Crazy, and the Bizarre, 4. The Good, the Crazy, and the Bizarre, 4. Nice job. That was pretty good. You can go up. The elite businessman-looking boy with a slicked-back hairstyle tidied up his hair before heading to the stairs with a bitter frown on his face. He was Mark Vermillion from the Magic Department, a grade 2 mage of this year's freshman students. Plus, there were also Hassassin Rashid ad-Din Mustali, Wolf siblings, Ren and Ron. Spy from the Old Faith, Jermaine Luther. I already dealt with most of the named freshman characters and sent them upstairs. Now the only one left was clap. 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 The sound of someone's applause echoed across the room. It was from Princess Miru. That's amazing. You are very strong, senior. I am a second-year student after all. No, that's not it. At least those doggies were as strong as you in terms of simple physical abilities, and yet you were able to play with them. Is this what they call experience? You shouldn't call people doggies. What's wrong with calling animals animals? She was adamant and there was no room for persuasion. Princess Miru put a firm stop to the conversation, implying that she didn't want me to continue on this topic. Anyway. I saw you were watching the whole time. What do you want to do? Do you want to fight? Knight Corinne? It was obvious why she was keeping a close eye on me. She was probably trying to see how strong I was, how much I could do, and more importantly. I slowly walked up to her. After stopping right in front of her face, I rested one of my hands on the wall behind her back and wrapped my other arm around her waist. If we were to fight, she would probably have to reveal the snake under her dress at the very least. Who knows? Maybe I might have to use the sun if you use what's hiding under your dress. I wonder what you mean. I thought undressing wasn't enough to win you over. Haha. It became evident from that conversation that this woman had no intention of fighting against me. To be exact, she had no plans of revealing her hands just yet. Nevertheless, it was still impressive that she didn't seem surprised in the slightest, despite me seeing through her strongest trump card. That was strange, because the only reason I knew about her 3 familiars was because I heard about them in the last iteration. Step back if you have no plans to fight. This is a place for warriors. There were still quite a lot of freshman students left. Although I had already achieved my goal, I was going to carry on with my duty as the senior and stick through with it until the end. Well, that was quite the pleasant attraction. Leaving those words behind, Princess Miru retraced her steps. What did I have to do to open her up this time, I wonder? In the last iteration, there were a lot of things that had to be done for her to open up, including walking, dancing, having meals together and making kids. The prac lesson at the hunting grounds ended with the setting sun, in a manner that could be considered rather harsh for the freshman students this year. Seriously. If only there wasn't that madman. Who could have guessed there would be a person that crazy a year above us? We were supposed to get at least a grade 4 magic stone just from reaching the destination and yet. I was going to make a weapon with that, bro. The original prac lesson at the hunting grounds was an event that was there to give students decent rewards and magic stones, granting them opportunities to create their own weapons. The process of receiving magic stones, connecting with blacksmiths, ordering weapons, and receiving them was supposed to be a part of the learning process. Therefore, the new students who couldn't even approach the final destination let alone receive a magic stone because of one crazy clown were incredibly disheartened and upset. His crazy laughs and his strange outfit were obviously there to harass the new students, and he was nothing like the nicer seniors like Alicia and Yule. In addition, the students were shocked at the fact that they were disqualified all because of that one clown wearing a laughable costume. By the way, where are we going? I don't know. Apparently a senior from the year above us, called Corinne Lork, is gathering everyone. What? A senior gathering juniors? Wasn't that something that came out in novels and newspapers? Usually, it was a story of evil seniors harassing their juniors, and was often seen in schools and colleges. However, it was a different story when it came to 400 students. That was essentially every freshman student in the grade, and yet it seemed that none of the seniors had been against it. In turn, that meant that everyone was in agreement or that specific senior must be a big shot among big shots. What was the name of that clown again? Corinne Lork, was it? Huck. What's up? Do you know him? Do you not read the Guardians magazine? He's a celebrity. He's the guy that fought on equal grounds with Sword Master Lunia Arden that became grade 1 from grade 5. Really? There's more. There are also rumors that he will be the son-in-law of the Dinaref family. What? The Potato Empire of the South? Are you talking about that Dinaref? The one in the 3rd grade? There was only one Dinaref attending Merkarva Academy. Marie Dinaref. She was the princess of the agricultural empire of the South, who was also essentially a unique grade mage herself. Besides, she was the very one who would be inheriting 2 million hectares of farmland, 17 luxury mines, 22 gold and coal mines. I am so jealous. There's even more than that. Apparently, the Arden sisters of the East want him so bad they can kill. They even had a fervent fight of blood over him. How does that even make sense? Despite wondering how their peer was so knowledgeable about these gossips, everyone including those around him were deeply intrigued by the said topic. You all know who Miss Lunia Arden is, right? Who doesn't? Sword Master Lunia Arden. She was the strongest knight of the East and the future successor of the Arden family. He was supposed to be engaged to her. What? Bullcrap. I'm not lying. My dad runs a dojo in the East, and he got invited to the engagement ceremony. So? What do you mean, supposed to? And what's with this fight of blood? Her sister suddenly appeared at the engagement ceremony. Alicia Arden, she showed up herself. Alicia Arden? You mean the senior we saw at the forest? Yeah. She suddenly showed up, screamed, I am against this engagement. And dragged Senior Corinne out of the ceremony. Holy shit, that's insane. Did they both fall for him? Where are my popcorns? Wait. One of them suddenly raised their hand in doubt. Didn't you just say he's the son-in-law of the Dinaref family? What was going on? That didn't make sense. Soon, one of the imaginative students shared the conclusion he came to. Is he 3-timing? That can't be. 3-timing the Dinaref and the Arden? Unless he has a death wish. They were the 2 most powerful families of the kingdom, so what kind of person was this Corinne Lork, that he had intimate relationships with both families at the same time? Because of the rumors that slowly spread among the students as well as the horrifying act inside the forest, there was not a single student who was unaware of who Corinne Lork was. Soon, the 400 freshman boys and girls arrived at the field of the academy and witnessed a mountain of magic stones. Wow. There was a whole mountain of grade 4 and grade 5 magic stones. The students were baffled by the sight of the sheer amount of gems and were late to notice the man wearing the makeup of a clown and a purple suit, who was standing on top of the mountain of magic stones. Ha. Hi. Ho. That guy. As soon as he started to laugh, a few of the freshmen gasped after being reminded of their traumatic experiences. Without even looking at them, the clown kicked the magic stones around. Swirling in his hand was a glass of brilliant gold cocktail. Nice to meet you all, dear freshmen. The clown said with a smile. Despite being the center of attention of 400 new students, a few second-year students and the professors that were dumbfoundedly watching everything unfold, he did not seem dismayed or nervous in the slightest. Let me ask you one question. Did you enjoy the prac lesson today? What the hell is he? Confronting your peers in the forest, and challenging your seniors. What was all that for? Did you enjoy the strife, the fierce aspiration of the path to being stronger? What is he talking about? Who knows? It was just a lesson. They were doing it because they were told to, and the only reason they tried their best was because of the sweet rewards, and yet even that was taken away from them because of that very clown. You cannot do that. Fighting for rewards and material possession is wrong. Of course they would fight for rewards, what else would they strive for? These are the items that were supposed to be handed out to you guys after this prac lesson. They start off with grade 4 and grade 5 magic stones, and there are even some items that are much better. This mountain of items was all supposed to be their rewards, and yet how many of them were able to lay their hands on one? None. Pretty much no one. It was all because he burnt down the shed, which was the final destination, and built a strange fortress, which only allowed a small number of students to climb up to the top. That was all because of him, and only him. That is some passion in your eyes. Is it because you worked hard in the forest and didn't even get a single worthless pebble? That freaking that bitch. He's picking a fight. I would love to rip his mouth to pieces. It was then. Corinne tilted his glass and poured the cocktail down. Suddenly, a lit-up matchstick appeared in his hand. Huh? Don't tell me. Their eyes were shivering like crazy, but Corinne was unmoved. He dropped the matchstick and slid down from the mountain of items all the way to the ground. Warwick. The magic stones and rewards immediately caught on fire. The blazing flames were scorching everything that was supposed to go into the hands of the new students. Phew. I love fire. After setting the rewards of 400 students on fire, the second-year senior chuckled nonchalantly like it was none of his business. He then scoffed at the freshman students who couldn't take their eyes off of the burning mountain. Look at those eyes engulfed in greed. Let us repent for our worthless selves and our unremovable greed. I shall forgive you. His words made the freshman students erupt in fury. You fucker. Let go. Let go of me right now. Let me hit him once. Please just let me bash that guy up. I am losing my mind. Kee. The students were roaring like madmen. The only reason they couldn't pounce at him was because of their traumatic experience at the hunting grounds holding them back. However, the crowd was becoming more and more violent with their fury all pointing at one person. Corinne, however, enjoyed receiving their gazes with a content smile on his face. It was then. A shadow was cast over the ground and before long, an enormous flying beast landed from the sky. Hi guys? Riding the beast, wearing an awkward smile on her face, was an amicable girl with light blue-colored hair. That was when the container that was being carried by the large flying monster, Hresvolger, opened up and poured out a countless number of magic stones. That's demon steel, a grade 3 magic stone. That's magnetic iron stone. Grade 2 magic stone. The grade 4 and grade 5 magic stones were enveloped in flames, while higher grade magic stones were falling like pebbles. The clown in a purple suit raised his voice to wake them up from their stupor. We will not give you any low-grade magic stones this year. Only premium. Huh? F, for real? Do you believe now? Wow. I believe. I believe E. Oh, God. This can't be E. Savoring the enthusiastic responses of the students, Corinne gestured with his hands. This is not the end of what your seniors have prepared for you all. Everyone. What else needs to be done after finding yourselves a magic stone? Make weapons? We need to make weapons. That's exactly right. We are talking about weapons of you, the future guardians of humanity. Can we assign the task to some random blacksmiths? No. As soon as the crowd replied with a shout, a girl wearing nun clothes flew down from the sky. She was the invincible Jiangshi who had been stopping them on the second floor of the fortress, Huaran. After dropping down on the ground, she opened up the large bag that was in her hands. UHP. Help me. Up. 3 people emerged from the bag with their limbs restricted and their mouths gagged. The 3 of them were flustered from the sudden turn of events, but none of them were defiant in fear that Corinne would reveal what they had been doing to their poor customers. Now, introducing to you the greatest craftsmen of our kingdom. They are absolutely generous people who will be crafting your weapons for free. Fergus, the weapon breaker. Kiri the ladybug. And Hogrihen the Burkaken. Yua. Apaya. I am losing my minded. This can't be EEE. The students were fanatical and some of them were even shedding tears. They weren't expecting to obtain such expensive magic stones, let alone get to meet these renowned master craftsmen. But wait, we have more. Guys, what were you trying to have today? Tonkatsu? Udon? We eat none of that cheap stuff here. Our beloved third-year senior, Lady Marie Dinareff, has invited the greatest of chefs and has provided you all with the best ingredients. Yuwu? Please, a round of applause also to our second-year senior who has helped carry the ingredients and craftsmen here, Sister Huaran. Clap 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 clap. Loud and sonorous rounds of applause echoed across the entire field. Even this wasn't the end. Pop. Shoo. Something suddenly erupted out of the pile of original rewards that was still on fire. Huh? Shoo. The starlight soared into the sky. After reaching the black canvas above, it exploded with a boom. that wasn't the only firework in store. Shoo! With the first firework in the lead, countless fireworks followed suit. Right, only the outside was covered in magic stones from the pile of rewards that were supposed to be given out to the students, and there were in fact numerous fireworks hiding inside it. Pretty. Countless palettes were embroidering the black ocean above. Many freshman students were in awe watching the rare fireworks go off right in front of them. Eat, drink, and enjoy to your heart's content. Today is a day for you all. The evil senior, who had been wearing the outfit of a strange clown, now appeared like an angel sent from above. The craftsman started moving around the group of students, marking the type of weapons each person was after. Meanwhile, the freshman students were mind-blown by the best welcoming ceremony of the continent, provided thanks to the incredible ingredients and chefs. They were shouting and cheering for Corinne and the other seniors, who had been the target of their hatred and profanity until just then. Guys, are you enjoying the food? Would you like some more potato purees? Thank you. Thanks for the food. Marie, who had always been a human capybara, easily made herself at home among the group of new students. That was nothing strange, but something unexpected was how Huaran was faring very well inside the group. Hello. Do you want more drinks? Ah. The freshman students were dumbstruck by the bright smile on Ran's face, because the demi-human who had been mercilessly bashing them up in the forest had suddenly turned into a friendly senior with a sweet smile. She gets serious in a fight but must be a very nice person otherwise. It was inevitable for the new students to get a different impression of her. Is everyone having a good time? Yeah. If one was to name someone who had completely won them over, it would have to be Corinne Lork. Now, his cosplay as a clown was no longer seen as the crazy act of a psychopath but the mischievous prank of a funny and friendly senior. If any one of you has a problem making your weapon, feel free to look for me. I will help you anytime. Okay. Thank you very much, sir. He, who had become a celebrity in just one night, walked into the cheering crowd and sat down. Mr. Corinne. Is this okay? That must have cost a lot of money. Alicia worriedly whispered into his ears. And she was definitely right. The craftsmen were pretty much forced to donate their talents because of a threat, and Marie provided the ingredients and the chefs, but the 400 higher-grade magic stones had all come from Corinne's own pocket. He had to pretty much use up all the money he had earned, except for his actual assets like his hotel. What's important is not the money. It's about sending a message. A message? Looking at the girls who were now mixed into the crowd of new students, Corinne said with a relieved look on his face. He didn't seem to find it wasteful in the slightest. There's nothing more expensive than a person's life. This small yet meaningful present would help save many in the future. It wasn't rare to see mages in Merkava City, which possessed one of the Guardian Academies. They always wore a robe and carried with them a staff, which were like the proof of them being a mage. However, most of the mages in Merkava City were young boys and girls with a naive yet innocent air around them. A long line of old mages walking down the road was a lot different from what was usually seen in the city. We are almost there, Elder Admalek. A man said to an old mage wearing a red robe. KNN, how dare they prohibit us from flying, those insolent bastards of the Academy. The leader of the red magic cult of the Tower of Mages, Elder Admalek, repeatedly displayed his irritation at the fact that he was made to walk there at such an old age. More importantly, I hope you weren't lying about the test subjects. Next to him was a mage wearing a black robe who was equally leading a line of dozens of mages. He was the leader representing the black magic cult, Elder Morishtan. Most certainly not. There are a bunch of interesting specimens living there, including those that are neither beasts nor humans. It won't fare well for us either if we create a ruckus. More than anything, they have the Dimensional Witch with them. Dimensional Witch, Josephine Clara. She was the living proof of history who came out in textbooks that represented the cult of space. As long as she was in this city, none of the mages would be able to escape from her hands. Don't worry. We have more than enough countermeasures in plan against the witch. Besides, the elder continued while glancing at the large group of disciples following them from behind. For this occasion, even the Golden Mage, Lord Adeline, is going to be with us. Even the Great Mage, I knew it. Is it a part of his great plan? Yes. The second princess has also entered the academy. Although it's for reasons unknown, it should still be helpful to our plan. It was the start of the main scenario. The predestined history was about to repeat itself with the same goals in the minds of the mages. Marie Duneref. We must lay our hands on that vampire. The vampire girl that was supposed to be locked up in the basement, being forced to cooperate in the research for better healing measures, the uproar of mages, with the excuse of borrowing materials from the Great Library and their extortion. However, despite the same exact goals, the future ahead of them this time around was bound to be different from the original scenario. Fate had been reversed, and unbeknownst to them, there was a knight readying himself to ruin their plans. After swallowing the sun, I gained the extreme yang constitution and the blessing of the sun. Because of the overflowing abundance of yang energy, I became excessively healthy. Fu. That in turn meant that my body was an elixir and a cure for those with a constitution that was on the opposite side of the spectrum to mine. Zzzzzzz. Proving that was the living Jiangshi with the extreme yin constitution. Even though the Huaran sisters had always been very unhesitant and daring when it came to physical contact, it was becoming increasingly worse. Before, it was mainly just Ran that was actively teasing and rubbing her body on mine, but these days, Hua was also doing the same. It had already been a week since Hua Ran had been sleeping on my bed every night. Wake up, buddy. I tickled her chin to wake her up, to which she responded by growling like a cat. Fortunately, she wasn't the type to go into a deep sleep so soon. She slowly opened her eyes. You woke up. Move. She was very mean. Even though she always cuddled close at night and rubbed her cheeks on my body, whenever I touched her, she... Bam. Walk. Huaran suddenly threw a punch to my chest and it was immensely painful. She, with her unkempt hair behind her, glared at me with a cold gaze in her eyes. What was that for? You touched me. It was just a light touch on your chin. In your sleep. Huh? I felt my hair stand on end. What did I do in my sleep? The only thing I remembered touching was her hair, which I touched for only a bit while she was using my arm as a pillow. For real? Nod. Where? Not telling you. Huh? No, you need to tell me what I did at the very least. I never told you before, but you have a bad sleeping habit. It's my first time hearing that. This is defamation. Dear God. Where the hell did I touch? After the morning quarrel with Huaran, I took a quick shower and headed down the corridor of the second floor. On the other side of the corridor were the rooms for the princesses, but I couldn't feel any presence from those rooms. Judging from that, I assumed that they had woken up already. Estelle, the saintess, probably went to the campus chapel for a morning prayer and Mira would have gone to her laboratory. I didn't see her last night, so she might have spent the whole night there. In any case, I was walking down the corridor in the opposite direction, at the last room that was occupied by the siblings Ren and Ron. Knock knock. I knocked on the door, but the room was still quiet. Still sleeping, huh? See a link. Am coming in. What I saw immediately after entering the room were the siblings sleeping on their beds. Their honey blonde colored hair was shining brightly like gold from the sunlight seeping in through the curtains. Oi, twins. It's time to wake up. GRHH. They didn't seem to wake up, so I shook them by their shoulders, but what I heard in response was the same old repertoire of comments. Naya Orboni. 5 more minutes. Bro, just 3 more minutes for me. Ha, you morons. It's this late in the morning and you're still sleeping? Get up right now. Hying. I could understand why they were so exhausted. These days, they were more enthusiastic than ever and were probably dead tired from the intense training last night. I wasn't sure whether the growing phase of beast men worked the same way as that of humans, but all in all, it was normal for kids to have some type of backlash the next morning after a late sleep. However, they had to wake up early today, because the freshman students had alchemy for their first session. I couldn't let them be just because they lacked the will to wake up. I will give you a choice. Who wants to wash first? Ron. Reen, you go first. The two of them urged the other to go first. In times like this, they weren't considerate of each other, despite being very close siblings. You go. Am sleepy. Okay. Yesterday it was Ron first, so today, it's your turn to go first, Ren. Hying, she complained, but I immediately lifted her up into the air and carried her all the way to the basin. Hurry up. Let's brush. Orbonii. I hate bamboo salt. No. We are not using the strawberry toothpaste. You swallow it every time. Eek. If you really don't like bamboo salt, we can use mint inst. No. Ren immediately cut me off. But what's wrong with mint? I couldn't understand. In any case, I squeezed the bamboo salt-flavored toothpaste onto the toothbrush and brought it to her lips. Ren, who couldn't even open her eyes, slowly opened her mouth. Say ah. Ah. I handed the toothbrush over to her hands, wrapped my hand over hers, and moved it with her to help brush her teeth. It would be great if this became a habit for her, but because of all the time she spent as an orphan in the slums, it was hard to get her into the habit of brushing her teeth. How good would it be if she finally grew up both mentally and physically? Wait, maybe that's not that good. The original Ren and Ron were like disciples of Dunscaith, the king's subject, and served as mid-bosses of the game. There, Ren was an incredibly busta lady with a super dynamic body line, while Ron was a bulky and muscular man. Thinking of what they would turn out to be like in the future made me a bit sad. Was this the mind of a parent? Hoping for their kids to stay cute all the time without growing up? Looking back, I also remembered my mom telling me off all the time after I became an adult, saying, "Ehew, look at you now. You're as big as a mountain and not cute at all. Now. When you're done brushing, you need to rinse your mouth. Don't forget to spit it out on the basin, and hey, race your cup." Yun. Ren slurped the water from the cup. Soon, she gargled her mouth more and more as her eyes turned bigger and bigger. Tui. Good job. Let's wash your face now. Wetting my hand with water, I wiped her face, including her eyes. After that, she shook her head left and right to get the water off like a puppy drenched in water. I can do the rest by myself, boss. All right. You can finish up. I'll go wake Ron up. Okay. The morning was the same as always. I was invited to the chairman's office for lunch. It was in the middle of the meal when the chairman opened his mouth. Mages from the Tower of Mages have visited our academy. Hearing the words of Chairman Ariu, or rather, my master, I replied with a grin. Ah. Those chauvinists of the tower, huh? So they finally started moving their heavy bums. Lady Josephine lifted her glasses and raised a question in response. Is there something you know about the tower, student Corinne? Well, I do know a few more than others. The two of them knew of me as Tates Valtazar's disciple, and I was using that to my advantage to explain the things I knew about the future by framing them as a part of Valtazar's plan. And what do they claim it's for? To use the research materials of Mercarva Great Library and a career survey of the students of the Magic Department. One might question if those were enough to justify the movement of the Tower of Mages, but the two mentioned topics were actually more important than one might imagine. And which research materials specifically are they after? Apparently they are looking for old grimoires and magic books. Mercarva Great Library had the greatest number of books worldwide, including sealed taboo books and unknown grimoires. Those were the books that Master Aaron gathered by traveling all across the world for over 1,000 years. She was also in possession of books from time immemorial, including the ones about the history before the intrusion of Goidels, as well as traces of the Sky Titans which preceded the era of Danans, so it was easy to see just how valuable the Great Library was. The second reason for their visit, the career survey of students, was also an important topic for the Tower of Mages. It seems that they are still lacking new recruits. The tower used to be the one in charge of educating and nurturing mages. To be exact, it was more accurate to say that they had been monopolizing it. Before the appearance of Guardian Academies and the Alliance, the Tower of Mages used to be the only one that had the right to teach magic. Being the one and only education facility for mages across the entire continent, it was natural for everyone with innate talent to flock to the tower. The monopoly of magic consequently led to severe harmful consequences. It resulted in an unfair treatment of mages. Old mages exploited the young, and low-grade mages weren't even allowed the chance to learn due to the prevalent elitist mindset of the tower. However, ever since the appearance of academies, the tower started to lose its peerless and unrivaled fame. The Tower of Mages was full of professors exploiting their students' articles and their work, whereas the academy was fair and equal to everyone. Besides, due to academies like the Mercarva Academy having more research materials than the tower, it became more commonplace for rising talents of magic to set their careers post-graduation to being academy professors. Thus, the Tower of Mages and the Academy became enemies because of their conflict of interest. If I remember correctly, wasn't there also a war against the Academy 80 years ago? I read the story of you, Professor Josephine, from a textbook. It's an old story. And besides, I wasn't the only one there. Josephine replied while glancing at the chairman. Lady Josephine was the living proof of history as well, but even she fell short when compared to my master, who was like history itself. Tates Valtazer and I were also there. Witch hunt of the Old Faith. My master opposed them, which resulted in the Tower of Mages, who hated the Academy and viewed demi-humans as test subjects, to join the war on the side of the Old Faith. Master, plus Lady Josephine, who used to be a young witch back then, and Tates Valtazer. The three of them fought together and crushed the Templar Knights of the Old Faith and the Tower of Mages. That was the historical event, which was often referred to as the War or Revolution of Witches. In any case, they will be visiting very shortly. Student Corinne, could you explain why you had been wanting us to keep a close eye on the Old Faith and the Tower of Mages? It's very straightforward, Professor. Both the Old Faith and the Tower of Mages have connections with Valtazer. Does that mean the second princess is also? Yes. Miriam Elizabeth L. Rath, the second princess of the kingdom. Her biggest supporters were the Old Faith and the Tower of Mages. Many things had changed already compared to the original storyline. What kind of role would Princess Mira play in this Tower of Mages incident? Only time will tell. Chairman. Please lead the visitors from the Tower of Mages to me. Do you have a plan in mind? CHCK out LTSTVL on N/O/V/L/Ben. C//M. I have a very thing planned out already. I wonder what his plan is. Who knows? Despite giving him permission, Josephine was still skeptical about Corinne. Whatever the case, he is Tates Valtazer's disciple. We must keep an eye out for him. I don't think we need to? Chairman? For some reason, Aaron's avatar showed a rather strange response. When Josephine turned around with questioning eyes, Chairman Arya gave an empty cough for a change of mood. Let's leave it to him, and trust him, and his goodwill. Josephine was puzzled by Arya, who seemed to have changed slightly during the holiday. There were 50 visitors from the Tower of Mages in total, but there were 3 named characters in the mix. Did I not tell you to bring 13 to 7? Go right now, and do not come back before you find it. My apologies, Master. First off was the elder of the red magic cult, Admalek. He was an old boomer and the leader of those using fire magic, who had an equally fiery personality and a short temper. When can we start using the laboratory? It will take some time, sir. Apparently, it's because the demonic beast we requested was a semi-unique grade. Then prepare the test subjects that I can use until then. Do not waste my time. Elder Morishtan of the Black Magic Cult. As expected of the big shot of black magic and necromancy, he was a gloomy wizard wearing a robe. The last one to watch out for was Adeline of Gold, the collaborator of Tates Valtazer and one of the key characters of this incident, who was also a great mage who would later appear as a final boss along with Princess Miriam. But unlike the 2 aforementioned elders, the name Adeline was nowhere to be found on the visitor list. In the first place, Adeline was someone who covered their face with a mask, so no one knew who it really was. It was certain that Adeline was someone among those 50 mages, but... Oi, little brat. When are you going to complete what I commanded you to do? Before that, I had to care for this boomer of a man, Admalek. It will be here shortly. Alicia went running for it, so she should be back very soon. How pathetically slow. If this was the tower, you would have been expelled by now. Haha, I'm sorry, sir. What would you like to do for the tour? We should be able to book a spot at one of the amazing restaurants of the city, Cream Cycle. You carefree fool. We are researchers of the path of magic. Do you think we are here to visit restaurants? This is why the pathetic brats of the academy are so TCH. They were just here for a disguise, and yet were pretending to be busy. Well, looking at them reading through a mountain of books and articles did make them seem like scholars who were actually here for research. Oi you! You little low-grade mage over there. Come here and write this formula down. One mistake and you bet I will squeeze your mana heart dry. Yes sir. Lark, who was here to fill up his volunteer time, unfortunately became the slave of the mages of the tower. Because of his internship at the Tower of Mages last year, he needed to leave a good impression of himself, hence his hard work. But unfortunately for him, the Tower of Mages was due to evaporate into nothing at the end of this scenario. Perhaps I should recommend Lark a better place for employment. In any case, my job was to guide the visiting mages and look after their needs. They would be at the academy during the day, and stay the night at a hotel somewhere inside the city. You little knight over there. Come here and move these experimental kits. Yeah. What other role will you heavy knights serve apart from physical labor like this? It was nothing new, but the guys from the Tower of Mages were insolent and rude. A guy that looked like a grade 3 mage was trying to move me around with a single gesture. Did he know I was a grade 1 knight? He probably didn't, because these elitist mages of the tower weren't interested in anything apart from their research. Oi, be careful. It's a valuable treasure, that worthless trash like you will never be able to afford in your life. Haha. It's not funny. This is a command given personally by Lord Admalak. This fucker. Do I know you? Why was he talking down on me the whole time? The next evening. UHP. I kidnapped that mage. Late at night, people were chasing entertainment and pleasure. Bars opened up in the alleyways to receive customers, gangs patrolled the streets and men roamed the city looking for prostitutes, and the addition of one suspicious man in a robe was very inconspicuous. Welcome. The most notable gray zone and borderline of legal and illegal premises were the alleyway bars. Black Mage Manroji of the Tower of Mages was someone who was well versed with the works of the backstreets. Want a meal or a drink? The master behind the bar welcomed him in a not-so-welcoming way, as he did to every other customer. Manroji looked around and found a staircase leading to the basement. Here for a game or two. Follow the stairs. They weren't even thinking about hiding it. In truth, everyone knew how bars and pubs in the alleys had gambling dens and prostitutes, so there was no reason to really hide it. Heading downstairs, Manroji found a bustling crowd with people each enjoying their own games. Most of the games involved cards and dice for craps. He. Hiding his grin, Manroji took his seat. The mage of the 4th floor of the Tower of Mages, Manroji, was a typical gambling addict, with such a severe addiction that he looked for gambling dens in whichever city he went to. The only thing that set him apart from other addicts was, that guy has 2 pairs. And the other has a straight, huh? Inside the dark underground den was a bat familiar, stealthily hiding in a corner of the room. The familiar shared its vision with its owner, and provided Manroji with a bunch of information. Hoo-ha-ha-ha. I shit. I lost again. Damn it. It was another win streak today, but too many wins in a row was bound to make others suspicious, so Manroji suffered a few intentional losses all the while enjoying his victory. May I please join? Right when the people were starting to leave, someone joined the table. It was a beautiful young woman. She had ashen bob hair and was wearing an alluring dress. Her bewitchingly beautiful smile complemented her confident charm. Hoo-hoo. Of course. Seduced by the sudden beauty, he decided to drain the purse of this lady. It was a strategy he used often, where he made the woman he was fond of into a beggar before asking for their body. And after an hour, he was able to succeed in his plan. Hey, are you really going to give all the money back? Hell yeah, I am. Hoo-hoo. So hurry up and take off that piece of cloth. On one of the rooms on the 2nd floor that was for accommodation and prostitution, Manroji led the woman he turned into a beggar into the room. Oh, okay. The woman became very submissive after losing dozens of gold coins at once. No matter how confident and attractive she was the same as all the other girls that fell before his hands. Thanks to that, Manroji thought to himself that his bed won't be so cold during his stay in this city. But shouldn't we introduce ourselves at the very least? Hoo-hoo, why bother? All you have to do is obediently lay yourself in my arms. No. Of course I need your name. The atmosphere changed in the blink of an eye. The beauty, who had been shivering until then, suddenly looked at him with a chilling look in her eyes. Renya Claire. Owner of this building. What? Did we seem that easy to fool, mage? Slam. Something struck him on the back of his head, and Manroji fell face first into the cold floor of the room. Phew. Mages. Every single one of them. Great work. Can you wear some proper clothes now? Was it too stimulating for someone underage, boss? Manroji's consciousness faded away. The last thing he heard was the voice of a confident lady and a rather familiar voice of a young man. After coming to himself, Manroji realized that he was in the basement, as well as the fact that someone was looking at him. Who is it? How dare you do this to me? Hello, Mr. Wizard. Hup. Spotting the owner of the voice, Manroji gasped for breath. In front of him was a man wearing a bizarre purple suit and an eccentric clown-like makeup. He was looking straight into his eyes, with a long smirk on his face. Who are you? Why aren't you saying anything? No, wait. It's been too long since I watched the movie, so I can't think of a good phrase. Hugh, it's been 4 to 5 years since I last watched it. What? Shh, it's just a joke. Don't fret. Manroji immediately started shooting his mana at the clown. It was a low-grade magic, Fog of Darkness, that did not need any chant. Despite the low level of the spell, it should still be enough to kill a random alleyway thug. Wakak. But unlike his expectations, as soon as the fog touched the clown, light covered the darkness and pushed it away. The fog immediately disappeared into nothing, as if it was cleansed. What? I don't even need the sun for a curse at this level. Manroji realized that his magic wouldn't work on him. The opponent was too close for him to start chanting a medium-grade spell. It was incredibly obvious that a dagger would end up piercing through his throat the moment he welled up his mana. He was therefore frightened and rushed. Do you know who I am? I am a mage from the 4th floor of the Tower of. I don't care, but what I do know is that your life will be over if I catch you telling another lie. The clown said with the bat-shaped familiar in his hand. Now, are you ready for a conversation, buddy? Corinne. It's this way. Come here. I was in the downtown area of Mercarva City with Marie. It wasn't because of anything serious. We were out to have a look at a distribution company affiliated under the Dinaref family, which had officially created a branch in Mercarva. Dinaref Fresh Produce. Dinaref Fresh Produce. It was a company that hadn't existed in Mercarva City in the last iteration. Looking back at it now, there had been a lot of changes in the campus as a result of Mary's confinement. One of them was that the academy cafeteria food had turned horrible and stayed horrible for a very long time. Senior. If I remember correctly, the company that supplies the academy with food was one of your companies, right? HNN? I think so. I think my dad donates them though. Donation? Seeing the dumbfounded look on my face, Marie chuckled and tapped me on my nose. I'm joking. There are more than 3,000 people, including the staff. Of course we can't give that much for free. Right? Plus, there's no way all those potatoes would be free. For the potatoes, I'm taking a small portion out of the amount we supply the kingdom with using my allowance to share with everyone. By small, you mean the mountain of potatoes that are kept in a separate potato warehouse, right? Anyway, so why are we going there? It's the opening rehearsal day for our store today, so I thought we could try out some sample food. There were a few things I wanted to give you as well. I see. The store that Marie led me to was pretty big. It was like a massive fruit and vegetable warehouse, and it also had a second floor along with a restaurant. It seemed that they had the intention of wholeheartedly jumping into the food industry using the abundant ingredients they bring directly from the south. But wasn't this like the tyranny of a large corporation, making all the nearby small companies go out of business? Can you give us this potato puree, some hash browns, potato cake, potato meat stew, potato gnocchi, a potato croquette, fried potatoes, and a potato pie? Thank you. As if this was what she had been wanting to show me, Marie asked for a bunch of dishes directly from the chef. Here you go, Corinne. Don't hold back. The large table was full of potato dishes. I had a feeling that every type of food on the planet that involved having potatoes as the main ingredient was here. I got to say, Senior, you really have an addiction to potatoes. HNN? Come on, Corinne. There's no such thing as a potato addiction. Be honest, Senior. How many potatoes do you steam every day? Around 80? But I share them with my friends. How many times have you had a meal that did not include potatoes over the past year? Potatoes are like rice. Look. I'm telling you, you're addicted. No. I am not addicted to potatoes. I love corn, sweet potatoes, and carrots just as much. I can quit potatoes if I want to. Come on, we don't usually use the term, quit for dishes, young lady. Only people with an addiction to soft drinks, caffeine, or smoking would use that word. Are you sure? I am. Seeing her confidence, I picked up a pinch of salt and flicked it on top of the steamed potatoes. White crystals fell like raindrops on the hot steaming skin of the potatoes, making them more tempting than ever. I deeply stared at her, as a bead of sweat slowly traveled down her forehead. Her golden eyes shivered and wandered between the potato and me. Can I eat this and quit potatoes from tomorrow? Don't worry, and just eat it. Hee hee. Marie returned a wide smile and picked up one of the salted potatoes before breaking it into two and giving me a half. You will help me eat half of it, right, Corinne? Of course. We started indulging ourselves in the food and eventually began talking about the mages from the tower. Oh right. Corinne, you know the mages that visited our academy from the tower? What about them? You volunteered to guide them, right? Apparently, they were going to tell me to do it. Ho. According to the original storyline of the game, Marie was supposed to be confined in the basement of the academy at this point in time. And plus, there was supposed to be research going on about ways to suppress her instinct as a vampire to help her recover from her primal instincts. That was probably why the Dinaref family cut off their ties with the academy in the original game. However, the Tower of Mages had a different opinion of Marie. She was an extremely precious and valuable elder-level vampire. They saw big potential progress in the future of their magic studies by investigating her flesh and blood. As expected of those crazy wizards with no ethical and moral restrictions holding them back, they were eager to carry out human experiments as if they were nothing. Senior. I was going to tell you sometime soon, but… HNN? The reason the tower visited this time around is probably because of you. Because of me? Marie looked puzzled for a while after hearing what I said, but it didn't take long for her to understand what I meant. She too was a genius mage with extraordinary talents, and knew just how valuable her flesh and blood were. Why? But even so, she was still doubtful, and that was for valid reasons. It won't end well if they do something to me though? Marie Dinaref. Even though calling her the Princess of the Potato Empire was just a joke, it was still undeniable that she was from the family responsible for most of the continent's supply of food, the one with the most amount of land and the richest household of the entire kingdom. In the original storyline, the Dinaref family wasn't mentioned after the fall of Marie, but she was currently still walking around just fine, with a better public perception of her than the game. One might therefore ask this question. Who would dare touch Marie Dinaref? For just some random experiments? The Tower of Mages is one of the pawns of Tates Valtazer. Tates Valtazer. That's the scary person that you are fighting against, right? Yes. When the world gets destroyed by the advent of paradise, the authority and financial power of any of the current forces won't matter a single bit, so that's probably the belief pushing them forward. That was one of the most frightening aspects of Valtazer and his forces. They were unhesitant and did not hold back regardless of what crazy things they had in store, because if things went according to their plan, civilization was going to be destroyed and recreated. New gods will descend onto the world along with paradise. I had no idea they were planning for something so scary. Although I did mention briefly to my party members about the powerful and frightening forces of Valtazer, and how everything I did was to ruin their plans and defeat them, it was my first time providing details about their plan. Valtazer's plan is to collect all the primal rune letters, open up the path to Tir Na Nog, prove his right as the supreme king with the 4 treasures and usurp the throne. With the right to control paradise that comes with it, his plan was to release beasts of the Shadow Paradise into this world. A destruction of civilization and recreation. They're trying to wipe out everything in existence, and live in a new world led by new gods. It's like the storyline of a trash fantasy novel. But it's scary that they actually do have the power to pull that off. Marie was sincere in listening to my story, and believed it instead of calling it absurd and groundless. Corinne. The reason you told me this is, I am going to use everything I can in order to save the world. How much do you trust me, Senior? She responded to my question with a short silence, before standing up with a smile. From the other side of the table, she moved over to the chair next to mine, sat down and… Corinne. You don't have to ask me that every time. Tap. The girl rested her head on my shoulder, and replied with a voice that was a lot calmer and resolute than usual. You see, Corinne, I can do anything you want me to do. No matter what you tell me to do, because you are my Corinne. Senior. Actually, I'm happy that there's something you need my help with. You're always so perfect with everything you do, so I was a bit sad that there was not much I could help you with. You've been of tremendous help until now already, Senior. During the King of Iron Mountain, the festival, and the secret lands of druids. You helped out a ton. I'm greedy, you see. I want to be way ahead of everyone else. Marie Sin said with a determined look on her face that made her look like she was ready to withstand any adversity. Actually there's something I want to ask of you, Corinne. Do you have a request for me? Rather than a request, a reward? Something like that, or a motivation. Motivation, huh? Of course, that was very important, but was there something Marie needed my help for? Why, you see. Marie fidgeted with her fingers, rubbing them meaninglessly, with a blank smile on her face. After fidgeting for who knows how long, she gulped and continued with a tone of voice that seemed to be that of a young girl. Once I am done with what you are asking me to do, Corinne, can I ask for something in return? Of course. Like, you can even tell me right now. That's a bit embarrassing and… I need some more time. What was it, I wonder? That Marie was going to ask of me? Sure. There's nothing I can't do for you, Senior. I was being serious. There was nothing I wasn't willing to do for her. Well then, Senior, can we go somewhere together? Yun. Marie tilted her head like an adorable child. I took her and headed to the Happiness Hotel, which was still in my possession. This hotel, which had been built especially for the festival, was still operating as a normal hotel. Even though I entrusted the operation and maintenance of the building to Renya, the executive of the Intelligence Guild, I was still using this place as my hideout. Cochran? What does this mean? Sorry? What was that at the end? For some reason, Marie was trembling like crazy. She was very fidgety and constantly rubbed her hands, and just couldn't stay still. I see, maybe don't even need to ask for it? We have to go down to the basement. Basement? Wouldn't it be better to do it somewhere brighter? What do you mean? Nothing. You do what you want to do, Corinne. I am okay with anything. Marie was constantly saying some random things that I couldn't understand. She was having trouble walking down, so I grabbed her by the hand and headed down the basement. The basement of the hotel was used not for guests, but as a storeroom. Even when we were first planning out the structure of the hotel, I had designed this part of the building with certain uses in mind, and made sure it was as secure as possible. It's right here. Hugh. Was she bad with dark places? I led Marie, who seemed extremely nervous, and walked into one of the dark rooms of the basement. Here, huh? I see the dormitory walls are thin, so that's why where's the bed, huh? As soon as we opened the door, Marie stopped her feet without even taking another step forward. That was understandable though, because in the middle of the room was the black mage Manroji, whom I had kidnapped just yesterday. I will leave it to you, Senior. Corinne? Holding on to the shoulders of the nervous Marie, I continued. Please turn him into a vampire. Smirk. Although there was no mirror in the room, I had a feeling that my smile must have appeared quite evil. Where is Manroji? Elder Morishtan, the leader of the Black Cult, which was one of the 9 factions of the Tower of Mages, asked once again about the whereabouts of his disciple who hadn't returned for the last 2 days. Apologies, Elder Morishtan, we have yet to find Brother Manroji. I believe he must be wandering around several gambling dens. It's common for him to get drunk in gambling dens and spend several days and nights there. Manroji was one of the disciples of Morishtan. He was from the 4th floor out of 8 floors, which implied that he was a relatively skilled disciple. It was hard to believe that something would have happened to him in one of the backstreet gambling dens, so logically, it was safe to assume that he was simply indulging in the pleasure of entertainment. However, there was another possibility in mind. It could be that Manroji was in fact Adeline the Golden Mage. Since Adeline had the ability to change their face as they wanted, it was possible that he or she had switched into one of the original members of the tower to join the group. The rumored Lord of the Tower of Mages, Lord Adeline. Adeline was someone who received orders directly from the divinity of light and Ardri 1 TLN, Ardri High King of Ireland of usurpation, Tates Valtaser. Adeline was someone who received orders directly from the divinity of light and Ardri 1 TLN, Ardri High King of Ireland of usurpation, Tates Valtaser. Even this plan to acquire the vampire was based on the command given to Adeline by Ardri, and even though Elder Morishtan and Elder Admalek had roughly heard about the Vampire Lord plan, they hadn't heard anything about the specific details of the strategy. If his disciple Manroji was in fact the disguised version of Adeline, it could be that Adeline was on the move already. Send Relin. Find out where Manroji is. Understood, Elder Morishtan. He still deemed it necessary to look into it, so Morishtan gave orders to his disciples before focusing back on the materials of the Great Library. It wasn't the time to move just yet. The plan this time around was an enormous one. The acquisition of the vampire, Marie Dinaref, and the assassination of Chairman Ariu Khazar. A plan this big was taxing even for the Tower of Mages, so they had to aim for the best opportunity possible. Wow. Ren. This place is huge. Stop creating a fuss. I told you have to be quiet in the library. Hing, you're always so mean to me. That was when Morishtan the Black Mage caught sight of freshman siblings who had entered the library to prepare for their assessment. Beastmen. They were the ones that the princess being sponsored by the tower detested the most. And besides, they were incredibly tenacious, so they were the best demi-humans for experiments. You. Yes, Elder Morishtan. Look into those brats over there. Morishtan gazed deeply at the siblings with a spooky pair of eyes. His greedy eyes stayed on the siblings for a very long time. In the training room, I was training with Alicia. Senior. I'm a new student, called Rose. Yo. Miss Rose. What's up? Actually, there was a problem while I was creating the blueprint of my weapon. During the previous prac lesson at the hunting grounds, I gave out magic stones to the 400 new students, with each of them being medium-high-grade magic stones above grade 3. I told them to use those to create their weapons, and had also told them to come looking for me whenever a problem popped up during the process. Mr. Corinne? What's wrong? Nothing. One of our juniors came looking for me. Rest up for now. Okay. Alicia, who was drenched in sweat, used the towel next to her to wipe her face and started chugging her bottle of water. Did I interrupt you guys? Huh? Nah. Don't worry about it. What's the problem? So the thing is, the magic circuit connecting this blade to this place here. I was a veteran gamer who had crafted thousands, if not tens of thousands of weapons in heroic legends of Arhan. I knew by heart which materials had to be used and how they had to be combined to create the best and most efficient result. Using what I knew, I wholeheartedly gave advice to my junior, and although she didn't understand everything I said, she diligently took note and absorbed everything I told her. That should be enough. Instead of Fergus, go to Old Man Hogrihen. That bloke's better at making greatswords. Thank you so much. Show it to me when it's done. I want to have a look at it too. Okay. Thank you very much, Senior. Rose walked away after that. With her eyes on her, Alicia asked while tidying up her loosened hair. That was the third person today. Does it not bother you? If a few pieces of advice increase those young and innocent juniors' chance of survival, I can do it all day. What's up? Nothing. It just feels like I'm suffering a loss. Is it because we have to stop our training every time? I'm sorry. I already told them I'm usually at the training rooms during this time of the day. Yes. That. Well, let's just say that. What did she mean by that? Oh right, Mr. Corinne. You know the culture course, Love and War. Are you done with the assignment next week? Oh right, Mr. Corinne. You know the culture course. Love and War. Are you done with the assignment next week? That one, Love and War was one of the courses I applied for my cultural studies course for the first semester. It was a 2-hour course worth 2 units of work that was related to theatrical plays, so I thought it would be an easy course that was just about watching plays and writing reports, but seriously, there are too many things they want us to do. We have to watch the play, write reports, discuss, and for the last assessment, we even have to act out the play in a group, right? Isn't it good? There are a lot of new things I'm experiencing and a lot of things to think about. Since you mentioned it, how about we stop training here for today and work on the assignment at a cafe? Shall we? I can buy the coffee. We headed straight to one of the cafes nearby. The campus cafes had desserts and pastries that were baked every day for the students, and were always bustling with people that wanted to study there. Back when I was going to a university in Korea, I couldn't understand why people would ever want to study at cafes because I only went to the gym. But after reaching my 6th year at the academy, I finally realized why. There were just too many distractions at home. Doing this and that, watching TV and going on the computer. There was also the so-called waste of life, SNS, which proved how true the statement was when you lie on the bed scrolling down the feed. On the other hand, cafes and study rooms had less interruptions. The chairs weren't comfortable, but that was all the more the reason why it was easier to focus on studying. Of course, it depended on the person, but at least it worked for me. In the end, this is just cheating propaganda in the disguise of a fateful romance theme. But the female lead was from an unlucky family, and her husband was also very cruel to her. It's unfortunate, I agree. And even though the husband was by no means a good person, that doesn't justify cheating. Ugh, that's true, but the story itself was quite romantic, and the plot made sense, but in the end, it's just a nice way to package something that's morally wrong. I talked about the fundamental issues, but Alicia showed an emotional response. It seemed that play about cheating had left a big impression on her. What if it's you? Do you think you wouldn't have done the same, Mr. Corinne? Huh? Wait, why are you bringing me up? Why, you need to put yourself in the shoes of the main characters. Right. Let's say you and my sister are married couples. Why are you bringing Miss Lunia into the discussion now? You almost got engaged to her. I told you beforehand that it was a fake one. Anyway, it's just a what if. With a serious look in her eyes, Alicia put a piece of bread and coffee on either side, and labeled them each as me and Lunia. Let's say sister and brother-in-law are in, you know? A. I'm in a state of ennui. 2. A feeling of listlessness and dissatisfaction arising from a lack of occupation or excitement. Something like that. Let's say sister and brother-in-law are in, you know? A. I'm in a state of ennui. 2. A feeling of listlessness and dissatisfaction arising from a lack of occupation or excitement. Something like that. B. Brother-in-law? What if I seduce you in a situation like that? Are you going to? Yes. A. Let's just say I do. She was so confident with that shout that it took me aback. This was just a what if, right? Right? Let's say there is a young, beautiful, and inexperienced sister-in-law who loves you. Alicia sat herself down next to me, before slowly gazing up and looking straight into my eyes. Brother-in-law, I love you. Her clear blue eyes looked deeply into my eyes. It was rather sensuous and enchanting. Her slightly flushed cheeks appeared like red flower petals that stimulated the heart. What will you do if I do that? I think I will just turn you down like any other person. D. Do I have no charm? That's not what I mean. I was stuck between a rock and a hard place. Agreeing to cheat was a moral problem, whereas saying no was the same as telling a young girl that she was not attractive. Did I have to lie here to maintain a better social relationship? Wait. Mr. Corinne? Let's swap the people around. Let's say you and I are married, and Miss Lunia is seducing me. Oh, of course, I don't think Miss Lunia would seduce her brother-in-law, but I think she would. Huh? Nothing. Anyway, you mean Mr. Corinne and I are married, right? Alicia twirled her fingers around in embarrassment. Was she an elementary school kid or what? I guess so. How many kids do we have? Kids? I'd say 1 or 2 like a normal family? That's not enough. Of course it needs to be more than 12. Is that even possible? Even having 4 triplets in a row is not going to be enough for that though? It's just a figure of speech. It's better to have as many kids as possible. In response, my eyes subconsciously went down to her belly. Honestly, she was so thin that it seemed risky to even give birth to a twin, but anyway. Let's say you're my wife, and say Miss Lunia seduces me in that situation. Are you okay with that? Why are you even thinking about this? B. but sister loves you, right? Huh? If she is willing to cheat, I guess so? It's sad to not end up with the person you love, right? Is that how it is? Wasn't she way too good at putting herself in the shoes of someone else? Shouldn't she be more selfish, or rather, have common sense? Uh-huh. If she really loves Mr. Corinne, I think he'll be okay with that. I'm actually starting to be scared of your view on marriage. But if I call that bad, then that's the same as denying my own birth. I didn't realize that was what she was thinking about. It felt like I had stepped on a mine, and I felt bad for her. Alicia, how you were born is not your fault. I know. So Mr. Corinne. She shyly scratched the back of my hand with her fingers in a circle, as if signaling that she would leave it to me. Please love your illegitimate children, just as you would for your other kids. Why was she saying that as if it was a given that I would cheat? She looked so serious, however, that I could not raise any counter-arguments. Of course it would be great if everyone can live in harmony. We can create a big family with a big house. Wait, what? Did that mean I could have more wives if I marry Alicia? It felt wrong, but I couldn't tell her it was wrong. If I did, it would be me talking smack about her family. Hee hee. That's actually not bad. Just 13 each and it would be at least 26. In the end, I could not point out what was wrong with her rather twisted view of family. Rel Lin was a disciple from the 3rd floor of the tower among the black magic cult. Shit Manroji this baldy, where did he go off to? Since she was alone, Rel Lin began badmouthing Manroji, who was much older than herself. Being near the bottom of the group that was visiting the academy, she could not escape from having to do these chores. That baldy? Who knows? He did win a lot of money though. There were a few who thought he was cheating. As usual, Manroji seemed to have gone through various gambling dens in the alleyway to gamble. And yet he suddenly disappeared. There were all sorts of contrasting information about how he was when last seen. Some said he left the den dead drunk, while some said that he went out with several prostitutes next to him. The mages of the tower were skilled with magic, but were terrible at gathering information. Actually, that was natural, because they spent most of their time sitting on desks. Damn that bald head. Damn that Moorish tan. I didn't enter the tower to do things like this. The probationary period at the Tower of Mages was very long and complex. It took a very long time for anyone to be able to get taught anything by the old elders of the tower, because of all the chores that went by the name of probationary period. Unlike the academy where it was a master-to-student relationship, it was closer to apprenticeship and they didn't teach magic very often. Just you wait. As soon as this is over, I'm moving straight to the Red Cult. There, I just have to please that one old guy. Even though Rel Lin was at the bottom of the rank, she had a decent appearance. Even the old mages, who talked about pride and lofty mindsets of mages, lost themselves when she took off her robe and showed them her thighs. Frustrated from all the vague pieces of information, Rel Lin grumbled before going to a decent bar nearby. It was a lot more polished and refined than the bar Manroji went to for gambling. Her opinion was that the intelligent mages had to use places like this, and inwardly trash-talked the filthy baldy one more time. Are you here by yourself? That was when someone sat down next to her, and Rel Lin immediately recognized who he was. He was the guide assigned by the academy. She did not know the name of Lowly Knights, but still recognized his face. Corinne Lork. Miss Rel Lin. Why is an underage student here in the bar? It's a place run by an acquaintance of mine. Instead of rashly taking his seat next to her, he leaned on the table and gazed at her. Can I buy you a drink? Uncle Paul. 2 martinis here, thanks. Despite her saying no, Corinne bought drinks before taking his seat next to her. Naturally, Rel Lin also turned towards him. Aren't you too young to throw out pickup lines? Come on. You are a mage. Think logically. Logically about what? It's normal for bees to come looking for a flower. Bees? A flower? Ha. Now that's a pickup line. We haven't even started yet. Rel Lin wasn't displeased by the things this youngster was doing to her. Back at the Tower of Mages, she had to spend all of her time trying to please the old men. She was at the bare bottom, and had to write dozens of papers and submit a report even when she needed just a single orphan girl to use for her experiments. Therefore, she was obviously rather pleased by this young boy who was trying to seduce her with a deep gaze and a sweet voice. Well, at least he's a lot better than that old Zalin. Rellyn thought about the old maid she had been seducing in order to become a secretary of a professor-level mage straight after moving to the Red Cult, and decided to enjoy this one-off occasion. Ah. The drinks are here. Corinne received the glasses from the bartender and gave one to Rellyn. That's a surprise, actually. Do mages from the tower also drink? That's a stereotype. We in fact tend to be very heavy drinkers. There's also the stereotype that you are all intelligent elites. Is that also wrong? That one's not wrong. Haha. What about experiments? The tower is famous for experiments and research, right? Don't you make like horned rabbits and stuff? Well, rabbits are quite good for experiments. And that's where the misinformation comes from. Can you tell me a recent experiment or something that you did? Please? My friend wants to enter the tower very soon, and I have a lot of questions. What a player. Mr. Corinne. What do you mean? Using the bathroom as an excuse, I was taking a short break when Alicia looked at me with a disapproving light in her eyes. Where in the world did you learn all that from? Learn what? Hitting on girls. Ah. That was a misunderstanding. Well, it was true that I approached her to hit on her, but it was incorrect to say that I was a player because of that. Listen. There's no one who hates free drinks, is there? I guess so. No one hated free stuff, and even those who initially say no were no exceptions. And besides, people like themselves being the topic of the conversation. Is that why you didn't say anything about yourself, Mr. Corinne? Yeah. All you have to do is be a good listener to what the other person is saying. Wow. You're great. You're such an interesting person. Making the other person the topic of the conversation was an easy way to put them in a good mood. I think you're using that way too well to hit on girls. What was that? Nothing. Just go finish what you have to do. All right. Wait here. I will be back shortly. For some reason, I could feel a sharp glare on my back, but I had to finish hitting on Rellyn. It was my first time seducing someone, but I had a feeling that it was turning out quite well. Rellyn. Sorry for the why. Wow. Look at you. Look at the color of your lips. You are so pretty. Which lipstick do you use? When I came back to Rellyn's table, I found out that there was a beautiful lady next to her. She had twinkling pinkish hair, emerald-colored eyes, and a bright smile that enlivened up the dark bar with her radiant presence. Estella. What's your name? Rellyn. Estelle Hadassah El Raf. The first princess of this kingdom and the saintess of the new faith. Do you mind me buying you a drink? Why the heck are you here, Nuna? Estelle Hadassah El Raf. The first princess, one who was loved by the gods, the all-powerful saintess. She was definitely on the side of the good even in heroic legends of Arhan, and was a nice person in general. The problem, however, was in her personality. She was a full-on hedonist. A hedonistic person is committed to seeking sensual pleasure chasing after entertainment and was nonchalant in everything it was that she did despite being at high status. The problem, however, was in her personality. She was a full-on hedonist. 1. A hedonistic person is committed to seeking sensual pleasure chasing after entertainment and was nonchalant in everything it was that she did despite being at high status. Wow. You're turning 22 this year? That's the same as me. Do you want to play together through the night with this sister? Sure. When Estelle's long and thin fingers grazed past her cheeks, Rellyn was frozen stiff with her cheeks flushed and deep red. She was lost for words at the face of an overwhelming beauty. Now, let's go back to drinking. Cheers. Cheers. Naturally, Estelle urged her to drink. Great job. Oh, you're an amazing drinker. Goo. Rellyn chugged all the drinks that Estelle was giving her without an end. She was focused and flinched from every single movement of Estelle's fingers like a marionette. But to be fair, that was nothing strange, considering how Estelle's appearance was enough to chant women, let alone men. Although Princess Miriam was also the type to give off a sensual charm, Estelle was by no means inferior when it came to the ability to captivate people. She simply had a different charm to her. Mira was like an innate venomous serpent, while Estelle was like a capybara that bewitched everyone nearby. Thank you. Even during a casual clink of glasses, Rellyn flinched when her fingers came in slight contact with Estelle's. It didn't even look like Estelle was intentionally doing it, which suggested that she must be in possession of the inborn gifts of a player. In any case, the question was why the Saintess was here in the first place. Glancing around, I noticed some people whose presence had melted into the shadow. Raven Squad of the Saintess. They were the squad allocated by the new faith to the Saintess in spite of her not needing the likes of guards. The fact that they were here meant highly likely it's related to demi-human discrimination. The Saintess must be either planning on delving into the inhumane crimes of Rellyn the individual, or the acts of her superiors. But still, how can they even let the Saintess carry out a honey trap herself? There probably wasn't a big reason behind why she was doing it herself. It was probably because she was confident, bored, and most importantly. Am I pretty? Yes. Why, you are. Right? It's obvious, but I'm glad you know. Estelle, there was no way that she, the personification of narcissism, would miss out on an opportunity to step up and show off. She was a good person, she's a good person, but... Do you know, Knight Corinne? You see those men over there? They are all staring at you with envy in their eyes. How gorgeous. Do you know, Knight Corinne? You see those men over there? They are all staring at you with envy in their eyes. How gorgeous. Ugh. I can't drink an Emery. Before long, Rellyn turned semi-unconscious. It was because she drank a lot more than a glass or two with my help as well, of course. As soon as she lost consciousness, the Raven agents nearby, who had been under the disguise of normal civilians, walked up simultaneously. Junior. You are a good drinker, aren't you? Aren't you still underage though? I hope you let that slip with your benevolence, beautiful big sister. Foo-foo. Junior Corinne, you are also very handsome. Not as much as me though. Of course. Tap tap. I tapped on the table as Alicia walked up from a corner of the bar. Consequently, Estelle and our group stood face to face in confrontation. I was working on it first, I said. But I was the one who got her drunk. Even before you came, Saintess, I was already going on the right track. I had my eyes on her for a week. Mine was for a whole year. It's thanks to my beautiful appearance that this woman drank herself to death, you know? Ho. Don't you think you are being way too overconfident with your appearance? Sure, appearance is important, but you can't ignore the chatter. The reason this woman continued drinking is because I had been entertaining her ears. Would that be as good as entertaining her eyes though? There's even an essay saying that looking at beauties puts people in a good mood. Unable to tolerate the immature battle happening between me and Estelle, one of the Raven agents walked up to me. Young man. How dare you be so disrespectful to the Saintess? As soon as he started reaching his hand out towards me. Alicia. Alicia grabbed onto his arm, and the superhuman grip of a knight pressured the agent. Coot. As expected of people that were primarily skilled at reconnaissance, they weren't very strong when it came to pure power. It was because she placed more importance in their espionage skills than their ability to fight when looking for agents. Looks like there's only a few on your side that are on the level of a knight, can you handle it? We have 2 grade 1 knights on our side. Even though it was only Alicia and me, the two of us were still much stronger than what even an elite squad of knights could deal with, let alone espionage agents. Is this okay, Mr. Corinne? She's still the Saintess Princess. Stick to one title. And you're right, it's not okay. Our opponent was the woman with the greatest symbolic significance in the entire kingdom. She was the Saintess with the greatest amount of authority in the religious sector, as well as one of the potential inheritors to the throne. Simply put, she was the most prominent figure of this entire kingdom. Let's go somewhere else first. I handed Rellyn over to the Ravens and left the bar with Estelle. For security purposes, I had to wear a blindfold in the middle, but I noticed where we were headed from the humidity in the air and the ground, as well as the distinct scent of dust. Let him see. A seductive voice echoed across. Soon, the blindfold covering my eyes was taken off, revealing Estelle, who was wearing a wide smile on her face with the Ravens in the background. Sorry about covering your eyes. It's a necessary procedure for security. It's fine. It is, after all, the headquarters of the secret espionage agents of the New Faith, so I do understand the necessity. Everyone in the room showed some kind of reaction. Whether big or small, they all seemed quite shocked. How did you? Just something I gathered from the word on the streets. The story about a secret organization that protects demi-humans and punishes those that do inhumane things to them is actually quite a well-known story in the backstreets. Even though it was something I knew from the game, it was still true that there were some rumors regarding it. Linking that to the New Faith and the Saints would have required some level of creative imagination though. Junior. Aren't you showing off too much of what you know? In this world, there are some evil people that kill others to make sure they stay silent. You know that, right? I don't think you would be one of them though, Saintess. Hee. You are right, but... The amicable smile on her face slowly started to turn stiff. Even with some resemblance of a smile still remaining on her face, she was still able to exert a lot of pressure with her charisma. In turn, that proved how the Saintess hadn't been leading an innocent and uneventful life. You might receive some level of pressure. The Raven agents placed their hands on their weapons, behind her back. Considering how this was their headquarters, it was safe to assume that there would be some knights and mages in here. There seems to be a misunderstanding, but I don't need Alicia to deal with a group of this level. How insolent. It was a man behind the Saintess who reacted to my provocative statement. He was the vice captain of the Ravens, and the practical leader of the combatants of the organization, Morkai. His combat prowess was at the level of a grade 1 knight. You damn brat. Stop there, Vice Captain Morkai. He's right. Morkai seemed frustrated, but regardless, he immediately stepped back from a single sentence from Estelle. He had an absolute degree of loyalty to her and did not dare try to refute her words. As suspected, these guys were aware that I was in possession of the sun. Let's work together. Together? By revealing our goals and working in alignment for this matter. Estelle was deep in thought about the suggestion. She was probably hesitant about revealing the confidential information, so I decided to make it easier for her. Elder Morishtan. I can give you evidence about his illegal demi-human experiments. The Saintess as well as the agents behind her were astonished by the claim. It was something that appeared in the game when completing the side quests of Heroic Legends of Arhan. The ones that were predominantly carrying out inhumane human experiments were those from the Black Cult, and there were numerous horrible crimes that had been committed by their leader, Elder Morishtan. And I knew the location of a secret laboratory, which had been shut down after the rampage of a test subject. All right. Then in return. Diligantec to the northeast, inside the private land in the mountain behind it, is a shed. It's quite close to the Tower of Mages. Why are you telling me this without any conditions? I already told you that I want us to work together. What if I just go back on the deal without doing anything back in return? Are you going to? She was lost for words, as if I had seen right through her. Right, I knew, and had ample trust in her honesty and goodness. Sure. Then, Junior. What do you want? My goal is the fall of every wizard from the tower that is visiting us on this occasion. I want their dantions to be controlled and them to turn into convicts. First off, I will hand you Elder Morishtan, but as for the rest I will never forgive them. I'll make them pay for what they did forever. What have they done apart from those experiments? The current tower is mostly a corrupt pithole of devils. Except for the ones at the very bottom, they are all mostly evil. Besides, every mage at the level of an elder as well as their direct disciples are all horrendous devils. The reason why the Tower of Mages was in collaboration with Tatesval Taser was simple and exactly the same as the Old Faith. Their idea was that the cleansing of humanity did not matter in the slightest, when compared to the restoration of their past glory and power. With the advent of paradise, they will gain divinity there, live an eternal life and reign over the new humans. That was their goal. They were horrible devils that were even worse off than traitors who sold their own motherlands. Those wretched devils are after the people around me. Do not let your eyes see compassion. Life for life. And eyes for eyes. The golden rule of Scripture. I will punish them with not a single pound added or subtracted to their due sentence. What a reassuring set of words. Estelle accepted my suggestion with a wide smile on her face. Sure. So that was your first condition. What's your second? Let's work together from now on. For anything unrelated to politics, let me help you wholeheartedly in whatever it is that you do, Saintess. Most of the things that she did were good things, which mostly revolved around saving the weak and punishing the evil. In other words, that was bound to also be linked to my precept and would let me gather quest rewards. And most of all, it would also allow me to intervene in dreary events that weren't mentioned in the main quests and side quests of the game. In return, please pray for me. Regularly for, let's say, at least 2 years. HNN. Looks like you know about my ability already? Of course I did. Her ability was the manifestation of miracles from prayers. It was on a completely different scale to normal religious prayers. The prayers of the Saintess, who was directly linked to the divinity, had the power to twist reality. As the strongest buffer and the key character of the scenario in Heroic Legends of Arhan, Estelle's ability was quite literally almighty. Even the powerful sacred artifact that had the power to suppress Huarran, the unique grade living Jiangshi, was only possible because of her prayers. Alright. As long as I have enough divine energy, I will pray for you, Junior. We live under the same roof, so it shouldn't even be that hard anyway. Perfect. This was incredible, even better than any other reward I could have hoped for. In the original game, the prayers of the Saintess were only sporadically accessible at the Northern Expedition after the 7th Arcade, where the power balance started to tilt heavily in the enemy's favor. If I could be under the constant effect of that miraculous buff, which used to be only allowed in certain arcs because of the duration and distance issues, it was pretty much no different from obtaining several hidden pieces. Let's talk about the details of the prayers later. As for that mage, let me deal with her. As for you, Saintess, I recommend you look into the location I mentioned for starters. You'll be able to find some meaningful results immediately. Nuna, the Saintess suddenly said. Sorry? Call me Nuna. Dongsing too. Call me Nuna. Dongsing. 2. Dongsing equals literally means younger sibling. Sometimes used by slightly older people to refer to those younger than them. It's a rather intimate title. Like, how would I dare call the Saintess/Princess by such ACHCK out LTSTVL on N/O/V/L/Ben. C//M. Ehem. It's an order. Estelle demanded a handshake with a bright smile on her face. For some reason, it was a lot earlier than the last iteration. Well, to be fair, the princesses entering the academy in the 2nd year was already a significant change. KNN. While stealing glances at the ravens that were glaring at me with bloodshot eyes from behind Estelle, I held on to her hand with much difficulty. Suddenly, Estelle responded by grabbing my hand with both of hers. Her ticklish voice then squiggled its way into my ears. Don't you think we will last a very long time together? Dongsing? Her cunning face was overflowing with interest and goodwill for me. Rel Lin wasn't coming back. After noticing the disappearance of Rel Lin, who had gone to investigate the disappearance of Manroji, Morishtan noticed that something strange was going on. Call Lord Admalek. Someone had their eyes set on them. Morishtan and Admalek summoned all the mages of the Red Cult. After a while, the accommodation room that was holding every mage of the tower with a soundproof spell cast around the room was echoing with a deafening shout. What do you mean Rel Lin was kidnapped? Kwang. Professor Zalin shouted while smacking the table. The mages of the Black Cult were the ones that were kidnapped, so why do you seem so mad, Professor Zalin? D, do we not all belong to the same tower though? They looked at Professor Zalin, who was one of the top mages of the Red Cult, with curiosity in their eyes. Anyways, Rel Lin went missing in addition to Manroji. We have no proof as of yet, but Elder Morishtan is concerned that this might lead to a greater harm to us. One of the higher-grade mages of the Black Cult was speaking in the stead of Elder Morishtan when Elder Admalek of the Red Cult shouted after slamming the table. Humph. Who are these fearless ruffians that dare touch the pilgrims of the path of magic? Besides, how shameful is it that some of us have been done in by those thugs? Elder Admalek continued while gazing at Morishtan with his obstinate eyes. This is concerning your disciples, Elder Morishtan. Deal with it as soon as possible and make sure it does not affect our plans. I know. Morishtan did not raise any objections or ask Admalek for help. Although they were all from the same tower of mages, they had a stronger sense of belonging to each of their cults, instead of the tower. But Master. Shouldn't we give them a hand and help the Black Cult out? Shut up, you stupid fool. Have you forgotten what we had to do? We must seal the dimensional witch and suppress the vampire. Do you have any idea on how many things we have on our hands to fulfill those goals? Sorry sir. Hearing his shout, Zolin immediately stepped back, with cold beads of sweat traveling down his face. Even though he was a direct disciple of his, he couldn't dare go against Admelech's command because the orders and decisions of one's master were unconditional in the Tower of Mages. Damn it. Damn that stupid, stubborn old man. Zolin threw his robe away in fury. Although he was in his 50s already, he was still temperamental and honest to his emotions, just like every other mage of the Red Cult who had fiery temperaments. Ugh, Relin. Why Relin of all people? Relin, the third-floor mage of the Black Cult, was Zolin's lover. Of course, he wasn't an idiot. Why would a 20-year-old young lady like her go for an old man in his 50s like him? He knew what Relin wanted and what she was after, but Zolin had still been cherishing her. Besides, he had even recently finished experimenting with a slave contracting seal that would last forever after being etched, and had been hoping to use it on her when he had time. And yet Relin had gone missing before he could even carry out his shady plan. Unlike knights, mages were weaker than normal civilians after being restricted by mana-binding shackles. Also, since Relin was only at the level of a third-floor mage, it wasn't strange for her to lose to backstreet thugs if a bunch of them pounced on her at once. No. It must be a misunderstanding. There's no way there would be anyone crazy enough to touch mages from the tower. Knock knock. Is Professor Zolin inside? Who is it? I am Corinne, the guide assigned by the academy. Damn it. Come in. Zolin was already in a bad mood, and was put in a worse mood after seeing a stupid knight, a dog of the academy. What is it? Ah, you see. The young knight boy with a wild countenance handed over a box. Someone asked me to give you this box, Sir Zolin. What? I'm just doing what I was told, so I do not know the details. Please enjoy the rest of the day. When Corinne Lork left the room, Zolin ripped open the post box. Inside was a small video recording stone. It was a widely used magic item that recorded a specific area and left it as a record. Naturally, as a mage, Zolin knew how to use it. Click click. A video started to play once he tapped on the stone. The background of the video was a room that had gloomy wallpaper stuck on the walls. It was one of those cheap rooms in cheap inns that had nothing but a shabby bed. Up. UHP. UHP. Up. UHP. UHP. In the foreground of the video was Relin, tied and restricted by a rope. The ropes binding her accentuated the lines of her body, and her eyes were being covered by a black blindfold. It was clear that she was tied so badly that she couldn't even move an inch. That was when a man with short hair and big tattoos all over his body walked into the frame and approached her. He then screamed with his face covered by a mask. Thayut. A young and beautiful mage lady for me to enjoy. Orsama 3, Orsama myself in an arrogant way, super lucky. Thayut. A young and beautiful mage lady for me to enjoy. Orsama. Orsama myself in an arrogant way, super lucky. 4th floor black mage, Manroji. 3rd floor black mage, Relin. There was a reason why I kidnapped those specific people. It was because it was certain that none of these guys were Adeline the Golden Mage. Adeline, the Great Mage, was exceptionally skilled at changing their face and going in disguise. Even in the game, Adeline appeared with a different face every single time. It was impossible for the player to see through the disguise, and the Great Mage therefore served to be a nuisance all the way until the final battle. That Golden Mage was mixed within the group of 50 mages. It was impossible to see through the disguise, so we had to go by eliminating options. In the 4th arcade of the game, during the episode, Conflict with the Tower of Mages, there were a few proven mages that were most definitely not Adeline in disguise. First of them were the representatives of each cult, Elder Admelech and Elder Morishtan, and because they couldn't be too conspicuous, the head disciples, Professor Zolin and Professor Arkai were also ruled out. The rest of the mages apart from the 4 of them were potential candidates, but there was a way to rule out even more. That was by relying on side quests. The main characters of the quest, Love at an Old Age, Zolin and his partner Relin couldn't be Adeline, and the culprit of the quest, Hidden Tricks of a Gambler, Black Mage of the 4th floor, Manroji, was also not a candidate because he ended up in the jail by the player in the game. In addition to that were 14 other mages that were related to a few other side quests and those that would be defeated by the player in the main scenario of conflict with the Tower of Mages. That left 30 remaining candidates, which could potentially be the Great Golden Mage. I already knew roughly how they were planning on capturing Marie by interrogating Manroji and Rel Lin, but I couldn't get much from them because both of them were near the bottom when it came to hierarchy. In that case, the main character of the quest, Love at an Old Age, Red Mage of the 7th floor, Zolin. My next plan was to lure him out. And in order to do that. Now. Miss Rel Lin. Let's get started. Face the recording stone, and don't forget to drool a little bit. Ready. Action. What are you doing? Anything wrong? Rel Lin faced me with her reddened eyes. She didn't dare refuse the directions, and looked extremely hesitant and unwilling. I can't do it. Please, how can you tell me to read such an embarrassing script? Aish, far out. Do you want to get scolded by my Marie Nuna? Boo-hoo. The actress wasn't complying with the direction. On the other hand, unlike the sobbing Rel Lin, the boy with short hair, Jaeger Hinspeter, had a grin on his face and looked very enthusiastic. I got no complaints. Buddy, how many of these do we have to film? Look. Look at this wonderful example of a starting actor. Behave like a professional, no matter what role you are given. Corinne, so you are into this kind of stuff. I will keep that in mind for later. For the past few days, Zolin felt like going out of mind. Ever since the first day the post had been delivered to him, new recording stones had been placed in front of his room every day. Sound was the only thing he could take out from the recording stone. Those were extremely explicit, vulgar, and contained words that made it extremely easy to decipher what was going on. This is amazing. I wasted my life not knowing Physis. This is amazing. I wasted my life not knowing Physis. Yuhut. Young and beautiful wizard lady is the best. Warsama, super lucky. Yuhut. Young and beautiful wizard lady is the best. Warsama, super lucky. Agagok. Agagogok. Agagok. Agagogok. Oi. Where did your pride as a mage go? Koitsu, she gave up on being human. LOL. Oi. Where did your pride as a mage go? Koitsu, she gave up on being human. LOL. Stop. Corinne Lork. Former Earthian. A person from the MZ generation, who was used to every type of subculture, whether it be from the bright or the dark side of the internet. Naturally, it was inevitable for him to gain tolerance to NTR, the iconic element of the century. On the other hand, Zolin was completely different. He was like an innocent child compared to the MZ generation who had become corrupt by the numerous stimuli on the internet. Even though he was an evil person, he did not have the required tolerance to withstand NTR happening to himself. The only thing that was stopping him from reporting this to his master, Admalek, was because his partner was Rel Lin. The Tower of Mages appeared like a united organization from the outside, but each of the cults was in fact vigilant and wary of each other. It was inevitable for the cults to be in a bad relationship, because the allocation of their budget depended on their subjective achievement. Therefore, a mage at the level of a professor like him, revealing that he was in a sexual relationship with a mage from the 3rd floor of their rival, the Black Cult, was something that required him to put his career on the line. It was thus hard for Zolin to come out clean about his relationship with Rel Lin without one of them moving to the other cult. He was in the middle of thinking to himself when a voice seeped out of the recording stone. Zolin? Zolin? That man went somewhere else. Zolin? Zolin? That man went somewhere else. Huh? It was from the 3rd recording stone. The stone, which he thought had finished playing the audio, continued playing Rel Lin's rushed voice. Please help me. I am at the outskirts of the. Please help me. I am at the outskirts of the. Zolin quickly took out his note and started writing down what Rel Lin was telling him, in order to head to the place she was locked in. The protagonist of Love at an Old Age, Professor Zolin, stood up to save his lover, just like the protagonists of every other love story. Oi. I want to look around some parts of the city. Get ready by tomorrow. The next day, Zolin led a few other mages and looked for Corinne. It was to head to the place that Rel Lin had pointed out for him. All right. It might take some time though. Where would you like to go? Unfortunately, he did not see the smirk on the face of the guide assigned by the academy. The beasts pounced forth. Kicking off the ground, they sliced through the air, using their body as fuel. Their oppressive consecutive attacks and their daring fully offensive attacks, none of them were effective. Hack, hack. Ugh, I feel like throwing up. The two golden wolves gasped for breath, looking at the spearmen whom they could not reach. Your attacks are too honest and linear. Add in some irregular attacks and feints. Ugh, that's not that easy though. It's not like bro is that fast, why can't we land our attacks on him? I told you to call me big brother. Seriously anyway, let's take a break. Grab some water and relax. Corinne took the Ren and Ron siblings and sat on a chair inside the training room. You guys are working hard these days. So, do you see any improvements? I don't know. We're still losing to you, bro. It's nothing surprising for you to lose against me. The siblings were definitely strong. That was proven by the fact that they were at the level of grade 2 knights just because of their sheer physical capabilities despite living in the slums, away from martial arts until recently. Strength alone will not be enough to beat the real powerhouses, because theirs is the combination of technique and experience as well as their innate physical talents. Are you one of them, boss? You can say that. It wasn't an overstatement nor something coming from arrogance. Objectively speaking, Corinne was definitely on the stronger side. But even him just a weakling in front of the real monsters. Maybe not anymore though. Even you, bro? Let's see for example, Senior Marie. She has great skills as a mage, but her power as a vampire is truly on an unbelievable level. In terms of sheer mana capacity, she's probably around the level of the strongest mage in history. Apart from her, there's also Huaran. She is like a walking disaster, thanks to the unbreakable Vajra body that she was born with. There's probably very few people on this entire continent that could even cause injuries on her body. There is also Lady Josephine Clara, the frost giant of the Northern Kingdom, the great golden mage. There are numerous powerhouses in the world and compared to them, in merely just a single night. But I will still beat them in a real fight. The siblings had trouble understanding his paradoxical comment. Didn't you say you're weaker though? How can the weak beat the strong? It's simple. A fight is not like a math equation, and does not have a perfect result that is always the same. There could be a difference in mood. There could be an issue with landscape, equipment as well as compatibility, and having 10 power did not guarantee a victory against someone having 5 power. Strength isn't the only factor deciding the victor. Weaknesses, compatibility, mentality. You must make use of every element to attack at the weak points of your enemy. Fight wisely. Corinne gave the siblings advice, an explanation of how he was able to survive for so long. I don't know. But it was a difficult problem for the siblings. What he told them about was something that tended to bloom under extreme situations, in life-threatening moments of a fight. A big motivation was one of the necessary elements. Ren wants to protect Ron, and Ron wants to protect Ren, right? Yes. I will protect Ren. Of course. Having something to protect means you have something precious. Having something that must be protected meant that there was something that had to be overcome even at the cost of putting their life on the line several times on repeat. Because you see, humans tend to become stronger when they have a conviction to follow and a reason to do something. What is the thing that you want to protect then, boss? Ren asked, wondering what it was that someone this strong would have on his shoulders. An innately good person, a needlessly kind-hearted and stupidly honest boss. Why was it that someone like him was dying to get so much stronger? Everyone. His short and unhesitant reply made Ren gulp in response. It was because the weight and size of his words were way too heavy and enormous. Oblivious to that, Ron said while facing him with a bright smile and a gaze of admiration. Do you think you'll be able to become like you one day, bro? Someone stupid like me was able to do it. Of course you guys can. His words were true, he was being honest and genuine. The siblings were able to notice thanks to their inborn senses that Corinne wasn't telling a lie. If you hear how miserable and down to dirt I was when I first entered the battlefield, you guys wouldn't be able to believe it. The boy said with a smile, as if it was a funny memory to reflect on. However, Ren was still able to notice the faint trace of sorrow that was hiding under his smile. I was very immature and lost many things. Saying that, Corinne continued stroking their heads. How many trials had he gone through to reach this current state of being so carefree and broad-minded? How many life and death situations did he have to overcome? That was a story about his past, which the two of them had no clue of. Let me protect you guys, all the way until you turn into adults. That is my duty as an adult. Corinne added as he gazed at the two of them with a smile. They, however, weren't content with his words. It felt like he was reminding them once again how they were kids that had to be protected, and children that could not turn into adults anytime soon. Bro. I'm done resting. Get up, boss. We still have an hour until dinner. Very energetic, aren't we? I love it. Well, Senior Marie is the one in charge of dinner today, so. Despite having so much burden on his shoulders, the hero of the siblings stood up as if they were light, and the siblings wanted to jump down from his shoulders as quickly as possible. You know what, bro? I want to be like you one day. Not something I would recommend. That was his last piece of advice, but it wasn't enough to dissuade Ron from sincerely wanting to be like Corinne. Huck. Zolin gasped for breath as he shot his eyes wide open. He was in an unknown room, his entire body was restricted and there was a bracelet on his wrist. This. It was the mana-sealing artifact that the tower had brought in order to seal the vampire. It should have been hidden in his room back at the hotel, so why was it here on his wrist? Hoo-ah-ha, ha, ha, ha. Ha. Who is it? From the door of the dark and gloomy room, someone walked closer towards him. It was a young man with a wild countenance, and hopping behind him was a girl with sky-blue-colored hair. Why, you bastard. After getting Rellen's SOS sign, Zolin took a few trusted disciples and headed to the location. It was because he didn't want his relationship with Rellin to be revealed. However, Zolin and the mages were attacked there, by that man wielding a silver spear. Being a grade 1 mage, Zolin was naturally not someone weak enough to be unable to protect himself from harm. But the last thing he remembered was his flames disappearing without a trace and that man attacking them with his silver spear. Why, you bastard. Do you know who I? SHHHH, everyone says the same thing, so let's not waste time. By the way, we are going to now spend a very fun time together, friend. Corinne Lorque said with an evil smirk on his face. Senior Marie. N. Marie hopped forward while carrying something mysterious in her hands. Bubble bubble. The black stone pot in her hands was steaming, looking like a bubbling volcano that was ready to erupt any time. What is that thing? It's clotted blood soup. It'll taste amazing. Kuhum. Marie coughed with a blush on her face. She handed the pot of congealed blood soup over to Corinne. It will be very delicious. Are you planning to kill me? Oh, of course not. We just have a few questions for you. And while we are at it, we might harass you a little. Torturing me won't get you. It might be a bit painful. We weren't holding back with the high-quality, concentrated blood after all. What do you UHP? Up. His mouth was forced open as chunks of congealed blood were shoved into his mouth. Just like, more and more of the vampire's blood was forced down his throat. After having 10 bowls worth of congealed blood shoved into his mouth, Zolin started to growl while tilting left and right like a drunk man. Looks like another ghoul. Yeah. There were 2 types of vampire familiars. Virgins turned into a Dracule or a Draculina and non-virgins turned into ghouls. The difference between the two of them was that Dracules had the ability to inherit their original strength as well as the power of their owner, whereas ghouls were like consumables. Losing all their strength, they would reduce to being just tougher versions of zombies. They were lowly beasts that could not even retain their rationality from the days they were a human, without having it restored by their owner. Like, why are they all non-virgins? How am I the only innocent and pure one in this beautiful world? Wouldn't it be a problem on its own if he was a virgin till that age? It's the same for everyone else though. Well, apparently some people these days do it even before entering middle school. What has the world come to? Just letting you know, I never even held a guy's hand apart from my dad. Yeah, I figured. You figured? What do you mean by that? Forcing himself to look away from her circular, wide-open eyes, Corinne changed the topic. Anyway, 10 chunks of clotted blood to change, he took a lot more than the other guys. I guess it's because he has a higher resistance to magic. Even with the restricting bracelet on, it did take a lot longer than expected. I suppose 5 bowls is about the minimum for the change to occur. It's about time for me to be careful as well. Yoon? Corinne? What do you mean by that? I've never given you any congealed blood soups or blood sausages using my own blood. Yes, of course. What was with that pause? You don't trust me, do you? It took a while for him to settle down the girl with heavily flushed cheeks, who was about to explode at any moment. More importantly, can you please recover this guy's sanity? He probably knows a lot more, so I have a lot of questions for him. After all, he shouldn't be able to lie now that he's become your familiar. KNNI, it's a ghoul, so this doesn't count. Marie vowed to herself that her first Dracula familiar would be someone specific and no one else. What's your name? What's your name? Zalin, my name is Zalin. Zalin, my name is Zalin. Someone covering their face with a bandana replied to each and every question of the one filming him. Among them were few questions that might be harmful to the Tower of Mages, and yet Zalin seemed fully obedient. Tell me about the plan, Zalin. Why have you come to this city? Tell me about the plan, Zalin. Why have you come to this city? To kidnap Marie Dinareff and assassinate Chairman Ariu Kazar. To kidnap Marie Dinareff and assassinate Chairman Ariu Kazar. Why? Why? It's. Answer me. Answer me. Answer me. Answer me. The one behind the video recording stone bellowed at him. The screen shook as the man violently thrashed Zalin around. His peculiar laugh and violent actions caused Zalin to open his mouth with a shiver. He spoke of everything. Starting from their plans, to their objective, the reasoning, and he even mentioned the presence of the Great Golden Mage. How crazy. Everything's going crazy. Right? Lord Adeline? How crazy. Everything's going crazy. Right? Lord Adeline? The screen moved as the one filming the footage voluntarily showed himself. The man with the makeup of long, stretched-out lips, a white face and the clothes of a clown, looked into the eyes of all the mages of the tower through the screen. Professor Zalin. And let's see, how many weaklings do I have? 1, 2, 3 around 6? I have all of them. I only want one thing. Professor Zalin. And let's see, how many weaklings do I have? 1, 2, 3 around 6? I have all of them. I only want one thing. Give me enough gold coins to fill a whole boat. Otherwise, I will cut off the fingers of all of these mages, one after another. This guy will be the start. Give me enough gold coins to fill a whole boat. Otherwise, I will cut off the fingers of all of these mages, one after another. This guy will be the start. No. Help me. Walk. No. Help me. Walk. Ooh-hee-hee. Ooh-ha-ha-ha. Ooh-hee-hee. Ooh-ha-ha-ha. Walk. Way-a-hack. That marked the end of the footage. The room filled with mages from the tower fell silent. The entire group, which now had 7 less than what they started with, had trouble finding the right words to say. Mages of the tower, 5. Mages of the tower, 5. Zalin, that stupid fool. The leader of the Red Cult, Elder Admalek, released his blazing mana in an attempt to quench his burning fury. He used to call the mages of the Black Cult fools and mocked them when they had gone missing, but he didn't have the room for that anymore. He might have ignored it if it was a mage from a lower floor, but the problem was that Professor Zalin, the hostage, was a direct disciple of Elder Admalek. Zalin was in the 7th floor, which was right beneath Elder Admalek's 8th floor, and that in turn meant that he was the future elder of the Red Cult. Although most of the mages in the tower treated their disciples like trash, head disciples of elders were a different story. They were extremely valuable successors. He was the disciple handpicked by Elder Admalek out of dozens of prodigies with enormous mana capacities, raised and nurtured carefully for dozens of years. Elder Admalek could not afford to lose him just like this. I do admit that Zalin's a fool, but we must still save him. Admalek genuinely admitted Zalin's mistake and requested the help of the Black Cult, which was not received very well by the Black Mages. The head disciple of Elder Morishtan, Archai of the Black Cult, opened his mouth. This is something that concerns the Red Cult. There is no responsibility for us black cult to. Shut up, brat. I am not talking to you. Abimelech turned his gaze to the leader of the black cult, Elder Morishtan. The ones in charge of making decisions were the elders of each cult, and Elder Abimelech did not see the need to listen to the peasants below him. We will help. Master? This is not an issue concerning one specific cult. He has figured out our goal. It is as you say. Who in the world is he? There were too many unanswered questions. Who was the clown inside the footage, and did he tell others about it? That was when one of the medium-level mages of the Red Cult carefully raised his opinion to Abimelech. Master, since he's requesting gold coins, how about we try putting together funds? Nonsense. The tower will not negotiate with such scoundrels. His pride as one of the elders of the Tower of Mages did not allow him to obediently give him money. Even though saving his head disciple was very important, Abimelech did not want to bend his pride for it either. If he leaks the information, that will ruin our great plan. I know that already. Although Abimelech didn't mention it because of his pride, gathering enough money wasn't that easy either. They had traveled a long distance from the Tower of Mages to get to the academy. Where would they find and prepare that much money? We still have time, we must look for him. We will need people to look into this guy's whereabouts. Fortunately, the second princess has entered the academy, so I suppose we should request the princess for some aid. I agree. There was still some time left in their hands. The mages of the tower decided to find the clown before anything. Now, they must be feeling rushed and hasty. There were mainly 3 things that the tower could do at this stage in time. Ignore the video and move in groups and discard the hostages. Prepare enough money as requested. Find the clown and settle the score. As for number 1, it was impossible. At least not for Elder Abimelech of the Red Cult. Zalin, who was currently in my hands, was still the one and only successor of the Red Cult despite appearing rather stupid. After entering the tower, the mages would discard their surnames and display themselves by their names and their cults. For Abimelech, the Red Cult was his family, and his asset as one who had dedicated his life to the path of magic. There was no way that he would abandon his successor that easily. Number 2 wasn't a realistic option either. The mages of the tower were elitists and personified versions of ego and pride. For them, this kidnapping incident would be one that brought about fury and thoughts of revenge, and would not see the clown as someone to negotiate with. And that's why I gave them a week. Inevitably, the only option they would choose was option number 3. Looking for the clown and making the clown pay for their actions would probably be the only option in their minds. And that raised a question: how would they try looking for me? They might request the Intelligence Guild or look for clues themselves, but the easiest method was going straight to Princess Miriam.th Sourk of this Condi/ntn/o/v/l by n. Can you please do that for me, Junior? The boy in front of me, the descendant of Hassassin, replied after a short silence. Asking me to monitor a princess of the royal family all of a sudden, is this not a serious offense that might drop my head? That is why I am asking you specifically, Junior. If it's you, you'll never be caught and you will be all right. I swear I remember you telling me to walk the path of a knight just recently, though. Rashid seemed dumbfounded by my request, but it was understandable, considering how I suddenly came to him and was asking him to monitor Princess Miriam and tell me what conversation she would have with mages from the tower. It was a rather illegal request. My dear Junior, I shouted while grabbing tightly onto the shoulders of Rashid ad-Din Mustali. What exactly is a knight? What is the heart of chivalry? What are you talking about all of a sudden? Saving the weak, doing what is just, and keeping justice is what chivalry is all about. Doth thou disagree? What is wrong with you? Doth thou disagree? No. You're right. In other words, it's okay for the procedure to be slightly cowardly. Like, isn't that pure sophistry? Isn't being righteous and fair also a part of chivalry? Righteousness to righteousness. But evil to evil. That's how it is. But still, surveilling a royal princess is. No. That's not it. Your job is not about surveilling a princess. It's about monitoring the mages from the tower. Isn't that the same thing? Everything depends on how you phrase it. Taking out a pouch of gold coins from my pocket, I placed it in his hands. That's the advance payment. I will give you the same amount if you bring me the requested information. Thank you very much for your patronage. In the end, Rashid accepted my request. Since he just left the nest of assassins, he was pretty much broke and the money I offered as payment was probably too much for him to ignore. Now, all I had to do was wait for the tower to get in contact with Princess Miriam. Looking at the purple suit and the makeup of a clown, Miriam would be able to immediately notice the identity of the culprit in an instant. The fact that the culprit was me, Corinne Lorque, who had been using the same disguise in the hunting grounds, would be as clear as day for her. At that point, there would be no reason for Miriam to not tell the tower about my identity. Because the tower was one of her greatest sponsors, the decline of their power also equated to the decline of her status and position. Everything I had done until now was to induce them into attacking me for a one big sweep. My goal was to wipe them all out at once, but... oh dear. I wonder who this is. What a terrifying-looking clown. Oh dear. I wonder who this is. What a terrifying-looking clown. Unlike my expectations, Miriam did not say a single thing about my identity. What was going on? The tower has been quite rowdy recently. In the chairman's office, Master Erin opened her mouth while lifting the cup of tea to her mouth. As you expected, the tower seems to have noticed that we were related to the kidnapping incident of the mages. But the problem is that they didn't fall for the bait. Miriam did not give any clues to the mages from the tower who came visiting her to show the footage. She simply did not tell them that I was the culprit. Why do you think she did that? Maybe she saw through it? But she still should have said it in that case, don't you think? She might have noticed Rashid, but was that even possible? Even I, who was aware of his ability to conceal his presence, had to engrave several runes of perception around me to notice him. There shouldn't be any methods for Princess Miriam to see through Rashid's stealth, so why did she do that? Was it to side with me? That made even less sense. Mira was a cold-hearted and calculated person. She wasn't the type to discard something that was already on her side, just because of something that could eventually take her side. Anyway, it looks like your plan A has failed, student Corinne. At this rate, they'll probably do something in the mid-sems. That was what I had been hoping to avoid at all costs. According to the original storyline, the mages of the tower would create a commotion in the middle of the mid-sem exams, which would result in a horrible disaster. Since they had already familiarized themselves with the structure of the academy and the locations of several facilities including the laboratory, the black mages would drop tons of chimeras and undeads at once, while the red mages would set every building on fire to add to the chaos. Meanwhile, Elder Morishtan and Elder Admalek would kidnap Marie, who was locked up in the basement of the academy, and Lord Adeline would assassinate the chairman. That was the original storyline of the game. On top of that, the damage done to the students would be even more amplified by Adeline's magic. My goal was to prevent this from happening altogether. Wearing the outfit of a clown, I would create a fuss in the hunting grounds to etch my appearance into Princess Miriam's mind, and send a video of a similar clown to the mages. I was going to go out on an external mission and use that to lure in all the mages after they started monitoring me, but the prerequisites of Plan A ended up crumbling to pieces by Princess Miriam not telling them about my identity. Let me do it. But since Plan A has failed, isn't it time to change to Plan B? I will draw the eyes of the mages. No. We can't have the king stepping in already. 80 years ago, Tates Valtazer had sealed Erin in the Shadow Palace, and the only reason she was able to attend the matters of the material world was thanks to the puppet, Ariu Khazar. If the puppet were to be broken, Master wouldn't be able to safely intervene in the matters of this world and in the end. It is all right. Even if this body is to be broken, I can break out of the seal. The seal has weakened considerably in the span of 80 years. And that was what I hated. In the last iteration, and even back in the game, that was what made Erin lose her life. My goal in this iteration was to have her remain inside the shell of Ariu Khazar without giving her even the slight chance to personally leave the palace. Before Tates Valtazer could be crowned to being the new king, he had to kill Erin Danua, the current queen of paradise. In order to prevent that from happening altogether, my plan was to have her exiled in the Shadow Palace until I managed to kill Valtazer. I believe it is right for me to bear the burden with this spare body, instead of putting student Marie at risk. There were no justifications for me to turn her down. After all, that was the Plan B we had decided with, and using Plan B was unavoidable now that Plan A had failed. Before that, let me do something first. What is it? The sudden appearance of Princess Miriam and her inexplicable actions had acted as a variable, but in this iteration and in this current time frame, there was another variable that could work in our favor. Let's flip the whole stage over, and force them into doing something. Elder Morishtan of the Tower of Mages. You are under arrest for illegal human experiments, and charged for murder, abduction, and confinement. On the way to the academy, it was when the mages from the tower were walking to the academy as always when they suddenly appeared out of nowhere. As a result, the front gates of the academy became a ground of confrontation of roughly 40 mages and people wearing sacred garments and armors. Paladins of the New Faith. What do you think you are doing? They were the armed forces of the New Faith that rivaled the Templar Knights of the Old Faith. They were the symbol of strength in the New Faith, and it was outside of everyone's expectations for them to suddenly appear before the mages of the tower. Elder Morishtan, the leader of the Black Cult, gazed at the paladins before him. As the leader of the Black Cult, he had always been the one in the lead when it came to human experiments with a bunch of such experiences in his hands. However, mages of the tower had always been the target of suspicion and the key was in evidence. And Elder Morishtan was confident that he had already cleaned up and concealed everything that he had done. Do not resist and receive the verdict, Elder Morishtan. You are under a significant allegation of being a heretic. Nonsense. The Tower of Mages does not belong to any nation. No one can arrest us, not even holy knights. The mages of the tower retaliated against the paladins in one voice, as both sides turned more and more aggressive. The holy knights were here to arrest the leader of one of their symbolic cults, which was naturally met with significant resistance. Both sides were incredibly powerful. A conflict of the two forces would be devastating and could even escalate to a war of religion. Everyone. Please stop. It was then. A girl appeared and started walking up from behind the paladins. She was the harmony of pure white and gold, the one and only of the New Faith. Saintess Estelle. Estelle Hadassah El Rath. She was here to intervene in the volatile situation. What is this about, Your Highness Estelle? Is Your Highness planning on harassing us, the Tower of Mages? Professor Arkai, the head disciple of Morishtan, raised his voice. The Tower of Mages was by no means weaker than the New Faith in both strength and authority. It was impossible for them to arrest a leader of a cult based on allegations alone. Of course, I, as the Saintess, fully acknowledge the prestige and rights of the Tower. However, there has been a heavy allegation against Elder Morishtan. Since there has been a report, there is a need to look into the matter. You cannot do this without even having proof. Of course, we do have proof. With a wide smile on her face, Estelle took out documents and a recording stone. They were the evidence and a recording of the place that Corinne Lorque had told them about. This. Even Morishtan was dumbfounded looking at the obvious pieces of evidence sitting right before his eyes. This was the footage of his secret laboratory that no one should know about. He only visited the laboratory with the help of his familiar and made sure nobody knew about his presence or the location of the lab, so how did the New Faith know about it? Why, you're framing. Be quiet. Our order carries out rightful inquisitions in accordance with the rules forged by the Lord and the royalty. When Estelle said that out loud with a cross in her hands, blinding light surged out of her body and threatened to blind their eyes despite the sun being high up in the sky. It was a radiant yet warm ray of light, a cleansing miracle, cleaning everything evil in existence. The light emanating out of Estelle was the very proof that she was being loved by the gods. Saintess Estelle. Just from a single prayer, the necromancers walking down the evil and wicked path were made to swallow their pain. Ahuk. Staring at them, the Saintess of the New Faith, Estelle, said with a sadistic smile on her face. Are you coming? Or do you need to be bashed up first? Her last words were truly unbefitting of a saintess, but were enough to make the mages of the tower surrender. Those damned bastards of the New Faith. The mages of the tower were very down. The leader of the Black Cult, Morishtan, had been seized by the New Faith for allegations of human experiments, which was on a whole different scale to third-rate. Mages and the head disciple being kidnapped. How bad is our luck? We need to stop our plan. How dare these scoundrels interrupt the great path of magic? The hot-tempered mages of the Red Cult were infuriated, whereas those of the Black Cult appeared extremely gloomy. Losing their leader Morishtan was a big blow to their confidence. More importantly, the problem bigger than the blow to their confidence was their lack of power. Their targets, Marie Dinareff and Chairman Ariu Kazar, were both powerhouses at the unique grade. Having several mages at the level of an elder was a must when capturing such individuals, and besides, it was originally supposed to be Elder Morishtan's job to capture Marie Dinareff, and hence they were lost as to what to do. Professor Arkai, what do we do now? Morishtan's head disciple, Professor Arkai, was agonized. He could only think of one plan that could save them out of this trouble. We must continue the plan with haste. Before Master gets taken to the sacred lands of the new faith, we need to burn the academy and save him in the midst of that chaos. Shut your nonsense. Professor Arkai. We already had our hands full with that stupid clown. What plan is there to continue with at this point? We must quickly return to the tower. The foremost reason why our plan was revealed was because one of your professors revealed everything to that clown. You have your side of the responsibility to this matter, Red Cult. What was that? You filthy necrophiles. Is that all you have to say, you damn arsonists? The quarrel between the two cults escalated as they started raising their voices. No longer able to leave them be, Elder Admalek created soaring flames that settled both parties down. Cook? Elder Admalek? His flames emerged without him even chanting a spell, and yet they were powerful enough to almost break through their defensive robes. It was an overwhelming display of firepower, capable of suppressing dozens of mages at once. What was even more surprising was that the flames were focused only on the mages, without affecting anything else in the room. This is not a marketplace, you fools. Sorry sir. Please have mercy. All the mages yielded at the face of Admalek's flames. It might have been possible for them to withstand the spells of a professor-level mage, but someone at the level of an elder had the power to wipe most of them out as if they were ants. After settling the mages down, Admalek quietly looked into the eyes of each and every one of them before shouting with a sonorous voice. Lord Adeline. There was a reason why the higher-ranked mages, who considered the low-grade mages as insects, had been letting everyone participate in the conference. It was because the Great Golden Mage was in disguise as one of the lower-grade mages. Admalek shouted, with not a single doubt, that Lord Adeline was among them. Now that Elder Morishtan has been arrested, it is impossible for this old man to do this alone. I will have to ask for your direct assistance. The room turned silent. No one stepped up calling themselves Adeline, but that was natural because Adeline wouldn't have even bothered to go under disguise if he or she was going to reveal themselves this easily. Creak. Tadak. It was then. Every metal in the room, starting from pens, badges to staves, and everything with even the slightest hint of metal, started to move by themselves. What is going on? Who's using magic? They turned to one another, but none of them were able to even guess who the one using magic was, not even Elder Admalek. Click. Soon, the metals stopped moving in the air. They formed a sentence, giving a direction to the mages of the tower. Seal the witch. Seal the witch. The plan was revealed and key personnel were captured, but the central figure of this great plan, the Great Golden Mage, gave a simple command. Carry on with the plan. Northwest of Merkarva. In a small shed of a village called Lamet is one of the markers of the witch. Northwest of Merkarva. In a small shed of a village called Lamet is one of the markers of the witch. There were a very few people who knew about the locations of the markers that Josephine Clara the Dimensional Witch had placed all over the world for long-distance teleportations. The first one was Josephine herself. The second was her benefactor and the queen who was exiled into paradise, Arandanua. And lastly, there was also Tates Valtazer. He had played a big role 80 years ago in crushing the Tower of Mages alongside Josephine and Arandanua. As a former comrade, it was nothing strange for him to be aware of the locations of Josephine's markers. We're here. Elder Admalek, the leader of the Red Cult, arrived at an abandoned shed along with 10 of his disciples. It was a small abandoned cathedral that looked more like a shed, covered in a bunch of weeds due to lack of maintenance. Despite being run down, it was still here because of the owner's strong rejection against redevelopment. According to Lord Adeline, it was said that inside the chimney of this old shed was the hidden marker. We have found it, Master. His disciples brought the marker, and Admalek was going to use this marker to summon Josephine. We will now engrave the magic circle of sealing. 10 mages along with Admalek started engraving a magic circle onto the shed. The magic circle created in collaboration of 10 mages and an elder meant it was strong enough to restrict even the dimensional witch. She might be able to resist if this was during a fight when she was vigilant, but that was certainly not going to be the case. Before long, the magic circle was complete and Abimelech exploded a condensed ball of mana inside the rune-carved marker. Chairman. In the next instant, the dimension cracked open as a young, blonde-haired beauty appeared from the cracks. She seemed to have hurried here to help the only one who should be aware of this marker. Why, you are? But what she found instead were 10 red mages. As soon as they saw Josephine, they immediately activated the magic circle. Warwick. Devilish flames started to surround her in the blink of an eye. Josephine shot out her own mana to stop the flames from approaching her, but she nevertheless ended up being imprisoned inside the fiery prison. Elder Abimelech. What do you think you are doing? Hoo-hoo. You are too naive, witch. Abimelech clicked his tongue while looking at Josephine, who was locked inside flames. I was looking forward to a battle against the historical mage, but what a shame. You. How are you going to take responsibility for this? Humph. There's no need. The tower will no longer be confined by the worthless rules of the world. What do you mean? Sacrifices are a must for the progress of the great discipline of magic. You say we have to respect the lowly organisms that cannot even learn magic? Protect them? Since when has human rights and ethics been a part of the question when researching the great path of magic? Abimelech constantly erupted in fury. Considering his fiery temperament, it was actually commendable that he had been able to hold himself back until now. The end of the witch hunt. The end of the tower's monopoly over magic education. Due to the appearance of the Guardian Academy and a strong shift of centralization, the Tower of Mages had their strength and authority taken away from them time after time. Besides, demi-humans who used to be treated as monsters, started being treated like humans with human rights. The new world shall dawn on us all. The filthy peasants and livestock shall be devoured, and only the chosen ones will be allowed onto the ark, setting off for the new world. You have gone crazy. 80 years. Roughly 80 years had gone by since the Tower of Mages had been half demolished, and yet even now, the tower was trying to regain their monopoly, overwhelming authority, and rights that used to allow them to carry out heinous acts. After being forced to see their horrendous true form again, Josephine was once again appalled by how selfish and self-centered of a group they were. How could they actually plan to do something so horrible just because of some outdated ideologies? It is a shame that I cannot be a part of this historical event, but if it is me, I shall be able to maintain this seal for 3 days. 3 days. That would be more than enough time for the other group to kill Chairman Ariu on his way back after a meeting with the Guardian Alliance, and kidnap the unique grade vampire roaming around the campus. It won't take 3 days. Maybe 3 minutes at best. That was when a figure suddenly appeared at the entrance of the shed. The light created by the prison of flames brightened up the entrance and the person standing in front of it, revealing the wild countenance and smile on his face. Whether he was an enemy here to interfere with their plans or a simple passerby who dropped by to see what was happening did not matter. This place was now a land belonging to the Tower of Mages. Flame Dog. Abimelech showered his fiery temperament at the one who suddenly intervened in their plan. The medium-grade spell of a hound carrying heat and impact started racing across the floor, ready to swallow him at any given moment. The rampaging flames were looking like they would mercilessly burn him down, but... What? The dog, made of flames that were supposed to burn his skin down, started being sucked into him. Seeing something that incomprehensible happen right before their eyes, the mages of the tower stepped back in fright. Kill him. Kill that guy. Urged by his instincts that warned him of the danger, the old man immediately let out a shout. In response, the 10 mages chanted their spells and summoned a merciless torrent of fire that started burning down the shed. You know, even higher grade mages are useless when they're against a bad opponent. Along with a leisurely comment, the man started absorbing the scorching stream of flames. Impossible. Abimelech could not hide the shock on his face. It would have made sense if he had blocked the attack, but what happened then wasn't at the level of blocking. Was that complete resistance? No, it was even more than that. It was like an authority that reigned over fire itself. How could there be such an overpowered ability? I don't care if you're an elder or not. You can't beat me as long as you use fire. Divinity of the sun. Ergetlam approached them, dispersing onto them the heat of the sun. The power of the sun is certainly quite amazing, Josephine said in awe, while looking at the mages on the ground. The sun, Clayum Solace. One of the 4 great treasures of Danan's, and the cherished treasure of the great Ergetlam. Corinne had used only a small portion of that strength, and yet the mages of the tower weren't able to beat him. In fact, it was hard to even call that a fight. It's only because the sun is a complete counter to the red cult. I won't be able to beat the other elders without the sun being high up in the air at least. He sounded nonchalant, but in turn that meant that he was able to defeat the 9 elders of the Tower of Mages whenever he so desired as long as the sun was up. Even Josephine herself would have to consume a lot of mana to beat an elder, and yet. It's not only the red cult. The sun has the power to cleanse evil, so the black cult, which tended to make use of undeads of chimeras, won't be a match for him either. You knew about this incident with the tower, and were preparing for it from the start, weren't you? How was that even possible? It was as if he could foresee the future. Josephine had a lot of doubts and questions, but swallowed them without bothering to voice them out loud. I will save the world. I will save the world. He had an aspiration too big for normal people to shoulder. Considering how he had voluntarily put that task on his shoulders, it was safe to say that everything he did was for that purpose and for that purpose alone. Student Corinne. If our assumptions are right, then the next target would be. It would be Senior Marie. I have put enough measures there. It would be wonderful if everything went according to plan. It will. I will save everyone. His last words sounded like a reminder for himself. Ren. Ren. Wake up. Uam Orboni. 1 more minute. We have a prac lesson today. Bro said we have to wake up early, remember? Ugh. Due to Ron rocking her body back and forth, Ren had to wake up while rubbing her eyes. What time is it? 8 o'clock. 8 o'clock ought. Ren quickly woke up in fright. They were going to be late at this rate. The girl ran around in a hurry while saying whatever that popped up in her mind to her younger twin brother. Why didn't you wake me up earlier? I just woke up. She dashed straight to the bathroom. There were a bunch of things to do. She had to brush her teeth, take a shower, change her clothes, take the bag, and run to the venue. Did you wash your face? Not yet. Then hurry up. NN. The reason why the Wolf siblings were in so much of a hurry was because it was their prac lesson today. Is everyone here? At the front entrance of the academy, Professor Orjan Rentry, who was in charge of the freshmen this year, showed off his dense muscles while looking through the assembly of students. Ran and Ron aren't here yet. One of the students alerted the professor about the absence of their peers. When Orjan was right about to turn to his watch. We are here, ee. So sorry, ee. The Wolf siblings screamed from a distance while sprinting as fast as they could. They were in so much hurry that they had even half-beastified themselves and were running on all fours. You are late, Student Ren. Student Ron. Sorry sir. Be more mindful next time. A good guardian is not only skilled but they also need to be punctual. Yes sir. Orjan did not feel like scolding the siblings, who were considerably smaller than their peers. Beastmen's physical growth depended on their mental development, and the fact that they were that small meant that their mental ages were just that young. Professor Orjan was someone who was relatively generous to children. Now, let us depart. A reminder, the mission we have on our hands is the annihilation of the demonic beasts that have nested themselves on the western mountain range. Off you go to the magic carriage station. HIA. Heaving a sigh of relief that they weren't scolded that much for being late, Ran and Ron started walking after their peers from the back. Sniff sniff HNN? Ron sniffed and looked around. Seeing that, Ren asked him. What's wrong? NN, I thought I smelled something strange. Something strange? Yeah, the smell of rotten corpses. It's faint but. You dummy. Why would there be corpses in the academy? Right? What the siblings did not know was that there were eyes looking at them from a distance. Thank you, young miss. It's nothing. That wasn't anything difficult. On the official opening day of Dinner of Fresh Produce, Marie visited the shop as the oldest daughter of the family. Hugh. Trying her best to hide the look of nervousness on her face, Marie calmly walked towards the academy. The mages of the tower had 2 goals in this visit. One was the murder of Chairman Ariu Khazar, and the other was the abduction of Marie Dinareff. There were some problems with the plan due to the unexpected actions of Princess Miriam, but Corinne immediately came up with another plan. After sending the chairman outside using the excuse of external affairs, they waited until the enemy started with Josephine Clara's sealing plan. At the same time, they sent Marie Dinareff outside to lure them into attacking her. Huaran Alishare latst ch/p/ters on n/v/l b I c/m. Of course, there were enough safety measures put in place. Her way back to the academy was escorted by a bunch of elites and mages like Huaran, Professor Heyman Welsh and Professor Lalara Mars waiting in the distance for the potential attack from the tower. Grey Golden Mage, Adeline was one of the very few people who could suppress a unique grade vampire. However, it was certain that even Adeline wouldn't be able to defeat the combination of the academy's elites. Clock Tower. It won't be here. There are too many eyes. From a crowded area to less crowded places, Marie intentionally moved to areas that were easier to be attacked at. Visiting a shady fortune teller at the alleyway, she received love advice and walked through the platform of unmanned magic carriages. Those were the best places to attack at, and yet there were no signs of movement from the mages. Are they being that prudent? She walked past the unmanned magic carriage platforms. This was the best place for them to attack, and yet there was no one. On the way from the city to the academy, she intentionally used the road that was more common for magic carriages to travel in, instead of using the road for people. It has to be here. This was the last place for them to attack. The road for carriages had dense trees on the sides of the road and was the perfect spot for them to capture her and leave the city while hiding from the eyes of the academy. Doggo. Marie called her familiar, who growled in response from her shadows in preparation for the attack. The demonic dog howling in her shadows was fully prepared to rip the attacker into pieces. Before long, there were 100 feet left to the entrance. She could now see guards checking the visitors of the academy. 70 feet until the main entrance. She spotted some students quarreling with the guards. It seemed that they had been caught out after sneaking out of the academy without a valid pass. 50 feet until the entrance. This was dangerous. It seemed that the attackers were trying to involve the nearby students and guards. 30 feet left until the main entrance. When were they going to attack? 10 feet until the entrance. Soon, she arrived at the academy. Huh? Until the very end, there was not a single mage attacking Marie. Hua. Ren. Look. I caught a massive boar. Humph. I got a bigger one, see? In the mountain where they had come for the prac lesson, Ren and Ron were hunting the fawn boars inhabiting the western mountain ranges under the guidance of Professor Orjan. By the way, Ron. Isn't this strange? What is? They said there's supposed to be a lot of them here because they're in their mating season, right? So much so that Professor Dana bought a bunch of them for an experiment last year. I think so? So why are there so few of them? The mountains were quiet. From what they heard beforehand, there were supposed to be so many fawn boars in this time of the year because of their breeding season, and there were supposed to be enough boars to flock the entire mountain from the foot, and yet even after climbing halfway up the mountain, all they saw were a few of them. Hua. You're right. Maybe they were over-exaggerating it to scare us. There's no way. That was when a thick odor rode the wind into their noses. The wolf siblings, due to having a sensitive sense of smell, were able to notice the identity of the smell in an instant. Rotten meat? It was the smell of rotten flesh that threatened to pierce through the nose, which they had gotten used to during their life at the slums. The moment they noticed what that smell was. Kurek. Kurak. The death throes of a pig echoed across and the ground shook as if there was an earthquake. The freshman students who had been in the middle of the prac lesson turned their eyes to the top of the mountain in search for the origin of the sound. What the hell is that? At the end of their gazes were a bunch of indescribably horrendous boars with torn-apart flesh, dangling eyeballs, and smushed fangs. A torrent of corpses was flooding down the mountain at the students. Because of their characteristic breeding speed and omnivorous nature, fawn boars were one of the grade 4 demonic beasts that required the most maintenance. The only reason they weren't fully eradicated despite being the #1 cause of farmland damage was because finding their nests that were usually hidden at various areas of the mountain was by no means an easy task. But during the breeding season, those that lost in the competition for food tended to leave the mountain in search of things to eat, and defeating them was the role of the Guardian Academy students. This year shouldn't be very different from how it was last year until just 5 minutes ago. That was the impression that Professor Orjan had been under. Professor. There are way too many Fong boars. Everyone. Create a formation around me. Fight together. Protect those around you. Professor Orjan used his weapon to bisect the Fong boars pouncing at his students. Is everyone here? Let me call your names out. Student Randolph. Yes. I'm here. One by one, he called the names of the 22 students, but noticed there were some missing. Where's Student Ren and Student Ron? I am not sure. I saw them down there before. It was too far. Although Professor Orjan had the power to break through the group of Fong boars by himself, the problem was the kids that would be left behind during the process. It might have been alright if these were second-year students, but it was seriously questionable whether the freshman students that had just entered the academy would be able to last through by themselves this without panicking or not. In that case, we will slowly make our way there. Mages stand in the middle, and knights protect the front and the back. They're nothing but grade 4 beasts. Calm yourselves down, and we can definitely stand our ground against them. He couldn't discard any of his students. Orjan took the lead while comforting the group of freshman kids following him from behind. Follow Professor. Fong boars are nothing. Just stab them once and they'll be dead. What was fortunate at the very least was that the freshman students had decent weapons. Normally, most of the new students tended to use low-grade weapons until they could afford a better one, but thanks to one generous senior, all of them had at least a medium-grade weapon. Good weapons meant an easier time cutting through the flesh of demonic beasts, and despite the sloppy weapon masteries of the new students, the demons were all cut up to pieces with relative ease. Nice. We are getting there. No, you're not. It was when Orjan was dicing through the Fong boars with his axe, that cursed arrows started falling towards him. Magic? Orjan deflected the arrows with his axe. He managed to block all the arrows, which were only low-grade spells, but his face didn't look too good due to the appearance of an enemy force. Mages. By the time he noticed it, gloomy-looking people wearing big robes were surrounding him and the freshman students. Professor. The Fong boars aren't attacking the mages. I knew it. So you were the ones behind this, huh? The black mages were surrounding them with hundreds of Fong boars waiting behind. It was clear where they were from without even needing to ask it. Why are the mages of the tower attacking us? This is clearly a strict violation of the treaty. The mages were completely silent in response, rendering every attempted conversation meaningless. What exactly is their goal? Swallowing the unresolvable doubt inside, Professor Orjan tightly held onto his axe. There were way too many of them. Boars were on every side. Jumping around left and right, the wolf siblings had already bashed up dozens of boars to death. There's too many. Do you want water? No. You drink it, Ren. Due to overworking themselves because of the constant streak of fights, the siblings had to gasp for breath as they glanced around their surroundings. The entire mountain range was filled with the death throes of pigs and the smell of rotten blood. Do you think the professor and the other kids are all right? Now's not the time to worry about them. The two of them were the ones in the most precarious situation right now. This is weird. The Fong boar smell off. Right? Same. It feels like my nose is about to rot away. Thanks to their superior sense of smell, the wolf siblings were able to sense the smell of rotten flesh from the corpses of the Fong boars. That was strange, considering how it had only been a few minutes since their death. For now, let's head down. Let's run as fast as we can and ask for. We can't let you do that. Suddenly, a group appeared from the woods and stopped the siblings in their path. They were the black mages of the tower, the disciples of Morishtan, including Professor Arkai. Why, you are. Tower of Mages, why? Ran and Ron couldn't hide their astonishment, but meanwhile, Arkai gave a wicked grin as he gazed at the two. Hoo-hoo. A vampire elder certainly is very valuable, but golden wolves are not much different. It all started when Morishtan came across the siblings by chance. Golden wolves, the byproduct of a miraculous and coincidental process of atavism. They were extremely valuable even when compared to a vampire elder. According to the original storyline, the siblings were supposed to be following Dunscaith and therefore, Marie Dinaref was supposed to be the only precious test subject for them to acquire. But in this iteration, because the Tower of Mages didn't have either of them, it was therefore by no means strange for them to set their eyes on the young and immature golden wolves, instead of the powerful unique grade vampire. Follow us obediently. Otherwise, I will tear your limbs out and drag you along the ground. Hearing Arcay's threat, the siblings realized what they were after. It reminded them of how they were almost sold to the Tower of Mages back when they were young and got caught by one of the gangs. Ren. I know. Using beastification, the two of them turned into beasts, readying themselves for the upcoming fight. Fools. How dare you filthy beasts try to stand against magic? As if they were laughable, Arcay snickered while gesturing to his underlings. With that as the signal, the black mages started taking out some bones from their clothes. You will regret opposing the great Professor Arcay. A bunch of bones were scattered on the ground and soon, Arcay took out a large skull that appeared like the skull of a wolf. Heed the call of your master, you lowly beast. Arcay commanded as the bones started gathering into one to form a shape. One by one, the bones came together and fitted themselves in their rightful joints. That wasn't the end. Quick-eek. The Fong boar started to howl and struggle. Despite being dead and raised back to life in the form of an undead, the appearance of the new monster that sucked in all the nearby bones stimulated their innate feelings of fear. Their instincts screamed out to them that they would change altogether if they were to be sucked into that vortex. Queek. Queek. Kiek. A desperate scream echoed in harmony as their voices started to tremble the entire mountain range, but their struggles were in vain. The flesh and blood of the Fong boars were crushed and broken, and added up to become a condensed piece of flesh. And soon, after being sucked in towards the assembly of bones, those chunks of flesh and blood pasted themselves on the bones to make up the flesh of a new organism. The Black Cult based their studies on black magic. They mocked life, induced artificial union, and their ultimate goal was to defy death by repeating that process. There was no such thing as respect for life, nor taboos that couldn't be broken. The thing in front of the eyes of the siblings was the result of that wicked path of magic. GRRRH. The organism that was made by the assembly of bones and the flesh of Fong boars gave off a strange howl. Ugh. Seeing the finished form of that creature, the siblings were lost for words. It was because it appeared just like them. To be exact, it looked like their fully beastified form. A werewolf? That is so. This is the strongest undead I have created using the bones and flesh of your species, the best masterpieces I have ever made. A werewolf chimera. A combined monster made not with the bones of a human, but with the bones of a pure-blooded werewolf and the flesh of Fong boars. Along with a horrifying roar, the werewolf chimera charged towards them. The mighty charge as it kicked off the ground was so menacing that the siblings had to throw themselves away in fright. Quang. It was a narrow miss. The old tree that looked more than a century old was shredded to pieces after one charge from the werewolf, and the debris flew everywhere like a ball hit by a bat. What? The sheer destructive force of the chimera completely went against their common sense. All they could do was watch the forest be destroyed by the debris of the shattered tree. Surprised? It must be too hard for mere animals to comprehend how astounding this is. This is the essence of life magic. With a sneer, Arcay ridiculed the dumbfounded siblings and started rambling on about his achievement. Muscles are the foundation of strength. The reason those stupid knights have inhumane destructiveness is because the density of their muscles can reach 100 times the density of normal people. That is why I looked into the research to increase the muscle density of an organism. Each muscle tissue might be weaker than that of a stupid knight, but the amount is amplified exponentially as they increase in numbers. You beasts will never be able to stand against my perfect chimera. While Arcay was explaining his feat, the siblings whispered to themselves. Ren. What does that mean? I don't know either. Leaving the incomprehensible explanation behind, it was still undeniable that that werewolf chimera was exceptionally powerful. Grah! Letting out a deafening roar, the werewolf smashed down with its heavy arm. Ren used her beastified arm to block the attack. Uck! It was heavy. Just like Arcay said, the weight of the werewolf made by combining several dozens of Fong boars was unbearably heavy. Ren. The punch thrown by the young wolf boy in an attempt to help his sister was easily blocked by the werewolf. It felt like he was hitting a piece of rock. Ron was stronger than Corinne in terms of physical strength, so he was fairly shocked by the difference in their strength. Yut? Suddenly, the werewolf pulled Ron in by the hand and as a result, the boy ended up crashing into his sister. Ugh! The mind-numbing shock of the crash dazed them for a second, but Ren quickly came to herself and made a quick call. Beastify. Right now. Simultaneously, the two of them shifted themselves into the form of golden wolves. After becoming large wolves, the two of them tried to escape from the grasp of the werewolf. Full beastification like this was the proof of immaturity for demi-humans, but it was helpful right now in that it amplified their strength by several fold. The two golden wolves were going to escape just like that, but by the time they noticed it, the werewolf was already right behind them, swinging its arm down. The sharp claws of the monster ripped past Ren's sides. Ugh! Ren! Flop! Ren rolled across the ground. Ron tried to run towards his sister, but without letting him do that, the werewolf did a roundhouse kick to Ron on his side. Kook! He flew off and crashed into an ancient tree, and fell on the ground along with the shattered barks of the tree. Ha! The two golden wolves despaired at the might of the werewolf. The werewolf chimera was way ahead of them in both speed and strength. Their chance of victory looked extremely slim and it made them feel like they were before an unbeatable foe. Strength isn't the only factor deciding the victor. Right when they were about to give up, a voice echoed in their ears. They remembered the voice of a man who self-deprecatingly called himself a weak knight who had to face innately powerful foes. But I will still beat them in a real fight. What they recalled next was his paradoxical declaration as well as explanation that a fight was different from a maths equation with had a clear and unchanging answer. Fight wisely. Consider the weakness, compatibility, and psychology of the enemy. Add all of them together to aim at the weaknesses of the enemy. Ren. I know. That was what they needed right now. A frontal fight was not what they were supposed to do, they had to identify the weaknesses of their enemy and wait for the right timing. About time to end it. Suppress the beasts. Grarha. Heeding Arce's command, the werewolf chimera became even more menacing as it jumped at them. The explosive burst of speed that came from its extra dense muscles allowed the werewolf to pounce rapidly at the siblings, who refused to fight a frontal battle. They, who had always been fighting by relying on their physical capabilities, started avoiding a bout of strength and focused on dodging for the first time. So fast. It's strong. A punch shattered each of the trees, and its legs allowed the monster to cover 10 meters with one jump in the blink of an eye. Seeing the bestial and instinctive movements of the monster, the siblings realized that this was what they used to fight like. Your attacks are too honest and linear. Add in some irregular attacks and feints. Kaya. Ren threw herself forward along with a shout. Meanwhile, Ron went and bit the arm of the monster that was trying to smash down at his sister from outside her vision. Kajik. While Ron was holding the arm back, Ren crunched at one of the legs of the monster at the Achilles tendon of the werewolf. Grara. The werewolf twisted its body with its overwhelming might and flung the two wolves away from its body, but in the mouths of the wolves were chunks of the werewolf's flesh. Tui. The golden wolves spitted out the flesh from their mouth, as the chimera dashed at the siblings with a limp. Despite the immense power of its body and despite not feeling any pain, the torn-out pieces of flesh and muscles of the monster still managed to affect its speed. Stubbornly, the siblings hung on to its weakness. Ren attacked first, while Ron crunched at its vitals. Without getting greedy, they attacked the chimera and weakened it slowly but surely. Due to their wise hunt, the werewolf chimera slowly reached its limit. This is the end. That was when the perfect opportunity came to them. Right when the wolves were about to jump at the werewolf, who was now full of gaps in defense due to the accumulation of wounds. Kook? Hook? The siblings fell at the same time. There was an incomprehensible pain in their stomach, making them feel like their guts were about to be torn to pieces. Hoo. You stupid animals. Leisurely, the black mages started walking to the siblings, who threw up a mouthful of black blood and pain. Trampling on Ren's head, who no longer had the power to maintain her beastification and return to her normal self, Arkai laughed like a madman. The flesh of the chimera was poison itself. Without even knowing that, you really loved chewing on that, didn't you? Get away from Ren. Ron screamed out in agony, but that only helped stimulate the sadistic nature of Arkai. Hoo-hoo. 2 golden wolves, master will be glad to see this. Don't make me laugh. Your master will be arrested. In response to Ren's agonized attempt to talk back, Arkai put more weight to his foot and trampled on her head even more. You fool. Do you think the paladins of the new faith will be able to stop Master? He will escape the prison with no problem when he gets the signal from us. I will skin you guys alive, and preserve your brains in formaldehyde. All your bones and flesh will be used for the advancement of magic. Kuhahaha. Ren. Cough. Ron crawled across the ground, towards Ren, who was still coughing out black blood. His twin sister was in danger. She, his mean yet kind sister, who always prioritized him when she found something to eat in the garbage bins of the slums, was coughing while being trampled by the black mage. I have to protect her. I must protect her. Ren wants to protect Ron, and Ron wants to protect Ren, right? Yes. I will protect Ren. The pledge he made before had come out naturally, but it wasn't something he said with a light heart. He wanted to protect his twin sister, who had been with him ever since being born on the same day. She was like the other half of his very existence. What? A black mage that was about to bind him with chains stepped back after seeing golden light suddenly emanating out from Ron. Beastmen tended to grow physically alongside their mental growth. Most of them grew through social education where they grew both intellectually and rationally, but it also applied to situations like this where young beasts had no choice but to get stronger to face the harsh trials of life. Sometimes, becoming an adult was not a choice, but a requirement to not falter before the cold and merciless tornado of hardships. It was a sad way to grow, but was one that was very much required for the current Ron. Ron? Suddenly, his muscles and bones started to develop. It was a small change at the level of a boy becoming a young man, but it happened at a rapid speed in real time. Seeing the maturer form of her twin brother who had always been feeble and naive, Ren couldn't help but feel confused. Oh, what a rare and precious sight. To think I would have the chance to look at the growth of a beastman in real time. Arkai was still carefree because his secret weapon was still alive and well. Make him kneel. Blow away one of his legs if you must. Grrrh. In response to his command, the werewolf chimera, which had already finished regenerating all of its wounds, started walking up to the young boy. The sudden growth of the golden wolf was a surprise, but on Arkay's side was the synthetic monster and essence of black magic. It was by no means weaker than the golden wolf. The werewolf chimera, which was at least 10 times stronger compared to other adult werewolves, struck the boy at a shocking speed. Kung. Ron. Ren cried out, but her scream soon turned into that of doubt. That change applied to everyone in the area. What is going on? The chimera howled, not from the heat of the battle, but from confusion. It was because the young wolf, which used to be nothing compared to its might, was grabbing onto its arm and crushing it. What? It was evident that the monster was being pushed back. Anyone seeing this would say the same thing, and the absurd turn of events made Arkai open his eyes wide in shock. He just couldn't understand it, but understandably, the awakening of the royal blood from a miraculous process of atavism was too old of a glorious past for a human that was barely 50 to understand. Die. Ron pulled his arm back like the string of a bow, before releasing it at the werewolf. The chimera blocked the simple linear punch, but the sharp claws of the wolf pierced through its hand. That much was not a big deal, because as an undead, the chimera was immune to pain in the first place. But what happened next was definitely problematic. CHCK out LTSTVL on N/O/V/L/bin. C//M. Gar? Ron's claws that pierced through the monster's hand were drawing closer and closer. Despite the werewolf grabbing onto Ron's hand and trying to push it away from itself, Ron was like an immovable fortress that was impossible to push back. Kukajijijik. Desperately, the werewolf tried to push him back, but Ron persistently pushed through. In the end, his claws stabbed through the hand and went all the way in through its neck. Grrrk? Before long, the claws sliced apart the monster's vocal cords, which was then followed by the merciless golden claws decapitating the werewolf. While the black mages were confused by the head of the werewolf suddenly rolling towards them, Ron immediately jumped into the fray. Walk. Professor Arkai. The rampaging claws of the golden wolf shredded the black mages to pieces. They commanded the undead Fong boars under their command to march at him, but those failed to buy them even a second. Damn it. This accursed beast. It was humiliating. Creating and controlling that enormous familiar had required him to put in a countless number of spells of obedience and mana, so seeing it lose to a young and immature beast was a great hit to his pride. After slicing apart all the black mages around him, Ron was about to sprint towards Ron but... Stop. Unless you want your sister to die in agony. Pulling Ron up by the hair, Arkai threatened him, which forced Ron to halt his feet. I don't know how you managed to overcome the poison, but it seems like a different story for your sister. The venom flowing through the flesh of a chimera is incurable without a specific antidote. You coward. Hoo-hoo. This is what we call human wisdom. How dare a mere beast try to judge me? Arkai, who had been using Ren as a shield in fear of Ron running in at him, became triumphant after seeing him halt his feet. How dare a beast look straight into the eyes of a sage walking down the path of magic? Get on your knees. That is the rightful line of sight between a sage and a beast. He shouted, shameless, as if he didn't find his current actions embarrassing in the slightest. Instead, as if he was embarrassed by the fact that he had been scared of Ron for even a second, he threw his sister on the ground and constantly trampled on her. You beast. How dare you? Try to fight me. Stop. Ron had no way of retaliating against the old mage as he continued trampling on his sister who was heavily gasping for breath. Stop, please stop. Although he had overcome the poison with his growth, it was different for his sister. Seeing Ren, who was constantly coughing out phlegms mixed with black blood, Ron got down on his knees. Please save my sister. Ron, you idiot. Seeing her twin brother who couldn't give up on him until the very end, Ren powerlessly closed her eyes. In the end, this was their future. Ever since they had been kidnapped by the gang, Ren had been aware that they were valuable test subjects. It was because she heard how the gang was trying to sell them to the Tower of Mages. Expensive beasts, that was how the world perceived them. Whenever they revealed their true identities, their surroundings always tended to look at them with either fear or greed in their eyes, so Ren had constantly been wary of everyone. Her ability to use her innate instincts to tell apart lies was a skill she acquired in order to survive from that environment. It's okay. No one is going to hit you anymore. You guys are safe now. Was it after she heard that from him? Perhaps that was when her sharp and vigilant senses of a beast disappeared, and ever since then, she had started being relieved and carefree. It's my fault. I should have been cautious and wary at all times. Seeing her brother who had to go on his knees to save her, Ren bit her lips. She had to stay wary at the very least, and yet the inside of the fence was so warm and comfortable that she had forgotten how cold and harsh the outside was. I can't lose just like this. That was why she thought to herself that she couldn't end this failure as a failure. Ren had decided to help him. She wanted to stand on the same battlefield as Oriboni. Wolves, they do not yield to hunters. Wolves, they always stay as a pack. Swish. Due to the aftermath of the poison, she couldn't even turn herself into a beast. Looking at the black mage who had lowered his guard at the powerless and poisoned Ren. Walk. She attacked desperately with her sharp fangs. Arkai, who wasn't expecting a dying beast to suddenly spurt into action, instinctively swung his arm to block his vitals, which let the wolf bite into his arm. You bastard. Let go. Quack. Arkai swung his arm around left and right and flung her away. His skin got ripped off and blood spurted out, but Ren still maintained her fighting spirit. Kaya! Letting out a small roar, Ren sprinted forward while raising her claws. Right when she was about to land her attacks on Arkai, a sudden spear of darkness pierced through her belly from the back. Kuhuk. The black magic penetrating through her stomach was something fired by one of the black mages behind her. Ren. Ron immediately tried to run up towards his sister who collapsed to the ground, but his body was already sealed in place by magic. Why, you, how dare you? As if humiliated by the sudden surprise attack, Arkai once again started trampling on Ren, who had a spear stabbing through her body. The black mage merciless stepped on her in fury while on the other hand, a beast growled in anger with his eyes stuck on Ren, whose eyes were slowly losing focus. I will kill you, all of you. I will definitely kill every one of you. Seeing her brother give off a strange aura, Ren noticed that something was going wrong. This wasn't good. At this rate, her brother Ron was going to change into something else. Her instincts as a beast warned her that this was not good. Please help us. There was no way her voice was going to reach him. There was no way he was going to hear her. Despite being rational and knowing all too well the limitations of physics, she clenched her teeth and whispered her wish with all her heart. Please save us, Orboni. Humph. No matter what you say, there's no one who's going to save you, bitch quack. Suddenly, a human figure flew out of nowhere as a fist ruthlessly punched the old mage. Orboni? The silhouette of a man filled her vision. Seeing his back, Ren couldn't stop her eyes from turning wet with tears. You're late. Sorry. It's all right now. Corinne Lork. With the eyes of a ferocious beast, he glared daggers at Arkai. I returned to the academy with Lady Josephine. Since they carried out the attack on Josephine, it was highly likely that they were going to continue the plan by kidnapping Marie and murdering the chairman. Of course, everything had been prepared already. Senior Marie. After returning to the dormitory, I found Marie waiting for us. Corinne. She welcomed me with a smile as Doggo also appeared from her shadows. Did everything go well? Are you okay? Yun, you see. Marie fidgeted for a while, before giving a shocking response. No one attacked me. Sorry? I went outside today and created the best stage for them to attack me, and yet nothing happened until I arrived at the academy. How could this be? The seal on Lady Josephine would have lasted only 3 days at best, and Master Aaron was going to return soon as well. Now should have been the best time for them to attack Marie. There's no way they can attack both at once though. Elder Admalek had gone off to seal Lady Josephine, and the original plan would have been for Elder Morishtan to kidnap Marie. At the same time, the great golden mage Adeline would murder the chairman. That would have been the best way to allocate the right people to the right task. However, Elder Morishtan was under arrest by the paladins of the New Faith because of my report, so there was no way they had enough manpower to attack Marie and the chairman at once. Unlike the original storyline, Marie wasn't imprisoned and was instead an unprecedented mage and a unique grade vampire. Kidnapping her without Elder Morishtan would be impossible, so I thought Lord Adeline and the group would prioritize kidnapping her while the chairman was away. That was why we spread the news of dinner of fresh produce and made her leave the academy. We had been creating a trap so that it would be easy for them to attack Marie, and yet. Did they figure it out? Or more like, where are the mages right now, Senior? We also went looking for the mages straight away after returning to the academy, but we couldn't find anyone. 30 mages of the tower evaporated at once. What did this suggest? Did they give up and leave the city because of Morishtan's arrest? That was impossible. If that was the case, there was no need for them to seal Lady Josephine in the first place. They took action, and those 30 mages should have headed somewhere with a plan in mind. The professors are looking for them right now, but we have no clue where they went. What in the? It was making me uneasy. Something had definitely gone off course, but where did it go wrong and what was it? Do you want to know where the mages of the tower have gone off to? That was when a sensuous voice reached our ears. At the source of the sound was a female student wearing a reddish-black dress, staring at us with a cunning smile on her face. Your Highness Miriam. Miriam Elizabeth L. Raff. Her eyes met with mine. Do you know where the mage is? I stopped in the middle of the question. Was there a point in asking such a thing? The Tower of Mages was one of the powerful sponsors for the princess. Even if she knew something, there should be no reason for her to tell us about it. Senior Corinne. Shall we have a little conversation? Lifting the corners of her lips, Princess Miriam invited me to her room. Unlike the fanciness of her own self, her room was rather simple and lacked decorations. Overall, the room had a cold tone of colors and a practical placement of furniture. It seemed even more desolate than how it looked when I came here at the start of the semester. I know where the mages have gone. That was the first thing she said to me after entering the room. What do you want from me in return? Let's see. I wonder how much we should put on stake. Seeing me deeply looking back into her eyes, Princess Miriam returned a faint smile. It's very important to me. I know. And it is just as important for me. This woman, she knew what I was trying to do to the tower. Then this would inevitably become a deal, But how would I be able to pay the price matching the fall of the Tower of Mages, one of her most powerful sponsors? There was only one way for me to pay enough price for the fall of the tower. I will. The tower has gone to hunt the wolves. It is something I have confirmed directly with my snake, so it's certain. I was lost for words. Just a little more patience, and she would have gotten what she was after, so why? However, I didn't have time to sit here thinking, because it was obvious why the tower would be after the siblings. Thank you. You know, she said, making me momentarily stick to the ground. I have given up quite a lot. There will be no next time. Right. I knew what she valued even more than the Tower of Mages. Her hatred and rage, and how she was waiting for the opportunity. We will say I owe you one. Fufu. I know, and you will definitely have to pay the price for this. I wasn't sure what she was thinking, but what I did know was that Princess Miriam Elizabeth El Wrath would never do something that put her at a loss. However, my first priority right now was saving the siblings. Distance and location did not matter in the slightest. With the help of the overpowered teleporter, Josephine Clara, we immediately arrived at the western mountain range where the prac lesson was taking place. The forest is strange. The howls and roars of the boars echoing throughout the mountains were proof that something strange was happening inside. In that mountain would be the freshman students taking their prac lesson. Quickly, I designed a plan. I will go together with Senior Marie and Doggo. We will go looking for the twins. Sure. But I believe the twins would be in the most danger right now. It doesn't matter. It was my job to protect them, an obvious duty of mine as the guardian. Doggo. Senior Marie called out as Doggo revealed himself from her shadows. He was the second fastest out of everyone here after Huaran. Doggo. Do us a favor. I let him take a sniff of one of the items that were in the twins' room. After smelling it, Doggo pointed at a direction. Let's go, Corinne. Marie got on Doggo, who then immediately kicked off the ground. Woof. I followed them from behind and soon, we arrived at the middle of the mountain where we found Ren, who was encircled by black mages and a young man. The handsome young boy with blonde hair, who appeared around the same age as me, was being made to kneel on the ground by the surrounding black mages. Ron, he must have grown. It seemed that the child had chosen to become an adult to fight them off. Seeing that made me feel proud yet remorseful at the same time, because that proved that my fences as the adult had been insufficient. Corinne, look. Marie said while pointing at Ren, who was on the ground with a spear penetrating through her stomach. Those motherfuckers. I was about to run off immediately, but stopped momentarily upon sensing a strange aura emanating out of Ron. It was a thick, rusty, and sticky fog of mana that did not suit the bright golden wolf in the slightest. I will kill you, all of you. I will definitely kill every one of you. I will kill you, all of you. I will definitely kill every one of you. I will kill you, all of you. I will definitely kill every one of you. His words reminded me of the past. Both the game and the last iteration. The wolf siblings depended on and loved each other so endearingly, and one of them would go berserk and morph into something else whenever the other was defeated first. This is looking dangerous. Just in case, stay here with Doggo please, Senior Marie. I will go there by myself. Corinne. Will you be alright? Yes. Don't worry. What reached my ears straight after Mary's voice of concern was Ren's groan and plea. Please help us. I had to answer her call. Please save us, or Bonnie. Humph. No matter what you say, there's no one who's going to save you, bitch quack. Dashing forth, I smacked the guy on his face. Kaduduk. The old mage miserably rolled across the ground several times. Without even bothering to look at him, I quickly checked how Ren was faring. You're late. Her hair was disheveled. Her cheeks were swollen with blood flowing down her lips. It was infuriating. How could they do such a thing to such a small girl? Sorry. It's all right now. Giving her a tight hug, I tapped her on the back to reassure her. Then, I walked towards Ron, who was looking at me with a dumbfounded look on his face with his knees still on the ground, and patted his head. You did an excellent job. You protected your sister. Bro. Leaving Ren with Ron, I scanned the 10 black mages around us. All of them would probably be above grade 2 at the very least, considering how they were here to capture golden wolves. On top of that, there were also tons of undead Fong boars behind them. That insolent brat. Kill him. I pointed my spear at them. By putting a large amount of mana into the spear, I unleashed one of the powers of the sun. Temporary sun concentration Clam Solace. Activating every rune of the sun engraved on the silver spear, I used it as a temporary catalyst to give off sunlight. It was a short and momentary display of light, but even that was detrimental to the unholy creatures. Queek. Quack. The undead Fong boars started to melt while letting out agonized screams. Wicked beings had not a single chance of retaliating against the cleansing ability of the sun. Whether it be undeads, black mages, or even the poison of a chimera. It would have been slightly better for you if you were using normal familiars. That was one of the weaknesses of black mages. They had a strong tendency to easily resort to killing and shifting body parts to use them at will. In the blink of an eye, the undead Fong boars were all cleansed. Due to being polluted by black magic, they all vanished to nothing without leaving behind a single bone. And that was the same for the black mages. Wak T, this is impossible. My disciples, you //pp todad fr //mn/v/e/lb, I, n.c, o, //m. Arkai, who managed to escape the range of the sun thanks to flying far away by the punch, screamed after seeing the black mages who had been reduced to ashes. Soon, after realizing that he wasn't dreaming, he lifted his eyes and looked at me. Please don't kill me. I was just doing what my master told me to do. Elder Morishtan. Sure, that guy was the biggest motherfucker, but... Are you any different? I am. Of course not. Even your disciples were all one of the world's dirtiest pieces of trash. Otherwise they wouldn't have been cleansed by the sun. Do you think you'll be different? Do you want to bet on whether you get cleansed or not? Seeing the silver spear being pointed at him, he frantically backed off. That was a natural reaction, considering how he witnessed the eradication of the undeads and the black mages with his own eyes. Huhiek, please don't kill me. Please. Have mercy. He begged after going down on his knees. It reminded me of what Ron was like before, but... Your knees seem a lot cheaper in comparison. There was no way that his knees could ever hold the same weight as Ron, who had been desperately trying to save his sister. Slam. I smacked his head with the shaft of the spear as he fell face first onto the ground. Ren curiously raised a question after seeing that. Are you not killing him? Killing him would be way too merciful. They had to pay for all their sins without leaving a single pound behind. After that it was fairly simple. Although the black mages had been controlling most of the Fong boars of this entire mountain, in the end, Fong boars were nothing more than Fong boars. No one from our group was weak enough to be injured by a mere grade 4 monster. There were a few injured students among the freshman kids that were attacked first, but thanks to Professor Orjan protecting them with his life on the line, there weren't any serious injuries nor casualties. Student Corinne. I was in the middle of gathering the neutralized mages to one place when Lady Josephine called my name. The chairman's marker is giving off a signal. So it really was an attack on two fronts, huh? Unlike us who had the overpowered Josephine in our group, the mages inevitably had some problems with synchronizing their attacks. It was fortunate that they started the attack on the chairman after everything was pretty much over for us. We have to leave right now. Let me go with you, I replied. Obviously, I had to be one of the ones going with her, because I was the only one here who knew about Adeline, the great golden mage. It should be possible for me. I had obtained the sun, I reached the end of 6 ways of the spear, and was even in possession of 3 aura cores, which was the symbol of a high-level knight. Unique great mage, Adeline. I would have to put my life on the line if it was a one-on-one, but I also had Lady Josephine, the dimensional witch, on my side. Me too. I can't stay here when you are going there, Mr. Corinne. Marie, Alicia, and even Huaran. Although they had already told me that they were going to come with me from the beginning, it was still reassuring to have them step up without any hesitation. Josephine seemed concerned by the fact that she had to bring students into a dangerous battle, and warned them. Be careful. Unlike the red cult and the black cult, where we had an absolute advantage over them, this will be different. I know. Even though there had been a slight modification to the plan, it was perfect until now. Everything was going ALRI. Chairman. The moment we arrived at the land on the other side of the dimensional gate, the first thing we saw was the chairman lying on the ground. Clara student Corinne. Are you all right? I'm fine. But more importantly. System message. System message. All the 4 treasures of Tuatha De Danann have been gathered. Spear of Light, Ariad Bear. Cauldron of Infinity, Undri. Great Stone of Destiny, Liafael. Sword of the Sun, Clayam Solace. The quest, Coronation of Paradise, has been activated. The system window raised an alarm, and at the same time, they revealed themselves. Hi hey. Hello? The user of Undri, Dun Scaith. It has been a while. First Spear of Aaron. Lawmaker, Dumnorix. Oh thee. We are at last facing each other atop the log bridge of destiny. Why have we been forced into such a tragedy? To kill or be killed, that is the question. The all-powerful king of beauty, Eakade Bress. Gathered were the final bosses of heroic legends of Arhan the king's subjects. Each and every one of them were at the level of a disaster themselves, but there was one more. Standing with them was. Destiny has bound our fates into one. Now, your destiny has come before your eyes. A man carrying a splendidly radiant spear. System backup in operation. Reviewing the precept. System backup in operation. Reviewing the precept. Dumnorix, Relativity A+. Dun Scaith, Relativity A+. Eakade Bress, Relativity A++. Tates Val Taser, Relativity EX. Support, 740% increase in stats. Hero Corinne Lork. Defeat all evil and save the world. Have you had enough time to prepare yourself, young man? Tates Val Taser. He was standing there, waiting for us to arrive. I've been wanting to see you for a while, my dear nemesis. Corinne couldn't follow what was going on. The sudden turn of events was completely outside his expectations. In front of him was a man who appeared like a normal middle-aged man. Despite showing an amiable demeanor as if he was seeing a longtime friend, there was an unconcealable flicker of violence in his eyes. Corinne Lork knew very well who he was. Tates Val Taser. You know me? He asked, but only as an act of formality. It was evident from his tone that he wasn't that eager for a reply. Why are you here? Baltaser let out an amused smile upon hearing his question. He looked dumbfoundingly nonchalant and unguarded. The hems of his coat fluttered as his spear remained behind his back. Is it that strange for me to want to see the one that interfered with my plan time after time, who even took one of the treasures away from me? I see. I guess I was a bit too proactive, huh? Exactly as you say, junior brother. His words were followed by a heavy pressure weighing down on Corinne's shoulders. Vampire, Marie Dinaref. Heavenly Yiksha, Huaran, and one who can stride through the domain, Alicia Arden. Dimensional Witch, Josephine Clara. King of Beasts, Dun Scaith, and the Great Sage of the Forest, Dumnorix. The unprecedented, all-powerful Eakade Bress. Each and every one of them were heroes, or villains of a similar level. Even those powerhouses who could proudly leave their names down in the annals of history, had to kill their breath at the face of the confrontation of the two of them. They weren't the real main characters of this history, this era. Savior of the world, Corinne Lork. Destroyer of the world, Tates Val Taser. Their confrontation was a grand plot of destiny that was in correlation with the fate of the world itself. The radiance and pressure of the two main characters of this era weighed down heavily on everyone else. Now, what should we do? Corinne Lork. I have as many questions as you do. It won't be a bad idea to share our sides of the story. I think so too, but even though the two of them hadn't seen each other before, they treated each other like old friends. It appeared as if they could easily dismiss their relationship, which should be that of animosity and hostility, but unlike what their tone of voice suggested. Rearing head of the venomous dragon. In the blink of an eye, during the faint gap in consciousness and perception, Corinne rapidly pulled his muscles for a miraculous surprise attack, but the attack was met by the same move. The exact same move within the exact same domain countered his spear. Kududak. Domain. The dream and aspiration of every warrior in the world. A step through the suspended world. Simply reaching that realm was one that was only possible by the greatest talents of the century, so there had been a question roaming unanswered in the minds of everyone, one that was impossible to be answered. What would happen if two same attacks, the same techniques holding the same amount of power, were to collide inside the suspended world of pure darkness? The answer to that question was about to be revealed very soon. What? Those who couldn't perceive the domain muttered in doubt. It was because, by the time they realized it, their ally and their enemy were holding the tips of their spear against each other's. Soon, they noticed that something was happening at the point of conflict in between the two spears. Kuruaak. What echoed was what sounded like a scream of the dimension itself. The world couldn't withstand the crash within the domain and started to quake, making everything crumble around the point of conflict. Ho. Even Alicia, who had entered the domain numerous times, and even Eakade Bress, who had finished arming himself before Corinne's surprise attack, were shocked and awed by the phenomenon before their eyes. The crash of the strongest physical attacks of heroic legends of Arhan created a small explosion that completely eradicated everything within a radius of 45 centimeters. It was completely different from destruction. They were literally rejected by the world and vanished to nothing. Even that doesn't work, huh? That was a magnificent move, junior brother. Corinne clicked his tongue at the failed surprise attack, whereas Tates nonchalantly commented on his attack. Soon after, Tates raised his spear again. It was the second intrusion into the domain. Thanks to already seeing the unprecedented talent, Sword Fiend, and thanks to the support of the system under the skill of domain comprehension, Corinne was able to react and respond in time. In a short span of time, he entered the domain twice, which resulted in the dimension crumbling twice in a row. Good. Twice is nothing, huh? Then how about 3 times? What? 3rd time. He reacted to it. 4th time. He parried it away. 5th time. Domain was the realm where entering at once was enough to be praised as a miraculous feat. However, the pinnacle of martial arts was being repeated again and again. Katarurek. It was the clash of the century. Seeing the world crumbling down again and again, the leader of the enemy faction shouted in joy. Not bad. A bit faster this time. 6th style, Shura 6th style, Shura Void Spinning Heaven, Ominous Snake, Secret Arts Void Spinning Heaven, Secret Arts of Trap and Stab. 6th style, Shura. Void Spinning Heaven, Ominous Snake, Secret Arts. Void Spinning Heaven, Secret Arts of Trap and Stab. The two heroes stemming off the same route fought each other like doppelgangers. However, there were some slight differences. UHT? A faint shift in weight during attacks, the manipulation of stride and foothold, and a flexible reaction to the clash of spearheads. Put in one word, it was a difference in caliber. Kook. The small, seemingly trivial yet detrimental difference in caliber made the silver spear pierce through the ground while the spear of light stabbed through Corinne. The spear, tainted with blood, penetrated through his chest and came out the other side. Impossible. Alicia, Marie, and Huaran, all of them were lost for words. 1 second. The fight between the two spearmen, which only a select few were able to perceive, ended in just 1 second, but the result was incredibly significant despite the short period of time it took. The aftermath of the explosions that had occurred due to the clash of the same attacks had created a large crater. The ground near them had disappeared. They weren't destroyed, they were eradicated. Corinne SSI. Singular Sword of Arden, Domain Severance. The new Sword Fiend, who was able to freely roam through the domain after reaching the level of a heavenly sword, approached Tates in the blink of an eye at a speed that even Tates couldn't perceive. Watching that from the side, Eakade Bress was genuinely surprised. That's not just any normal domain. 3 steps in the domain, plus an attack on top of that? It was a ridiculous level of talent, at least when it came to making use of the domain. The demon-slaying sword slithered out of the scabbard, ready to cut everything in its path. Kong. However, her sword failed to cut his neck. In fact, it failed to even fully escape the scabbard. At the end of the handle of the sword was a large chunk of aura. It was firmly staying there as an obstacle, stopping the sword from being unsheathed. That can't. Don't be overly conceited with the domain. It's not an invincible, overpowered technique. Repeated entry into the domain sounds great, but there is always a little gap before the activation and reactivation. Tate said while grabbing onto Alicia's head. His grip was so powerful that she felt like her head was about to crack open. Ugh. A stream of blood flowed down her forehead. Alicia tried to escape from his grip through the domain, but even that was proving to be difficult. You, how dare you? Huaran pounced at Tates from the back. Right when the living Jiangshi with an unbreakable Vajra body swung her fist was stopped and her body was thrown towards Alicia. Quang. Alicia was dropped to the ground as Huaran fell on top of her. She was then punched and slammed repeatedly from above. 2. Quang. 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 An absurd level of power smashed down on her relentlessly. Every time a fist landed on her body, the ground beneath them caved in, which thus deepened the crater. Cook. You. As expected of a living Jiangshi with an unbreakable Vajra body, her body was unscathed despite the repeated, merciless onslaught from Balthazar. The only one suffering in that fight was Alicia, who was constantly being squashed into the ground. Cherek. In the middle of the fight, chains suddenly extended all the way to Tate's arms. The chains that were restricting Huaran started to devour her aura and restricted not just her, but also Tate's. Being a sacred artifact of the new faith that held a divine power and will, and thanks to the Saintess prayer and less restrictions being in place, Huaran was able to use them somewhat like weapons. It's over. Huaran gathered a great amount of aura into her fist and let it fly towards him, who was still confined by the chains. Demonic aura, straight fist. A powerful fist that looked strong enough to destroy anything in existence was flying at him, but Tates didn't do anything special to protect himself from it. HEW. Quang. Tates was sent flying along with a deafening thud. His body rolled across the coarse ground and was ravaged all around from the shock, but Huaran didn't stop there. With an astonishing amount of power in her legs, she jumped into the air and went crashing down from the heavens towards him. It was a simple yet destructive kick down from the sky. Right as she was about to burst his head with the kick, Tates, who was still bound by the chains, responded with a faint gesture. All he did was slightly raise his leg. The moment her foot was about to land on him, he gently kicked it from the side to change the trajectory of the attack. Pang! It was a gentle and dumbfoundingly simple interruption, but it was more than enough to let him escape the kick. Quang! The destructive kick down destroyed the ground with force, but unfortunately, her leg landed slightly away from his head. Amazing in terms of speed and power, but you lack experience. How unfortunate. That doesn't change anything. Huaran, irritated by his nonchalance, flung him into the air, but the chains restricting him were still in her hands. All she had to do was fling him back and forth until his body exploded to nothing. However, this is not what my fate is supposed to be. Enforcement of destiny. Liao Fail. Huh? What happened next was so shocking that even Huaran, with her usual indifference, unconsciously let out a mutter in confusion. What? Tates pulled the chains immediately after landing on the ground, which drew Huaran towards him. How is he so strong? Suddenly, she started being overwhelmed in terms of pure strength. Unable to even react in time, her tiny body was pulled in just like that. But that didn't matter. Huaran was confident that his punches wouldn't be any effective on her, and thought to herself that she would respond back with her set of punches while ignoring his attacks. With firm belief in the defensive capability of her invincible unbreakable Vajra body, Huaran hurled a straight fist enshrouded with demonic aura, to which Tates responded by deflecting it with both of his hands, and following that through with his knee soaring up at her temples. UHT. His knee, with the support of the condensed aura, was exceptionally powerful. Added to the fact that it had landed straight on one of her vitals, it was enough to momentarily make Huaran dizzy, but Tates wasn't done with just that one attack. Pressing on the chains, Tates crushed her balance and used his immaculate techniques to smite the other side of her head with only a few centimeters between them. This is nothing. Ignoring the attack, Huaran retaliated. As she was about to rip Tate's limbs out of his body, a sudden ding in the head made her drop to the ground. Huh? Huaran's knees dropped down and she was lost, confused by what she was going through for the first time in her life. Gazing down at her, Tate's Balthazar commented on her state. No matter how tough your body is, you can't do anything if you get a direct shock to the brain. Remember that. The man, who had the qualification to be called the Divine Spear and was at the stage where he could use his entire body as a weapon, raised his spear of light to finish things off. It was then. Combination spell snow flower. The world froze at once. The severe coldness, enough to make even the air shiver on its toe, filled the surroundings with astonishing flowers of snow. Ra latst ch/p/ters on n/v //l b C/M. A grand spell of nature revealed its might for the world to see. The mage bringing about that phenomenon was naturally Marie Dinnereff, who had been gathering an enormous amount of mana just for this moment. "So you are that vampire, huh? Doggo." Heeding her call, a giant dog of blood emerged from her shadows. At once, the dog dashed at its foe. Kurua! The sheer amount of mana being poured out was the very proof of her being adored by mana itself. It was a demonstration of the potential of the genius mage and vampire, who had always had the gifts of a great mage. A familiar, only accessible by high-grade vampires, sprinted forward, carrying with it the enormous support of its mother. In a world frozen by the great spell of frost, Snow Flower, unperturbed by the layer of ice seizing him by the legs, Tates lifted his spear and pulled it back. It was the typical posture for a javelin. However, it was counterintuitive to say that it would lead to a strong attack, considering how his feet were still stuck in ice. How meaningful of an attack could it be, with him throwing it while standing still on the spot? Self-executing. Ariad Bear. A spear that moves by itself. Ever-piercing. Ariad Bear. It penetrates its target without fail. Always precise. Ariad Bear. And always meets its mark. The Spear of Light, after a simultaneous activation of 3 abilities, penetrated through the skull of the blood dog and started flying towards the defenseless Marie to stab through her body. Ought. As the spear flew at her to bring her down to the abyss, the dimensions suddenly let out a crack as a fissure revealed itself in the middle of the air. It then absorbed the Spear of Light all too easily. Close. Josephine, the dimensional witch, said as the crack immediately started to close. Along with that was the disappearance of the Spear of Light. "Josephine, my dear old friend. Isn't it a bit late for you to step in?" "Shut up, traitor. And am not going to be the one stepping in." Suddenly, an intense ray of heat poured out from his back. Behind Tates was a large sun, melting the frozen world. Sun manifestation. Clayum Solace. Devouring the mana pool of the owner, which had increased by 740%, the sun revealed itself in full, threatening to scorch the world with its heat. The manifested form of the sun poured out its oppressive heat. However, in spite of standing before the greatest flame in the world that had even cleansed the gigantic undead city of Nazria, Tate still appeared nonchalant. Sun manifestation, huh? This should be much greater than what a single individual can maintain for a long period of time. In the blink of an eye, he saw through the weakness. It wasn't looking very good for Corinne. He had manifested the sun with nothing but his own mana in an area that hadn't been prepared before in the slightest, and it was therefore hard to expect much from it. Even though it was slightly off the heart, that should have been a fatal injury. The speed of your recovery is magnificent. Are you jealous? Why don't you find a ghost in a library to send off to heaven then? When you are at my age, you start to become conscious of your health. But I see. I can sense from you a karma intertwined with the world. Tates realized instinctively that the boy would have engraved precepts that were in total contrast to the future he was aspiring for. "Student Corinne. We need to retreat right now." "I know. But we need to evacuate everyone else first." Corinne had to keep the sun up to hold back Tates and his subjects. If he were to leave first, Tates would most certainly direct his attacks at Marie and the other girls. Do I have to continue watching from the side? Just let the boss enjoy his glorious battle. What was worse was that the king's subjects had yet to even move an inch. As expected of the strongest boss of the entire world, he was arrogant and therefore carefree, but it was hard to tell if his subordinates would stay out of the fight until the end or not. "Behold." Tate remarked with a single gesture. With one flick of his hands, the world started to shake, forcing Josephine to mutter in shock. "The dimension is being broken?" She was befuddled, shattering the usual image of her being a calm and collected senior professor of the academy. Soon, she noticed what was going on. Spear of Light, Ariad Bear. The divine spear of gods that always hit and pierced through its mark. Josephine realized that the spear was about to pierce through even the dimension itself, to finish its job. "Everyone, jump in." Unique grade, crowd teleportation. She used the same great spell that had once teleported hundreds of students at once. All the girls, the boy, and even the injured chairman Ariu, all of them immediately jumped into the crack in the dimension that Josephine had created in the air. "Now, a question for you. That spear that I threw, who do you think it was thrown at? Following his nonchalant remark, the alternate dimension that swallowed Ariadbear started to crack open. Pakong. Hurry up. Everyone made it in time into the separate dimension that Josephine created before heaving a sigh of relief. It was a dark plane of nothingness. Hugh, I was in so much of a hurry that I couldn't even enter the coordinates in. But we're safe now. Let's head back to the academy. And no. Chairman? Josephine asked in doubt. Unfortunately, Chairman Ariu was the only one there who foresaw the worst possible turn of events that was going to hit them very soon. Kadek. Flinch. Suddenly, the sound of shattering glass reached everyone's ears. They then turned towards the source of the sound in the otherwise silent dimension of nothing. That's a hole. Kachang. Immediately upon perceiving what it was, Corinne threw his body forward and stood in front of Marie, whom Tates had thrown the spear at. Kajik. However, the spear hadn't been aiming for Marie all along. Chairman. The spear of light, it penetrated through Chairman Arius' heart. And the spear is a part of the owner. Like an arm being pulled back, the spear was rapidly brought back to the crack in the fissure and disappeared from their sight in the blink of an eye, along with the body of the skewered chairman. After going through the process of freezing and being scorched, the land was desolate and wasted like a piece of land that had been recently struck by a storm. Standing there was Tates Valtazer, gazing at Ariu Kazar, whose heart had been stabbed by a spear. Been a while, my beloved master. Despite being pierced in the heart by Ariadbear, Chairman Ariu was different from a normal person at the brink of death. The body that should be composed of blood and flesh was pouring out fragments of runestones, and his pale face was the same as before. Neither of them was surprised by it, however, because in the end, both of them were aware that it wasn't a real death, but a mere destruction of an avatar. But that raised the question of why. Why did Tates Valtazer prioritize the destruction of a simple avatar instead of anyone else? The destiny of Liao Fail. You seem to have noticed it. So student Corinne is your contender, huh? Liao Fail, the great stone of destiny. It had the ability to show trivial changes of the future and the fates of others, but that wasn't the true potential of the great treasure. A glimpse into destiny and its enforcement. It had the power to go against any kind of principle in the world, as long as it was for the accomplishment of the destiny observed by its owner, and that included even the principle of time. Unlike the other observations and trivial changes to the future that could be made depending on one's course of action, that was the arbitrary decision of destiny, one that was unchangeable and unbreakable. He and I will fight each other during the final battle. That fight will be what decides the destiny of the world. I see. It's ridiculous. To think the one stopping me wouldn't be you, but a young and sloppy disciple of yours. Ariu Arandanua thought to herself. The flood of memories that had once been poured into her mind and the paradox she saw in the midst of the 300 years' worth of memories was finally explained by her denounced disciple. There was no longer even the slightest bit of hesitation left inside her. She realized what it was that she had to do. Arandanua. My goal is still the same as what it was 80 years ago. But at the same time, she was in deep sorrow. The disciple who had once been her everything, and the last disciple she had raised. I will eradicate this deceitful world and bring paradise back. I will save the world. Their contrasting aspirations was just another proof of their destiny, to kill or be killed by one another. The fact that this was all because of her own foolishness was extremely disheartening. The spear left the chest and soared up to behead the humanoid figure of Ariu Kazar. With this, there was only one way for her to meddle in the works of the world, which was now on the brink of destruction. She had no choice but to break the seal and leave the palace. Fragments of the being who had once been the chairman fell on the ground. Tates was staring down at the corpse of the young man, or rather the remains, when Dumnarek spoke to him from behind. Are you not going to chase after them? Dumnarek suggested that they chase after Corinne Lork and his group to finish them off for good. No. This will do for today. The first to react to his words was the beautiful young man with bright blonde hair, Iacade Bress. He said after exaggeratedly flinging his long fluttering hair with his hand. O king, lend me 500 shadow warriors, and I shall personally return with the head of the lady using the domain on a plate. Looks like you have taken interest in her, Iacade. How can I possibly not fall for her nectarine-like skin and unparalleled skills with the sword? Of course, everyone around that destined contender were all wonderful-looking girls. Iekade Bress did not conceal his greed. Although he was the most normal in terms of outer appearance, the madness inside him was by no means less than that of the king of beasts, Dunscaith. But no. We are heading back. Huh. He heaved out a sigh of lament. Despite being skeptical about his decision, Iekade Bress did not put it into words out of utmost obedience. Tate said as if to reward him for his obedience. Destroying the world. That precept engraved into my body is asking for suitable foes and risk. It looks like those women had their fates intertwined with my contender, you see. It would be possible for him to kill them if need be, but that would incidentally reduce the significance of the final battle. His precepts were demanding for that final battle to be ever so magnificent and mythological. This time was just to say hello rather than a fight between warriors, it was closer to an assassination. The precept related to the destruction of the world was very heavy. And its requirements were just as strong. There is no elegance in that. Th Sourk of this Conti/NTN/O/V/L by N. We silently stayed there in the middle of the academy campus, at the place we were dropped off. Corinne. Marie said while walking towards me with her eyes on the hole in my chest. I stopped her and said to her instead. Please look after Alicia first. Thanks to the amplification from my precept just then, my regeneration ability had also been enhanced significantly. My organs were in a mess, but it wasn't lethal by any means. Ugh, Mr. Corinne. I'm sorry. The one in our group with the greatest amount of injuries was Alicia. It was because she had taken in the brunt of Valtazar's attacks unguarded, and the damage was nothing to scoff at despite Huaran being in the middle of the two. How are you guys, Senior Marie and Huaran? I am fine. No problem. All right. That's good then. I carefully raised Alicia, whose body was covered in bruises, and brought her to Lady Josephine. Professor. Please move Alicia to the infirmary first. All right. Josephine looked just as grieved, but she wasn't someone who would prioritize her feelings over casualties. Huaran. You go with them. Imphi. Go. For a long time, she stood still without saying anything back. It was highly likely that she was chatting with Ran. Okay. Corinne. What about me? Senior, can you wait for Ran and Ron please? The kids must have been surprised. N. All right. They all left after I practically chased them away. With everyone gone, I dragged my powerless body towards the bench and sat myself there, without paying attention to my bloodstained shirt. Huh. I quickly went through everything that happened. Conflict with the Tower of Mages, a terrorist attack at the Academy carried out by the Great Mage Adeline, and the mages of the Red and Black cults. Admalek of the Red cult was disarmed and captured with haste, whereas Morishtan of the Black cult was pretty much erased from the equation after I reported him to the New Faith. It was unexpected that they would target the Wolf siblings, who were much easier targets than Marie, but none of them were hurt that badly thanks to Princess Miriam. Ren's poison was cleansed with the power of the sun, and Ron had gone through a surprising amount of change, even though he still looked like a young teenager. Tate's Valtazar and his subordinates appearing towards the end was something completely unexpected, but none of us were dead. Marie, Alicia, and Huaran. No one was dead nor injured beyond cure. Even after meeting the strongest final boss of heroic legends of Arhan, everyone had been able to escape with their lives intact. We were lucky. It was a commendable feat, that's what I wanted to tell myself, but fuck. A complete defeat. We were overwhelmed by one single person, Tate's Valtazar. 740%. That was an unprecedented amount of increase in strength, and yet even with that much support, I didn't even stand a single chance. All of the king's subjects were monsters, but Tate's Valtazar was just in a completely different league. Hugh. Even though I should have already been used to failures and defeats, I might have unknowingly become arrogant and conceited by the constant victories and successes. It was just one loss, and yet it was painful and difficult to bear. I should have expected it. After killing Fermac Daemon and snatching Clam Solace away, I should have long known that I had already garnered his attention. In many aspects it was a success, but there was one big failure. That was how significant the destruction of Ariu Khazar, the avatar of my master, was to me. A week went by after the Tower of Mages incident. The aftermath of the event caused by the mages of the tower was enough to leave the academy in chaos. Those mages that were here for research had not only tried to capture students to use as test subjects, but they even ambushed senior professor Josephine Clara and murdered chairman Ariu Khazar. The death of the chairman was a great shock to not only the academy but also to the whole kingdom. However, the Tower of Mages officially denied their involvement in the matter. They refused to admit the terrorist attacks of the Red and the Black cults, marking a long start to debates and discussions. That was the same as the original plot of the game, and was exactly why the Tower of Mages was able to buy a year's worth of time despite doing something as ridiculous as attacking the academy. My plan was to defeat Lord Adeline of the Tower of Mages to change this line of future, but I couldn't find Lord Adeline until the very end. There wasn't anything much happening after that. We had a funeral for Chairman Ariu, who was officially proclaimed dead, which was attended by all the representatives of each year level. Marie was the representative of the third-year students, whereas I was the representative of the second years. We read the pre-prepared lines in memory of Chairman Ariu Khazar and threw flowers into the coffin. Corinne. We were leaving after the funeral when Marie called my name after rushing her way across. What are you running for? Nothing much. I was just wondering if you wanted to have something to eat. For the past week or so, there hadn't been much conversation between us. There were a bunch of things to discuss with her, including what to do in the future, the directions we had to take, preparations for the enemy and how to deal with the captured mages, but for now. Later. Not right now. For now, for just a little bit, I wanted to take a rest. Okay, I'll see you later. Despite her dejectedly walking away, I couldn't think of a single thing to say to cheer her up. Student Corinne. After staying there by myself for who knows how long, a familiar voice echoed from behind. Speaking up to me was Josephine Clara, who had been attending the funeral until now. She walked up until she was right next to me. Constantly, she threw a glance at the black suit I was wearing for the funeral, or rather at my chest, which had been penetrated by the spear of light. I'm fine. The hole's been closed, and my internal organs are almost done healing back up. But that doesn't mean it doesn't hurt anymore, does it? I'm used to it. She wants to see you. What she said next was a bit unexpected. On the outside, I was still known as a disciple of Valtazar, so it was hard to understand why she would want to see me face to face. Following Josephine into the Kraken dimension she opened, I walked out and saw a large palace. There was nothing nearby. The cold and lonely world had nothing but darkness and void, and the enormous palace was the only thing worth noting. Shadow Palace. The palace that had once been the banquet hall of the gods, the palace of the king of gods, Ardri the ruler of paradise. Josephine, the only outsider allowed to enter the palace, moved her hand once as the large gates of the palace started to open out wide. Let's go in. We walked past the dried gardens and broken pavements of cobblestone. The only source of light leading us to the end was the fluorescent stones engraved into the surrounding walls, lighting up the red carpet beneath. On the way down the long path, Josephine remarked. 100 years ago, the world was in greater chaos than it is now. She then started talking to herself. Recalling the old memories of the past, she started her story. The old faith, after modifying the doctrine as they pleased, started hunting witches and putting them on scaffolds. My master, my oldest friend, who used to visit the village of witches to tell stories of her hunting monsters and magic, tried to save us. And Tates Valtazar, he helped us alongside master. We defeated the inquisitors of the old faith and crushed the evil mages that were looking for human test subjects. That was one of the events recorded in history. The witch hunt, followed by the revolution of witches, the religious revolution and the fall of the Tower's monopoly over magic education and the foundation of the Guardian Academy. We were heroes. We saved many people and killed legendary monsters. I thought that we would stay together as heroes forever. However, she was betrayed. By her senior brother, whom she had been believing in the most. And Aaron, by the disciple whom she had been trying to inherit everything in her possession to. 80 years ago, we defeated the traitor and for a very long time was under the belief that he was dead. That was until you told us. However, he really wasn't dead, he had been waiting for the right opportunity for 80 long years. Soon, we arrived before the audience chamber of the palace, where my master would be waiting for me. From here you can go by yourself. Is that okay? I said no, but she was very firm with her will. It seemed that I had gained more trust than necessary. But still, I couldn't believe how undoubting and believing she still was, despite everything that she went through. Corinne Lorque. Right as I was about to enter the audience chamber, Josefina's voice stopped me on my tracks from behind. Please don't betray her. Having that happen twice would be way too cruel. At the end of the red carpet, sitting on the throne of the audience chamber with only a hint of its past glory, was her. Crystal clear aquamarine eyes and lustrous hair that seemed to have been woven by melted silver. Waiting on the throne was my benevolent and beautiful master, Aaron Danua. You are here. The queen looked exactly the same as the Aaron I saw in Nazria, but she appeared rather lethargic due to having stayed exiled for far too long. Come here. I believe you are being way too careless. Am I? You need to doubt more and be more cautious. Even more so now that you have lost your puppet. Right, of course. More importantly, come closer for a bit. What was going on? Why was looking at me with such an intimate light in her eyes? Even though I hadn't built any rapport with her in this life? Quick. In the end, I couldn't ignore her urging me to come closer and moved my feet. Slowly, I carried my heavy feet one at a time. Let me officially introduce myself. I am Aaron Danua, the last Danann and Ardri. The Queen of Paradise. A disciple of Tates Valtazer. A young hero who betrayed him and vowed to save the world. You're not exactly that, are you? I was lost for words. HN. Standing up from the throne, she modestly sat down on the carpet in front of it. She then tapped on the floor next to her, as if telling me to sit down. Just like what she did at Nazria. Unconsciously, I sat next to her when Master started caressing my hair. You have worked hard. You've worked hard. You've worked hard. A DJVU. Don't tell me. Tates Valtazer. Do you know him? I know he was your disciple, and that he betrayed you. That was the description provided in the game about their relationship, but there was more to their relationship than what could be explained by those few lines. He meant more to me than a disciple. I found that boy when exploring one of the lands left behind by the ancestors. The land of druids and the hiding place of the Spear of Light, Ariadbear, Gorias. In that place was an ark built for the Danann. Cold sleep, do you understand what I mean by that? There was a baby laying asleep for a very long time and I was very happy when I found him. She had found Tates when he was a toddler and had raised him up ever since, like her real son. Her love for Tates was from a sense of kinship for the one and only other being of her kind. I gave him everything. Love, spearmanship, treasures. I would have done the same if I had an actual son. That made me blind. I couldn't see it. I didn't notice the hatred the child harbored against this world, and his resentment. That was my biggest mistake. The wounds and the seal he cast on me not only hurt my body but also shredded my heart to pieces. The current humanity was the descendants of Goidel, whereas Tates was a Danann himself. After realizing the hidden truth of history, Tates Valtazer had vowed to take his revenge. While remembering his fall from a hero to an evil villain, Master said with a sorrowful tone of voice. She blamed herself for it in grief and self-deprecation. It was hard to make myself believe in anyone else after being betrayed. The disciple and one who should have inherited my throne meant so much that I had to live with those wounds for far too long. Her eyes turned away from the memories of the past and started to face me. Child. My disciple. Young boy from the future who tries to put everything on their shoulders. She saw through me. The regression, which I wasn't expecting anyone to believe and had been hiding, was seen through. If I wasn't a disciple of Valtazer, and if I was a disciple of the future Aaron Danua like I had introduced myself as at Nazria, a disciple whom she hadn't taught as of yet. Putting those clues and hints together, she must have realized that I had come from the future. And she wasn't an irresponsible person who could leave everything to someone who had come from the future. Caressing my hair, she declared her thoughts. Just because you know the future, doesn't mean you must shoulder it by yourself. No, you can't. I won't let you do it. In the first place, I didn't have any plans of meeting her in this lifetime. Because her life was one that always came to an end upon forming a connection with the player, because she was someone who always had to pay the price for her devotion and benevolence. She, who always saved others, dedicated and sacrificed herself for the sake of others, always had only one future ahead of her. You are the queen, the only queen of paradise. If the queen is gone, Valtazer will easily take the empty throne. Just like in chess, the king needs to be under protection. I tried to stop anything she could potentially say with logical reasons, but I have never once been a king. But I have been a teacher, and I have always been a hero. You can't do it this time. I won't let it go like it did before. You have to stay here, you won't be able to stop him. Please. Just please stay here without ever leaving this castle. In response to my desperate attempt to convey my thoughts with my eyes, she wrapped her warm hands around mine and said, "Us meeting like this is most definitely no coincidence. Fate is not something that blooms when you want it to, and it is one where you inevitably turn back to no matter what you do to leave it. We have met like this. We have reunited, and although we may treasure each other, we cannot turn away from our fate." "No," I replied. "We can change it. We can control our fate. We just have to have enough preparations and change history. That's what I have been doing till now." "Yes, Corinne. You will do your part very well, and that is all the more a reason why I must accept my own destiny. Like how you are carrying the fate to save the world, I have my role in teaching, protecting, and believing in you. Just like what Aaron Danua from 300 years ago has done, and like what the future me has done, I shall also trust you and support you on your way." My eyes couldn't help but shake looking at her unconditional, yet firm gaze. As if she knew me very well, she stroked my forehead and came closer with a warm smile on her lips. Her face drew near and soon, her lips landed on my forehead. "I will protect you. That is my duty and the choice I have made for myself." Like always, she made the same decision. The spear slashed through the air, carrying with it an invisible gush of aura. 8 trigrams. Ja, Lan, Na. Ominous snake. Two-faced ominous snake, dragon blood. Ominous snake, secret arts distorted march. Ominous snake, extreme arts soaring snake, rearing head of a venomous dragon. Horizontal sweep of a tiger. Great demonic spear of the wind. Lan Na Ja. Demonic arts, scavenging the grass for the snake. Spinning heaven, second move rotating demon spear. Void spinning heaven, turbulent spear. Sweat poured down like a waterfall. Controlling the pace of his breath, Corinne reflected on one spearman while breathing in the heated air of the training room. Tates Valtazer. The one who was technically his senior martial brother was, at the same time, a lifetime foe. Corinne trained endlessly as he aimed to pierce through Valtazer's heart even in his imaginary battles against him. However, all he got were failures. Failures upon failures. Until the very end, his spear couldn't reach him. No matter how much aura he were to pour out from his aura cores, and even while taking into consideration his physical specs that would be amplified several-fold, he just couldn't even imagine his spear reaching Valtazer. It wasn't like the game where you could gradually cut away at the HP bar. There was no autolock for accuracy either. Now that this world had become real, his attacks weren't even able to hit their mark. That was just how big of a gap there was in skill between Tates and him. "This won't do. Faster. I have to become stronger faster." He was no match even when it came to skill with the spear, let alone physical prowess. Corinne thought to himself that he needed at least 3 prerequisites for him to be able to defeat him. An increase in physical capability, increase in his manipulation over 6 ways of the spear, and lastly, making use of Tates Valtazer's precepts. The second precept, "I do not perceive spirits," was the same for both of them and couldn't be exploited, and his third precept was likewise an unexploitable one just like his, "I will save the world." The first precept was essentially the only one that could be exploited, but even that required a lot of preparations and would only be possible in the Northern Kingdom episode, which would unravel after the 7th arcade. Until then, Corinne had no choice but to focus on increasing his actual skill and caliber. Kwang. It was then. Suddenly a large hole appeared in the training room that Corinne had rented out for the day. There was only one person in the academy that could break the unique anti-guardian reinforced walls with such ease. I forgot about her. He looked at the girl wearing nun clothes, who still had one of her arms reaching forward with a fist on the other side of the hole, who seemed to have accidentally broken the wall in the middle of training. "How's it going?" Without replying to his question, Hua Ran looked around the training room ravaged by fists and a spear. She seemed slightly concerned about the mouthful of complaints she was going to receive from the admin. "Shall we go get some food?" The two of them quietly left the training room. For the past few days, Hua Ran was in a very bad mood. Until recently, she had been proud and confident in herself being powerful and strong. A living Jiangshi with the unbreakable Vajra body, the undefeatable, heavenly Yiksha. She had not a single doubt in her power and status. That was why she wasn't that worried when she decided to be with Corinne. Because she was strong, she thought no one would be able to hurt him as long as she was there. She had been arrogant, believing that she could beat anyone under the sun. Her arrogance had been crushed from the front. She was powerless before the enemy who used the same spearmanship as Corinne. We have to become stronger. I know. It was rare, but Huaran was in full agreement with her sister. If this was a few weeks back, she would have scoffed, saying she was already strong enough, but the recent fight was enough for Huaran to lose quite a lot of self-confidence along with her shattered arrogance. But how? Due to being a powerhouse from birth and relying only on her invincible, unbreakable body, she had never even worked on improving her fighting skills. She was clueless as to how to get stronger. The way of those who were weak from the start was difficult for her to wrap her head around. Let's start with martial arts that use the fist. The thing that Appa showed us. Rand said, referring to the martial arts of fist that Huaran learned from the boy out of boredom and a wish to spend more time with the boy. She had yet to really understand the principles and fundamentals, but she still knew some parts of it. But there was a problem. It's too small. The training room was way too small for her to practice martial arts. It was so small that she didn't feel comfortable going all out. Then do you want to go somewhere bigger? It was on the way back after a meal with the boy. Hearing her grumble a complaint, Corinne gave a suggestion. Where? We can't do it at the Oval because the other people there might get caught up in the aftermath, and we can't use the festival venue either for the same reason. The aftershock of Huaran's fists had the power to kill people. Even Corinne himself sometimes ended up destroying the items in the training room, and therefore it was obviously harder to find a suitable place for Huaran to unleash her full power. Why don't we have a little practice fight? Tung. Tung tung. Quang. Quagagang. Each and every punch crushed the ground and a sweep of the hand changed the surrounding landscape. It was a monstrous level of strength and defense that consecutive explosive bursts of pure strength created aftershocks, and those aftershocks alone were enough to make the spearman falter. Hugh. Relying on his spear, he somehow managed to keep himself on his feet. It was hard to say whether that should be called masterful skills or petty tricks, but regardless, Corinne somehow maintained his balance and posture, and waited for the right opportunity to strike at his opponent. Two-faced ominous snake, dragon blood. The slithering spear traveled sharply through the air. It slithered like a serpent in a dizzy manner, but Huaran's eyes allowed her to see through it all. Her exceptional physical capabilities and reflex skills allowed Huaran to dodge the incoming spear, as she immediately went on the offense. It was a textbook approach to close combat, but it appeared rather awkward, as if she was wearing clothes that weren't tailored to her. And those sloppy clothes were easily torn apart. She attacked with a straight fist. Gently pushing on the fist from the side, Corinne deflected the punch and released his spear as he then marched forward for a palm to the chest. Although it wasn't painful, seeing that he was about to connect it to more attacks to her vitals, Huaran urgently took a big leap back. Corinne curiously muttered at her passive retreat. Why did you do that? I'm sure you could have handled that much. With a rather discontent expression on her face, Huaran turned her back to him with a flick. I'm done. She was really quick at changing her mind. That was the impression Corinne received, but upon seeing the damage they had done to the surrounding forest, he also agreed that this much would be enough for the day. Then should we start heading back to the academy? Tomorrow's a weekend, so I'm just going to be doing the missions from the mission board though. No. Huh? Not the dormitory. What? Your hotel. Suddenly, our destination was changed to a hotel. A pair of grown-up male and female, spending the night in a hotel. Why do you want to swap? Whyy. I want to be with Appa too. Ignoring her noisy sister, Hua washed herself clean and wore the nun clothes again, but threw the chains away onto the bed. Thanks to the kind consideration of the Saintess, Estelle, she no longer had to be bound by chains 24/7, but that was still a secret from most people. Are we doing it? Is this the day? Pervert. Hua scolded Ran, whose mind seemed to be filled with obscene thoughts. How could she possibly suggest forcefully holding hands to sleep? And besides, there's no stork's one stork, the baby-bringing bird here either. And besides, there's no storks. 1. Stork the baby bringing bird here either. I know. I was with you when you were reading the book about stork habitats. Do we really have to go all the way to the north? I'm not trying to make babies tonight, that's for you to do. There you go again. I know you like Appa as well. She ignored Ran's cheeky voice. Ran, the person whom she was sharing the body with, was the one who liked Corinne, and it was only because of her that she was going to have a baby. Hua was simply thinking that she might as well help Ran look after the baby as a sister sharing the body with her. It was definitely not because she wanted one herself. How many babies should we get? We should let the kids have some siblings, right? 2 boys and 2 girls, that sounds good. I will make the stork bring one each, and Hua, you can do the same for the remaining 2. No. Why not? Appa's kids will be so cute. Honestly, I want the stork to bring us 20 kids if possible. Would money be a problem though if we do that? We can earn money, Hua said while remembering the guardian grade that had been assigned to her. She was given gold coins every month as allowance, and hunting demonic beasts was also an easy way to earn a fair bit of money. With a single sweep, she could kill a bunch of weak monsters, and just that would be enough to fill her piggy bank with coins. While thinking about something along those lines, Hua walked out of the room Corinne gave to her and started walking down the corridor. Despite the festival being over already, there were still quite a lot of guests. Seeing how there was a pair of male and female walking into a room with touching shoulders, she assumed that they were going to sleep while holding hands. There aren't any storks here though. I know, right? Without worrying herself over other people, she started walking to Corinne's room to find him. Appa looks really down these days. NN. Ever since the confrontation against that man, Corinne had been overworking his body. He spent all of his time in the training rooms and rarely ever came outside. Hua Ran had also started spending more time in the training room after realizing her powerlessness, but couldn't stay as long as he did. Is there a way to cheer him up? Food? I don't think that would work. But judging that buying something would be better than having nothing at all, Hua Ran bought some snacks at the store linked to the hotel before heading to Corinne's room. Considering how self-centered she usually was, it was worth complimenting how considerate she was being. Click. It was quite obvious that the door of the hotel room was locked, but Hua Ran nonetheless opened it recklessly without a second thought. Crack. The doorknob was crushed apart as she forced the door open. Oh shit. What was that? Corinne exclaimed in surprise when the door suddenly opened with a loud thud, but Hua was just as surprised as him. The same was true for the person she was sharing the body with. Taken by surprise, all she could do was blankly stand there watching what was in front of her. When witnessing something completely unexpected, people tended to zone out and their minds turned blank, and the length of that blank silence tended to be the proof of how surprised that person was. Out of 1 to 10, her current level of surprise was around 9. Why aren't you wearing clothes? The 2 girls didn't even know how long they had been silent for, and Hua only managed to force herself to say something after hearing Corinne say, "Why are you doing nothing for 30 whole seconds? Can you say something?" Well, that's because I just took a shower. Corinne, who had just come out of the shower, stated the obvious in response. With his upper body bare, all he had was a towel covering his lower body. In his hands was a bathrobe that he had been about to wear, which had been interrupted by the sudden intruder. Due to his hardcore training schedule, his body was filled with muscles with little excess fat, and the red flush to his muscular body was the very proof that he had been washing himself with warm water until just then. That was what had made Hua and Ran silent for 30 whole seconds. She always knew he had a good body, and even though it was obvious that knights would have a good body, it was just way too superb and remarkable. For some reason, there was something about his body that tickled her heart. Hua, I feel weird. Thankfully, Ran's voice did not reach Corinne. If she had voiced that out loud, she would have thrown herself into the warm river and killed herself out of embarrassment. But aside from that. Is that a scar? Hua said with her eyes on his lower stomach, which had a regular array of strange letters. You mean this? They were tiny yet very visible, and because of that, it was hard to tell whether that was a scar or a tattoo. This is the reason I can fight. After putting the robe over his shoulders, Corinne closed the door that Hua Ran broke before leading her into the room. He sat down on a small, minimalistic chair in front of the tiny desk of the hotel room, while Hua Ran rested herself on the soft bed. She stole a glance at his flushed body that was still visible through the hems of the bathrobe. For some reason, she had been deeply moved when she first saw it, and couldn't help but glance at it again and again. What do you mean? In order to chase away the embarrassment, Hua Ran raised a question, in search of a conversation topic. At last, the little girl had finally acquired the social skill of changing the topic. For the warriors of the Shadow Kingdom, there's a thing called precepts. It is a way to strengthen yourself by putting restrictions on you. Corinne didn't explain in full detail about the precepts he had engraved into his own body, but shared a brief explanation of how it worked. This is the reason I fight for, and one that also lets me fight in the first place. I wouldn't have been able to save you without this. She understood from that brief explanation that it was a device to amplify one's strength. After hearing that, she shared her thoughts. I want it too. However, she was immediately turned down. Why? This was the first time Hua Ran had been this desperate for power. Her immaturity and weakness that had been displayed during the fight against Valtazer had crushed her confidence to tatters, and she had finally found a reason to become stronger. Hua Ran now wanted to be stronger in order to protect the boy in front of her. Firstly, it's impossible to carve this onto your body no matter how much mana you put in. It'll be impossible to even leave a scratch. Secondly, this is high risk high reward. It's for incompetent people like me, and not for talented people like you. You are not incompetent. That's just what I said to make it easier to. You are not incompetent. Correct what you said. Her crimson eyes gazed deeply into his eyes, so much so that he found it difficult to look away from her. Alright. I'm not incompetent. Thanks. Corinne awkwardly corrected his words while scratching his cheeks. Anyways, I have to make myself stronger even at the cost of creating a detrimental weakness, but unlike me, others including you have no reason to use it. In fact, it won't be as effective for you. The girls all had clear strengths. Hua Ran, who would later awaken as the true heavenly Yiksha. Alicia Arden, the sword saint who would later reach the end of the path of swords. As for Marie, her future would be different from the one in the game, but it was clear that she would hit the pinnacle of vampires. They, the main characters of this world, had fitting ways to grow, and there was no limit that had to be broken through like the side character, Corinne Lorque. Going out of the way to make weaknesses for them did not make sense. Besides, a simple amplification of strength wasn't what was required for them to become stronger. But even so, her remark was enough to touch Corinne's heart, because Hua Ran must have wanted to engrave precepts onto her body just for his sake. It provided him with a chance to realize that his relationship with the girl had become so profound and deep. Hoo-hoo. Wait for tomorrow. This appa will buy you some sushi. It was then. Hua Ran, who had been looking straight at him, suddenly stood up and grabbed onto his wrist. She then pulled him towards her with an unignorable amount of force. Due to that, he ended up falling on the bed. Hua. Take it off. Take your clothes off. With a deeply flushed face and a pressing set of eyes, she gazed down deeply into his eyes. Anyways, I have to make myself stronger. For quite some time. Her ears had stopped picking up his words. Because of some unknown ticklish emotion inside, her mind couldn't focus, but her eyes in contrast were focused clearly on the abs that were faintly visible through the hems of the robe. Something worth noting again was that the two girls had no experience nor tolerance against men. They, who were like blank sheets of paper when it came to relationships, were still aware of their emotion of love. Although one of them was vehemently in denial, the other one was way too proactive and passionate that the two of them were starting to be on the same page. Lighting a fire on their emotions was the physical proximity that came from being in the same room as well as the lucky event. Those two combined were far too stimulating for the teenage girls, and as a result. Hua. Take it off. What? Take your clothes off. It led to a rampage due to a reason unbeknownst to even herself. Hello? Hua Ran. Looking down at the boy being pressed down onto the bed below her flushed her cheeks. Her face turned steaming hot and her lower belly ached. Even she had no idea why she was doing this. She didn't know why she was grabbing onto the strings of the bathrobe, nor why she was feeling like she was running out of breath. Grip. Huh? Wait. With a swoop, she pulled the hems of the bathrobe wide apart, thus revealing his bare upper body. As if putting a stamp mark on his tough and distinct muscles, she placed her palm over numerous parts of his body. It was warm. The heat rising from his skin after just leaving the shower warmed her palms up. Warm. Well. Because I just washed myself. Ignoring his words, Hua-Ran played with his abs by pinching and pulling it. Like the miniature model city, there were ups and downs on his stomach. When she ran her nail up the path in the middle, it led her to a bulge that was small yet rigid. Gulp. Hua. Me too. Me too. Me too. She continued bringing her finger up from below, while gulping and trying her best to collect her breath, which was becoming shorter over time for some reason. This. Right above what would be the solar plexus, Hua spotted something and stopped her fingers. Is this a scar? At the very center of Corinne was a large scar. She knew very well who it was that had created that scar on his body. Is this from back then? Ah. You mean this? This was the part of his body that had been pierced by Tate's Valtazar's spear of light. The shock she felt when she saw that happen before her eyes was still weighing heavily on her mind. It hasn't healed yet. The spear of light is in a whole different league to other weapons, after all. It should heal back up soon like nothing happened. Hua knew how he looked when injured. Even back then, he had been in tatters, bleeding from all parts of his body and yet had eventually healed back up. But still. Hua-Ran whispered while carefully caressing the scar on his chest. This one scar from the spear of light wasn't the only one he had. She could still remember his dangling arms, his torn-out flesh and the trail of blood flowing down his forehead. As if to ensure that they had indeed been recovered, she touched where he had been injured one by one as her heart ached time after time. It was painful, because it felt like it was all her fault. I told you not to get hurt, she said while resting her cheek on his chest where he had been injured the most. It felt completely different compared to other parts of his body. This rather small, yet rather big scar was what had been inflicted on the boy's body due to her inability to protect him. Don't get hurt. As if to etch that feeling into her mind, Hua-Ran rubbed her cheek. She knew about his tenacious regeneration ability, but it felt like the boy was not thinking about his own safety because of that very ability, and that made her very sad. Please don't. She wanted to be the one getting hurt instead, but her body did not even allow that to happen. It hurts when you get hurt. My heart it aches. Hua-Ran shared her honest thoughts, because she knew that this boy wouldn't look after himself otherwise. Suddenly, she felt a large hand gently caressing her hair. Thanks. With gratitude towards the girl who was relying deeply on him, the boy gave her a tight hug. CHCK out LTSTVL on N/O/V/L/Ben. C//M. And sorry. Why? Despite everything she told him, the boy was still implying ruthlessly that he would continue getting injured. Hua-Ran tried to speak back to him, but quickly calmed down upon feeling his gentle fingers running down her neck. There are too many people and things that I love, and am just trying to keep all of that safe. It was already late at night. Resting on his warm and comfortable chest, her eyelids started to feel heavy. Inside the small yet most trustworthy nest in the entire world that belonged only to her, Hua-Ran slowly went to sleep. HAHT. Hua opened her eyes. The chirping voices of the birds and the bright, dazzling sun was the sign that it was already morning. It was something Hua-Ran had already become used to. Gently shaking her shoulders, he would wake her up, and she would head to the bathroom while rubbing her eyes. Brushing her teeth and washing her face, she would then head back to her room for a shower. After changing clothes and meeting him again in the corridor, they would head down the stairs together to have breakfast. For breakfast, it would be fish, her favorite dish. She would simply glare at the fish, and upon noticing that, the boy would deb one the fish and give it to her. Although swallowing the bones was nothing difficult for her, for some reason, that whole procedure started to feel cozy. Hua and Ran. Their everyday life started together with Corinne and ended with Corinne. And therefore, starting the morning like today was normal and nothing new, and yet. Opening her eyes, Hua-Ran noticed that something was blocking her sight, and the warmth around her body told her that she was in someone's arms. She realized that she had gone off to sleep last night on his chest. Heavenly Yiksha. Living Jiangshi. Unbreakable Vajrabody. She was the epitome of unshakable invincibility and had an unbreakable body, but right now, her body was trembling. The shaking of her body was faint yet undoubtable. The part of her body that was trembling the most was her eyes. It was rare for the boy to wake up after her. In his sleep, he gently pressed down on the back of her head, which inevitably made her bury her head into his chest. She couldn't fight back. Escaping from his arms, and fighting back against the arm pressing down on her head, were simply impossible. It was strange, and looking back, Hua realized that this had always been the case. Even though she could easily overpower him with her strength, and even though she should be much stronger than the boy. Whenever he held her by the hand and invited her out for a meal, and whenever he ran her fingers through her hair for some reason, she found it impossible to do anything. It was touching, warm and comfortable. Why was that the case, even though his chest had nothing but these rigid and touch muscles? Resting in his warm hug, Hua Ran reflected on the time she spent with the boy. Looking back at the past, she realized that it had been a life of ostracization. No one ever wanted to be near her. "Do you want some fish? I can buy you a meal." And yet from some point in time, the boy started intruding into her territory. He threw himself over the fence into her zone. "You start from the small basics." He grabbed onto her hands without permission. "I told you I'll help you until you can make a decision for yourself." Came closer, while suggesting he would help her. "Thank you for responding to my trust. I knew it. You are a very nice girl." And always poured her with compliments and consideration. "Well, look for ways together." Nonchalantly, he started walking with her down the solitary path of loneliness. He held her by the hand, crumbled the castle walls she had forged around her mind and connected a path to his house. From some point in time, she became intoxicated by that comfort. Whenever the two sisters chatted to each other about their future, they couldn't help but imagine another person being with them. "There you go again. I know you like him too." "No. That's not it. That can't be it. It just can't be helped, right? If Ran likes him and wants to be with him, I have no choice but to be near him as well, right? This is out of my control. Because we share the same body." Constantly she said no to herself, oblivious to the fact that she had unconsciously rubbed her cheeks on his chest. But it was then. After suddenly remembering what happened the night before, she gasped for breath. Ugh. In a flash, her face turned crimson. It was scorching red, as if she had been exposed to the sun for far too long. "There are too many people and things that I love, and am just trying to keep all of that safe. Love. Love. Love." That word rotated around her mind like a wheel. Her eyes were spinning while her face was still flushed and deep red. She had trouble coming back to herself. A loud and rapid heartbeat stopped her trail of thought. Wondering if Corinne was somehow sick, she brought her ears to his chest and strangely enough, the sound was still there but it wasn't coming from her ears. It took her a few minutes of doubting her ears until she came up with a hypothesis about that sound. Slowly taking her ears off of his chest, she gently rested her hand on her chest and thump. In surprise, she pushed the boy away in fright. Seemingly in deep sleep, the boy didn't wake up and the girl was the only one who stood up from the bed. Huh? Then, while gazing down at Corinne with disbelief in her eyes, she slowly brought her hand back to her chest. Ah. Confusion and bewilderment filled her eyes, and her body trembled as if there was an earthquake. What, did you wake up already?" Suddenly a voice reached her ears. It was the same usual voice of the boy, but Hua was startled, as if a bomb had gone off right next to her ears. Huh? Huh? Even though she knew she had to say something in response, Hua Ran couldn't say anything meaningful, so she instead tried to distance herself from the cause. "What? What's wrong?" When the boy stood up and approached her with a sleepy pair of eyes, Hua Ran increased her speed even more to go further back. Despite finding that strange, the boy still walked up and placed his forehead on top of hers. "NN? Doesn't look like you have a cold though." Like a goldfish," Hua mumbled inaudibly. Even the unbreakable Vajra body wasn't helpful after she became conscious of such unknown emotions for the first time in her life. "We should get going now that we had breakfast. Thank goodness we don't have lessons today." "Yeah." Although she had always been quiet and docile, Hua Ran was even quieter and more passive today, so Corinne couldn't hide his curiosity. "What's wrong? Your face has been red for a while." Once again, he unreservedly tried to bring his hand to her cheeks, so Huaran quickly avoided it like a bomb that was seconds away from detonation. Unable to see through the complex emotions of a girl, the dense boy awkwardly scratched his head. What's wrong? Nothing. Corinne's questioning voice echoed heavily in her ears. Do you feel sick? Don't touch me. She shouted, strongly rejecting his touch. The boy might feel sad, but Huaran had no other option either. Her heartbeat had been warning her several times that she could not possibly allow her heart to beat any faster. A few more hammer strikes to her heart, which was already starting to malfunction, might not change much, but she still did not want any more confusion. Tell me straight away if you're feeling sick. It will become worse if you just keep it to yourself. That was what the boy said, but there was no way that the girl could tell him. She could not tell him her feelings, the heartwarming identity of her emotions. How would she ever be able to convey the heavy chunk of emotions lying in her heart? Don't get hurt. It hurts when you get hurt. My heart, it aches. Unconsciously, she recalled the words she herself said the night before, and her face turned even hotter. That was something she said before being conscious of her feelings like a child. She had innocently shared her honest feelings without any hint of secrecy. Until now, she had been nonchalantly going to sleep on the same bed, rubbing her face on his tough chest, holding hands whenever possible and using his lap as a pillow. At first, it was simply because it felt good. Because she wanted to. Because it felt warm. In terms of a romantic relationship between a male and a female, one could say they had done everything there was to be done. Despite lacking general knowledge in that regard, even she felt blood rushing to her head when recalling everything she used to do. Now that she had finally become conscious of her warm, ticklish yet thumping heart, everything that she had been doing came back, attacking her ruthlessly like throwing daggers. Are you sure you're all right? Again, Corinne closed the gap in the blink of an eye as his breath sneaked into her ears. Her heart threatening to stop was too much to handle for the girl who had only experienced 4 years herself. Yut? What happened as a result was like an expulsion of consciousness or a forced shift. UHT? Oh, Appa? Why is it you all of a sudden, Ran? I think Hua must be fairly tired. Fortunately, Ran had enough social skills to react rather normally to what was going on. Like, wasn't she sleeping just fine? I mean, if that's what she's saying. Hee. Please understand. Hua is feeling a bit confused right now. She seriously has trouble being honest to herself. Due to seeing Hua do that all morning, Ran wasn't startled even though she was suddenly forced to control the body. Instead, she let out a sneaky smile and hugged his arm. More importantly, Appa. We are in the city anyway, so how about we go on a date? No. Don't. Even though she had forced her outside, Hua was still watching everything span out, and immediately raised her voice after seeing Ran nonchalantly asking him out for a date. A date? What in the world was wrong with her roommate? Being next to him was already making it impossible for her heart to relax. Using a kinky word like that and staying next to him for a long time, Hua was sure that even her unbreakable Vajra body wouldn't be able to leave unscathed. I would love to, but I have a few things to do today. All right. You said you had things to do related to the Guardians Guild, right? Huh. Hua let out a sigh of relief. It was fortunate, to say the least. Now was the time to soothe the sudden torrent of emotions. She needed some time off. There's that too, but more importantly, I need to visit Alicia and see how she's doing. I see. Alicia, the name wasn't the important bit. Hua unconsciously reacted to the fact that the person he was visiting was a female. Suddenly grabbing onto the hems of his shirt, Hua looked up into his eyes with confusion that was beyond what she herself could control or decipher. Let's go together. The girl who just became conscious of love wasn't experienced enough to be conscious of jealousy. At least not yet. How unfair. Alicia swallowed her complaints, despite having tons to grumble about how the state she was in was completely different from that of others. Ugh. The bruises and wounds that covered her body did not go away even after a week's time. Drinking an elixir would be wasteful. It wasn't like her injuries were beyond cure and she was therefore taking a rest in her own room but still, isn't this way too unfair? Huaran was the one who got punched and yet she, who had been underneath her, was the only one who was in tatters. Seeing Corinne made her feel even more miserable. Even though his chest had been pierced by a spear, he was back on his feet after one day. Absolute defense and regeneration having to face the unfairness of reality, the girl, who still couldn't move properly even after a week, couldn't help but lament. The only thing that she was slightly fond of was that. Does it still hurt? Ah. It's there. There, please be more gentle with rolling the egg. Oh wow. Dude, your bruises still look terrible. By the way, did you want some chocolates? It's about time that you can stop having porridge all the time, right? Corinne frequently visited her room and took care of her. Maybe if you feed me. Are you a baby? Despite saying that, Corinne ripped apart the packet of chocolates. Open your mouth. Ah. It was when she was bringing her mouth closer to the appetizing chocolate bar. Munch. Crunch. Suddenly an uninvited guest appeared in the middle. A girl wearing none clothes swallowed the entire chocolate bar from the side. Corinne and Alicia blankly looked at her at the same time. With her mouth filled with chocolate, Huaran brazenly said in response to their gazes. Please enjoy the feast, young lady. This is what we have wholeheartedly prepared. A feature of the Dinaref, or rather the feature of the people living in the south, was that they tended to eat a lot. Due to the nature of having numerous people involved in the primary industry like farming, mining, and rearing animals that required manual labor, every family tended to be heavy eaters, and that became a cultural habit of the south. That was one of the reasons why potatoes, easily gatherable yet filling products, became a staple, and why animal blood was also used as an ingredient for dishes. Even aside from that, considering how the Dinaref was like a whole empire of the south, it was obvious that they had to set a big feast for the eldest daughter of that family. Wow. Thank you so much for the food. Marie was likewise a heavy eater, and she started to eat even more after becoming a vampire. Hua. That was amazing. The chefs in the Merkava branch are excellent. Of course. It's all thanks to His Highness the Duke providing us with the best ingredients and staff. She placed the cutleries down after the meal, as the servants quickly walked up and took them away before setting up a tea set and a dessert. This was the normal treatment she received, no matter where she went throughout the continent. How are the opening sales? You are all working hard, so I hope we got some good results. We are still in the red because of all the preparation we put in for the opening event, but it is certain that we will be able to start earning money within 3 months once we begin forming supply chains inside the city, and change the items we send to the academy. Until now, we have been sending them to the academy at a loss, after all. Since it was the academy that Marie was going to, the Dinaref family had been supplying them with ingredients at a very cheap price to commemorate that. Even though Marie had told Corinne that they weren't suffering a loss from it, sending fresh meat and a bunch of livestock alive was something that required a load of money. It was because the daughter-loving Duke had been willing to send the ingredients at a loss to feed Marie the best dishes available throughout her time at the academy. But now that the Dinaref had created an official store in Merkava and were forming new supply chains, it also became Marie Dinaref's job to choose the places to supply to as well as the prices, including the academy. I don't think we should bother increasing the price of the supplies we send to the academy. It's not too big of a loss anyway. Although they were losing about 1,700 gold coins every year, that was less than a month's worth of Doggo's allowance, so she decided to think of that as treating the juniors of the academy to a meal. And in regards to what you said, young lady, His Highness was infuriated once he saw the report. Ah. You mean the Tower of Mages, right? How dare they even think about kidnapping our miss as a test subject? That's unacceptable. They didn't actually do it, though. Even just thinking about it is a heavy crime. They already had the testimony, it was very clear that they were guilty. Please wait a bit before you take action. I need to discuss the plan with Corinne beforehand. I see. But what about the mages from before, do you have any commands? I'll go to them shortly, so please just do what you have been doing. After finishing the discussion about the Tower of Mages, Marie moved on to a topic that was even more important, at least to her. More importantly, what's happening to the bank account that we made under Corinne's name? We have been regularly putting in gold coins and land rights to the account that we have made for young Master Corinne for the past 8 months. It will be possible to take out 80,000 gold coins from anywhere in the world through the gold coin storage of the New Faith. It's not much, but that should be okay for Corinne's emergency funds. I hope he likes it. He will be very glad to hear about it, young lady. Really? Of course. Hopefully he won't be too surprised. Even if he is, we still must do it. He is, after all, the benefactor of our great Dinaref family. Why, you're right. This is just paying back for what he did for us. But now that I think about it that way, it feels a bit too little, right? It certainly does. The store manager of Mercarva, Baron Bolton, knew exactly what feelings Marie had for Corinne. Although Duke Mard had commanded him to separate the two, how impossible would it be to separate two young passionate teenagers? Besides, considering how the Duke was going to retire soon, Marie was the future Duke that was going to be in power. For the glory of his children and grandchildren, the person that he had to be loyal to was not Duke Mard but his daughter. Bolton nonchalantly ignored the Duke's command and instead chose to be more favorable in the eyes of Duchess Alencia and the future Duke. Aren't we talking about the future consort of our dukedom? 10,000 gold coins a month does feel a bit too little. See, consort? No. We are not in that kind of relationship yet. Apologies, it seems that this old man had been too excited. That reaction just then confirmed it even more. Baron Bolton decided that he needed to leave a good impression on Corinne as well. After entering Mercarva, we have started creating a few stores in nearby towns and carriage platforms. How about we select a few of those with better sales and name him as the honorary manager of those stores? Sounds good. It'll allow him to feel like a CEO when he wants to, so I think he'll love the idea. Haha. I have heard that our future consort is a very busy and active person. So perhaps we should start off with just a few stores under his name. Also, I think he's interested in becoming a justice of the peace as well, looking at the subjects he is taking right now. Ho! A justice of the peace. What a remarkable gentleman he is, with a strong sense of justice on top of his ability. Hee, right? Corinne is a very good person. He was complimenting Corinne, and yet Marie was put in a good mood. Looking at the bashful reaction of the girl also put Baron Bolton in a good mood. It was then. Marie suddenly heaved out a sigh in the middle of the positive flow of the conversation. Surprised by the sudden sigh of his future lord, Bolton said with beads of sweat dripping down his cheeks. May I ask if there was something you were unhappy with? Sorry. It's just something personal. I see. If possible, could you please tell me about your concerns? Perhaps I might be able to provide some help with something. Strictly speaking, the only reason the Mercarva store was suddenly put in was to look after Marie and be her hands and feet. Rather than an expert manager to earn a lot of money, Bolton's job was to act as Mary's butler. Please count on this, Bolton. I will do my very best to resolve your concerns, young lady. This is a story about my friend, but... So it's about Master Corinne and Lady Marie, huh? After immediately understanding who the story was going to be about, Bolton carefully listened to the details of the story. Ho. So they want to cheer them up somehow. Do you have any ideas? It was certainly a possible story. Wanting to cheer up a man who's feeling down from a small failure, huh? In that case. Please don't fret, young lady. This Bolton has a great strategy that will immediately get rid of the concerns of the young lad's friend. What is it? Marie lent a close ear to Baron Bolton's words with a much brighter look on her face. After he whispered the plan for about 3 minutes, Marie asked back after tilting her head with a skeptical look on her face. Are you sure that will work? It will, young lady. Men will surely love it. That costs 20,000 gold coins these days, right? How could I possibly sell that to you, young lady? You can simply choose a good one and take it for yourself. It's okay. I'll give you a blank check. You can use that for the payment. Thank you very much, miss. That day, Mary's feet were lighter than usual on her way back to the academy. Battle against Valtazer and his defeat. The chairman was dead, and Corinne started spending even more time every day on training ever since that defeat. Of course, he was aware that the chairman, Ariu Khazar, wasn't the real body and that it was just a puppet, as well as how behind that was one of the gods of the ancient times, Adanan. However, he seemed to have put a lot of meaning to that defeat and was depressed for several days without an end. Hugh. Looking at him doing his very best at training once again, Marie had a feeling that maybe she, who was extremely distant from the word lazy, might still be lazy compared to him. Corinne. Great work. Do you want some water? Thank you. Accepting the water that she personally made with magic, Corinne chugged it down his throat. Meanwhile, Marie used a dry towel to wipe his sweat. The towel soon became drenched due to the downpour of sweat, but it did not feel unpleasant in the slightest. In fact, she had pride in herself for being the only one that was helping Corinne wipe his sweat. Sorry for making you do things like this all the time. NNN? No. Don't be. I know how hard you're working all the time, Corinne. But I still do want you to take some rest. She knew why Corinne was pushing himself to his limits. It must be because he couldn't forget the defeat back then. The powerlessness they felt at the face of the unimaginable powerhouse, Balthazar, was something shared by everyone that had been there at that time. Sorry, but there are too many things I have to do right now. And then I know. It's normal for men to be busy sometimes when they have something big to do. Sorry. Even though you were saying that out of goodwill. No. Don't worry about it. I'm here to support you in whatever you do, Corinne. Perhaps thanks to having a strong supporter like her, his rigid expression eased a little after seeing her face that seemed to be shouting, good luck. Anyway, shall we go get some dinner now? Shall we? What about Huaran? Apparently she got called by the new faith for something. And Alicia still hasn't recovered enough to move around, so, did you want to call your friends? New? They're all busy. We have exams soon after all. All right. There's the interim exams as well. There were too many things up his sleeve that Corinne had forgotten all about the interims. He wondered if he should start studying even if it's a bit late, but... whatever. Tests are there to test you on your usual knowledge after all. Right. I'm sure you'll be able to do it just fine, Corinne. I don't think you'll be able to say that if you knew about my marks from last year, haha. Anyway, how about we go to a restaurant in the city for dinner? There's something I want to show you as well. Something to show me? Marie stayed faithful to Bolton's advice. The only problem was that their standards were in the standards of the Dinnereff family, who had hectares of land of potatoes. Usually, there was a rule against flying in large cities. Due to defensive measures against aerial attacks and as a way to prevent surprise attacks to the central area of the city, everyone was prohibited from raising flying beasts, let alone riding them, except for very few people. One of those few people was the Dinnereff family. To be exact, it was a special exception made for all high-ranking nobles above dukes and members of the royal family. Marie had never made use of those arrangements for high-ranked nobles until now, but recently, she started using a few of them one by one. It was obvious who the cause of that change was. Getting permission to fly in a city was what activated fast travel. It was a feature that was only accessible towards the mid to late portion of the game, Heroic Legends of Arhan. And by using the rights of Marie as a young lady of a dukedom, Corinne aimed to get a quicker activation of that said feature. The official foundation of the guild, Corinne Guardians, followed by a fast travel to missions outside the academy. In order to construct the guild office, Corinne had to spend all the money he earned from his freshman year as initial investment. At least that was how it was on the outside, and most of the funds had in fact come from the money laundered by Reyna Claire, the high executive officer of the Intelligence Guild, who was acting as the sponsor of Corinne Guardians. About 2,000 gold coins is the budget. About 2 million in terms of dollars, huh? That's after selling items and borrowing money for guild construction. That was a surreal amount of money that players could never even dream of during this stage in time. It was impossible to gather so much money unless they were to cheat or something. $2 million. It was by no means a small amount of money that he was investing in the guild, but Corinne was confident that he could multiply that by several-fold. He knew a gist about the events that would happen in the future, which he could make use of by investing money. Most importantly, there were also the items and cash he could gain by resolving the key, crucial events. $2 million was something he could make up for with enough time. All he had to do was think of it as a big investment. And with an investment that big, building a new fresh office for Corinne Guardians was also nothing difficult. Oh. Pretty big. And looking fresh as well. Corinne said in contentment as he gazed at the 5-story building built at one of the lands that were buyable for the player even back in the game. It was built by one of your construction companies, right? This is much bigger than I thought. What he had initially asked for was a 4-story building. Although he was going to place a landing zone for wyverns at the roof and include storerooms and a cafeteria, 4 floors still would have been enough. NN. I told Dad, and he made it a lot cheaper for us. Wow. Having connections is amazing. Corinne was very happy. It had been a 4-story building in the previous iteration, so seeing the addition of another floor was, if anything, a source of joy. Let's go in. But wow, seriously. Why are there so many constructions going on nearby? I guess someone made a big investment or something. CHCK out LTSTVL on N/O/V/L/bin. C//M. Corinne, where are you going? What do you mean? Of course I'm heading to the office. That's not the office, though? Uh-huh. It was evident that the two of them weren't on the same page. Before long, Marie grabbed his hand and led him to a place next to them, which was still in construction. Senior? Last time, do you remember saying you wanted to build a shed for the wyverns? Yeah. Corinne was a grade 1 knight, and Marie was officially a semi-unique grade, who was pretty much at the level of a unique grade mage. Since all the members of Corinne Guardians were extremely talented guardians with a bright future ahead of them, even the Alliance was paying attention to them and were very helpful. High-tier guilds were given the right to purchase or rent wyverns at a cheaper price. Corinne's plan was to use that right to rent around 6 wyverns. We got the wyverns. They're all nice and gentle kids from good breeds. We were given the permission quite fast. It must be because of how strong you are, Corinne. Oh. That quick? That's amazing. Top-notch wyvern breeds weren't easy to find on the market even for grade 1 knights like Corinne. Even in the game, the player had to start all the way from the lowest breeds and gradually work their way up to gain access to the best wyverns. To be frank, it was a way to force players into completing quests related to building nests and hatching eggs, but that feature of the game was also reflected in reality in a slightly different manner. The purchase rights of top-grade wyverns were restricted due to qualifications and credit. It was most definitely good news, but Corinne had a strange impression from her words. He had a feeling that it was purchased, rather than rented. Wait. 6 wyverns? You didn't buy 6 top-grade wyverns, did you? We didn't even have enough budget for that, did we? Now, we're there. This is our wyvern shed. The doors were enormous. It was as tall as a 2-story building, and was obviously way too big for normal humans to use. Senior. Yoon? What is this? This is the backyard of our office and our shed for the wyverns, and a test flight area. It was humongous. Actually, the correct expression would be to call it vast and empty. Corinne vividly remembered himself saying that he wanted to build an office at a corner of the undeveloped area, and yet it seemed that she had bought the entire plot of land. That over there is the office we are going to use, and that there is the warehouse. Then what was the 5-story building that we just went past? That one? That was Doggo's house. That whole building was a doghouse? Corinne was looking at the absurdly upscaled version of what his office was going to look like, when the large gates of the shed for wyverns that was still in construction were pushed open, and Baron Babong. They were welcomed by a deafening fanfare and firecrackers. Welcome, young Lady Marie. Young Master Corinne. Behind the door, hundreds of people clapped out loud as if they had been waiting for Corinne and Marie to arrive. In the middle of his stupor, Corinne spotted what was written on the banner above them. Congrats. Knight Corinne Lork, a new Baron. Senior? Hooray. Are you surprised? Congratulations, Corinne. Actually, I should be calling you Baron Corinne from now on. Sorry, what? It was way too sudden and abrupt. Corinne was baffled by the fact that he suddenly received an official title of a noble. You see, dukes have the special right to grant peerages to their vassals. I asked my dad, and he decided to grant you the vassal peerage of a baron. But why? Before he could even ask that question, Baron Bolton, who was the store manager of Mercarva's Dinneref Produce, walked up to him from the crowd. Instead of a high-ranking executive of a company, he looked more like a butler. Congratulations, Baron Lork. You have hereby been named a vassal family of the Dinneref. You have been granted 15,000 hectares of land, 200 pigs, 1,000 chickens, 30 cows, and 1 Ambla, a demon cow weighing 80 tons. Wow. Congratulations, Corinne. Clap 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 clap. The sound of hundreds of people clapping at once was loud enough to shred someone's eardrums. Despite the loud applause, Corinne, who still couldn't follow what was going on, stood there watching them with a blank look on his face. Wait. Hello? Am I the only one who's not understanding what's going on? Huh? Corinne? Do you need more? I can give you more. Senior? Hello? Marie looked puzzled, while Corinne grabbed onto her shoulders and swung her back and forth. His face seemed to be asking her why she was doing this to him. Wow. Look at him do that to the young lady of the Dinnereff family. As expected of the future Duke consort. We have to leave a good impression on him. I guess I will have to send some presents to his land. Unlike Corinne, who was still confused and half panicking from the sudden turn of events, those around him were calculating how much his value would be in the future. Hee. It's nothing that big, so don't feel too burdened by it. Most of the funds came from my pocket. Marie said with a bashful smile on her face. Right as Corinne was about to say something to her smile, Baron Bolton, who was in charge of the conferment, spoke into the microphone. Now then, everyone. Behold, the highlight of the day. We will have the air show of the Special Air Forces of the Dinnereff family, Sky Potato. Now then, everyone. Behold, the highlight of the day. We will have the air show of the Special Air Forces of the Dinnereff family, Sky Potato. Wah. Quang. Boom. Boom. Kee. Firecrackers exploded in the air, in disharmony with the screams of the wyverns. Soaring majestically into the heavens, the wyverns started leaving colorful trails behind them on the blue skies. Sky Potato. They were wyvern riders that had several trophies in the Royal Air Show, which was hosted by the royal family every year, that cost tens of thousands of gold coins to invite them for a single event. The greatest wyvern riders of the kingdom that would generally only appear during the coronation or the birth of members of the royal family were here in the conferment of a random baron. It was up to the visitors to understand just how significant this was. What was fortunate for Corinne at the very least, was that reporters hadn't been invited to the event due to this being an unofficial one. Awesome, right? They are the best wyverns of one of our vassal families that raise and hatch wyverns for a living. By the way, those are the 6 wyverns that we put into the shed this time around. 1,000 coins each. And look. That's the final highlight of the show. Here it comes down. The origin of every wind. Master of the Tempest. The large flying monster, named as the prettiest monster carrier of the entire continent. Here it comes down. The origin of every wind. Master of the Tempest. The large flying monster, named as the prettiest monster carrier of the entire continent. Its enormous wings were wide enough to cover the sun. The humongous beak glittered in gold and its eyes were sharp and bright. Hresvolger. The proof of the Dinnereff dukedom's great trust in Baron Lork, and the treasure proving his right as the flag-bearer of the golden potato flower. Hresvolger. The proof of the Dinnereff dukedom's great trust in Baron Lork, and the treasure proving his right as the flag-bearer of the golden potato flower. 6 top-grade wyverns. Costing around 6,000 gold coins. Humongous flying beast, Hresvolger. Costing around 23,000 gold coins. On top of that was the peerage of a baron, 15,000 hectares of land, and thousands of domestic animals. Who in the entire continent would ever be able to guess that this was just a small present of a young girl, in hopes of earning the favor of a certain boy? How is it, Corinne? Are you happy? I would like to ask for a refund. Huh? That single sentence of the boy was enough to fill the face of the Potato Empire's imperial princess with confusion. Marie. Are you stupid? Although the academy had a fresh supply of ingredients coming in every morning, there were still some discrepancies in the cafeterias and restaurants inside the campus. One such example was the cafe with an intelligent and cute design with the glass displays full of sweet cakes, which boys were known to never be able to visit by themselves. The cafe, Marshmallow, was therefore dedicated for female students and couples. That was further proven by the fact that most of the customers were female students in casual clothing and boys who were being forced inside by their girlfriends. Marshmallow simply had a different target market compared to the study cafes and the ones that ran 24 hours a day, which boys tended to visit to buy coffee in the stead of energy drinks. One of the regular customers of this cafe, Isabelle Kerman, was having brunch with her best friend Marie Dinnereff, with the menu being some basil sandwiches and 2 glasses of strong espressos. Naturally, the girls were talking about a bunch of topics unrelated to food, and the current topic for them was in regards to a certain boy. I get that you like him, but anyone will be scared out of their minds if you give that many things at once, okay? Really? What was it again? Giving him a whole district of a city? A squad of wyverns? And what? A Hresvolger? I don't even know what to say. It's not that bad. Besides, buying wyverns and constructing the office were all necessary. Yes. And even if you add them all up, they don't even cost as much as a monster carrier. It was a peaceful morning with the fresh scent of flowers tickling their nose, but Isabel couldn't help but scold her best friend after hearing how overly dramatic her love life was. And this is not about me, remember? It's about one of my friends. Even though she was saying it wasn't her, it was obviously not enough to fool Isabel. Isabel barely held herself back from telling her that the only individuals in this continent that could buy monster carriers with their money were the two princesses and her, Marie. In fact, even Saintess Estelle and Princess Miriam would only be able to afford one by using their official funds, and regardless of how much money they were in possession of, wasting it like that for personal reasons was bound to make them a vulnerable target for the other party. And as for Marie? There might be one news article or two with the headline, "The extravagant use of money of the high social classes disheartens the public." They even had a newspaper company, didn't they? It was clear that such articles would never be published in the South. Marie. Let's be honest. You like Corinne, right? HNN? No? No? I do not? Do you not like him? Then can I go and confess to him tomorrow? To be frank, he's very famous and handsome, isn't he? He must be super popular. No. Right? Corinne Lorque. He was a junior with a good reputation even among the third-grade female students. The only reason why no one was hitting on him from the third grade was because it was a well-known fact among them that the top idol of their grade, Marie Dinnereff, liked him. None of them wanted to antagonize Marie, who was beloved by every one of them. That was the general consensus of the third-year students. Maybe not so much for the Saintess, though. An exception was the senior who entered the academy 2 years before them, who had recently returned to the academy as a third year, Princess Estelle. The only reason it wasn't as obvious as Marie was because she was busy dealing with cases like Elder Morishtan the Black Mage, and the impression Isabel received was that even the Saintess was interested in Corinne. Looking back, she also recalled the rumors that had spread at the start of the semester about the second princess, Princess Miriam, chasing after Corinne's back. What's with these competitors? The future successor candidate of the renowned Arden household. A probationary sister of the new faith, who was at the same time the strongest living juncture of history. One of the top executives of the new faith and the likely heir to the throne, first princess and the second princess, whose influence was on par with that of her sisters. Although Marie wasn't lacking compared to them in the slightest, it was still unquestionable that her competitors were all on another level. And yet look at you throwing away your advantage by being stupid. Stupid? You're so mean. Isabel took a sip of her coffee while savoring the scent of the strong espresso. You said he rejected the Hresvolger, right? You better be grateful that he didn't refund the wyverns on top of that. What exactly was the problem? I should have known you would do this when I saw you renovating the potato warehouse on campus. That didn't cost that much though? Wake up, Marie. That potato warehouse is so damn big that they're giving away the potatoes in there to feed the poor. You need to admit that your use of money is not normal. Hot? Isabel couldn't help but sigh as she looked at the dumb look on her best friend's face. Even a guy that's after your money will be scared away by the sheer scale of your gifts. Corinne doesn't care about my background. Yeah, well you might be right but still. Corinne Lorque's personality was well known and praised in the whole city, let alone the campus. He was a good-natured person, who unhesitatingly took missions for those that were struggling, regardless of how big or small the reward was. There were endless positive stories about him, starting from Mr. Yoon's sweet and sour fried chicken store, which had been a great success, as well as the boy who had been saved from a bunch of scoundrels. In the first place, considering how that boy had thrown himself in to save Marie who had become a vampire at the start of last year, he would have long asked Marie for rewards if that was what he had been after. It might be a whole big scam to get married into her family but There were way too many girls that he was flirting with for that to be the case. Even players tended to focus on one girl at a time, right? As you said, Marie, do you think Corinne was after money when he saved you? Absolutely not. Right? That's just the type of person he is. He was born a good person. Do you think a person like that would enjoy seeing you spending a lot of money for him? That's true, but it's not even that much though, Marie added with a whisper. It's not even that much though, Marie added with a whisper. To be fair, Marie was from an extraordinarily wealthy family, where buying out a whole street of luxuries and buying monster carriers were only considered as her being slightly wasteful with her allowance. Isabel decided that suggesting another method would be better than fixing her perception of money. Marie. There's no way you can use the hot and cold strategy considering your personality, so just go in. Go in? What do you mean? You idiot. What can you use aside from money to lure him in? Potatoes? Come on. Wake up, potato princess. HAHT. In deep frustration, Isabel slapped her on the shoulder, which startled Marie. Listen, Marie. With money gone, you have one charm left. Oh, only one? Maybe two. But this is the best one you can use for a teenage boy. What is it? Gulp. Hearing that audible gulp even from afar, Isabel gave her advice, with a serious look on her face. You're big, except for your height. That's your greatest weapon. Huh? She was around 160 centimeters tall, which was just about right, and her body fat was all heavily focused on certain parts of her upper and lower body. Her body line was so destructive that parts of her body might be censored if she were to go on TV, no matter what clothing she were to wear. In the end, he's just a teenage boy. Just make up the right mood and go closer, and I'm sure he will pounce at you. Corinne's not like that. Huh? Are you sure about that? Boys our age are all the same. He's different. You sure? Look at Doggo. He's going around doing all the dogs of the city. Where do you think his genes came from? Ugh. Isabel was so persuasive that Marie was lost for words in response. There were a bunch of complaints from all around the city, and Doggo's genes had already been spread across the entire city. But Corinne is a lot more mature and responsible. Corinne, that little guy, is blessed with women. Besides, he's so dense that he doesn't even realize he's going around hitting on girls, and that makes him even worse. Isabel remembered the time when she was moving experiment apparatus after being told to do so by one of the professors. Huh? Senior. Isn't that heavy? Do you need help? I am alright. I can do it by my. Don't worry. Life's about helping each other. Even after being turned down, he gave help without making it seem oppressive or repulsive, and nonchalantly said, instead of saying thanks, just buy me something later on if you want to set future plans. I thought he was hitting on me at the start. But after some time, Isabel realized that Corinne didn't mean anything from it. That was just how he was born. Think about it, Marie. He has more than a girl or two next to him, does he not? He has a lot of male friends as well. It's across every grade. I even saw him having a meal with Professor Dana the other day. You know how she's suffering in debt after the failed experiment with Fong Boers? She was forced to become a vegetarian, and you know what he did? He invited her out to the steakhouse, saying she needed some protein in her diet. Even the professor? He was exceptionally talented at forming relationships. His nonchalant smile and kindness made him extremely easy to befriend. It was therefore very normal for there to be a lot of girls going after him. Everyone else is running, so are you going to be content with walking? Do you think you'll win by doing that? Getting overtaken happens in a flash. What should I do? Attack his instincts as a male, Marie. Instincts as a male? You're used to touching each other anyway, aren't you? I saw you hugging and doing all that stuff. New? Really? Then can you tell me what you were doing 2 days ago at the lecture room 403 in? I'm sorry. No one should have known anything about that. How did you find out? Did this girl really think no one was going to find out about it? Anyway, you might think you're being affectionate with how touchy you are, but that's all fake. Fake? It's a forced one. Marie tilted her head with a slight look of disagreement in her eyes. She was by no means being forced to touch and hug him, so Marie couldn't understand what Isabelle was trying to say. Think about it. Corinne giving you blood is just to help you. It's like emergency first aid. It's no different from a blood transfusion service that he is doing for medical purposes alone. Medical purposes alone? Marie wanted to tell her that it surely wouldn't be that dry. You don't need to think about anything else, Marie. You just have to do one thing, to see whether he is interested in you or not. Gulp. The sound of her gulp was buried by the chattery background noise of the cafe. However, Isabelle could easily tell what Marie was thinking just by looking at her face. And what is that? Listen carefully. When it's just the two of you. You see, apparently you need a big shed for the wyverns so that they don't feel too stressed. And we also need that cafeteria. We need to be prepared to invite more people in. For the buildings that are already done, maybe we can rent them out. I was at the Guardian's office yet again. I learned the hard way how much money she could waste when I left it in Mary's hands, so I decided to supervise myself. Hugh, change the owner of that building back to you, and for those buildings over there, rent them out from the Guardians. No wait, that's not going to work out. Even though I had come to supervise so that there wouldn't be any more problems, there were already way too many things to deal with in our hands. And most importantly, Kaya. It was hard to tell what it was unhappy with, but the Hresvolger constantly let out a loud roar. This guy, how energetic and handsome. Number 23,000 gold coins is still way too much. In the game, it was accessible by using time instead of paying with money, but in real life, that Hresvolger cost just as much as dozens of buildings. There were a lot of things to say to Marie, looking at how she wanted to give that as a gift, and it was just way too expensive for me to accept it as a simple present. We couldn't even afford the price to manage that thing in the first place. If I were to say that to Marie, she would probably say she could pay the price herself. I knew it was her way of saying thanks, but still, this is way too much, Nuna. Corinne? So how does that sound? We can make it a bit smaller and rent out the buildings that we don't need. Well, do that, and please don't use any more money than this. Oh, Kay? Ugh. I was going to bring in some restaurants and stores, but I guess I need to cancel that. What did you say just then? Nothing. In any case, this should be pretty much everything. We had already used up a lot more money than necessary, but by putting most of them back under Mary's name and renting out the other ones, we were left with what we could actually chew. In the first place, the only role of the office was to act as a mission hub where you could directly accept missions from the Alliance without having to go through the mission board. Marie was way too enthusiastic, and there was absolutely no need for a facility this big. Actually, Corinne. Marie walked up while fidgeting with her fingers. For some reason, her face was red. Since we're here anyway, do you want to take some rest at the guild dormitory? You've been trying way too hard these days, haven't you? There was no time to waste. I had to practice more and get stronger even by a bit, but seeing the look of concern in her eyes made it hard for me to turn the offer down. Then shall we walk around the staff dormitory to make sure there's nothing funny going on there? What do you mean by that? You're making it sound like I've done something incredibly wrong. We're going there to see if you have done something wrong or not. And you were already proven guilty, senior. Ugh, so mean. I am not going back on my words even if you roll your feet like that, okay? Before long, we arrived at the dormitory. After creating a Guardians Guild, it was possible to sleep outside the academy and take a few more days off, so we did need a place to sleep in, but this is huge. The room inside the dormitory that Marie made as the Guild Master's room, which was right next to the Deputy Master's room, was more like the suite room of an extravagant hotel than a dormitory. That bed looks big enough for a giant. Look. This bed doesn't shake no matter what you do. Look. Kya. Marie threw herself on the bed, jumping up and down while shouting that out loud. Despite the consistent shock, the bed did not jiggle sideways in the slightest, as expected of a king-sized bed. Jumping up and down the bed, Marie seemed to be trying to prove the elasticity of the bed. Something else jiggled up and down elastically instead of the bed, and it was a very embarrassing sight to see. Oh, right. After suddenly stopping the jump, Marie said while fidgeting with her fingers again. Corinne, do you know? Know what? This is something I heard from someone. It's a super interesting research. A research? Marie said something completely unexpected, with her face flushed red. Apparently there's something resembling a magic spell that reduces the stress and fatigue of a stressed out person. There is? It indeed was a bit stressful recently. Even though I didn't mention it, I could still feel the stress building up inside me. Well, I did remember seeing research about de-stressing even back on Earth, so she was probably talking about something similar to that. What is it? Tell me. B. Breasts. Breasts? Apparently, the stress and fatigue levels of boys decrease when they see big breasts. So, with that said. Her robe slithered down her white shoulder. The stimulating scent of skin stimulated my nose as her sensuous eyes looked straight into my own. Quietly, she stared at me with a gaze of approval and permission. Corinne Lorque, 18 years old. More than 20 years on Earth. And 4 years here. Adding that to the memories of my life as Corinne Lorque, it was possible to say that I was more than 40 years old. However, it seemed that the mental age still couldn't help but be affected by the physical age. I was still a teenager in the middle of puberty. And the life I had been leading was one void of relationships with girls. Going through boys' middle school, boys' high school, physical education college, and the military, I had a lot of male friends but didn't have much chance to make female friends. I had a few during primary school, but that was the same for everyone, right? And yet in front of me was Marie, whose eyes were rotating in circles while her cheeks were flushed red all the way up to her ears. Silently, she was giving me permission. Opening up the hems of her robe revealed an overwhelmingly voluptuous thing that seemingly had the power to suck in everything like the center of the universe. Frankly speaking, there was no way that guys wouldn't be stimulated by that sight, unless they were the biggest eunuchs of the century. Thanks. UNN? You're doing this to cheer me up, right? I guess I've been feeling too down these days. Why, yeah. It wasn't an overstatement to say that it required a superhuman level of patience and resilience. Honestly, I wanted to jump in and take a long break. That won't be a manly thing to do though. It was all about manliness for men. Resting on the breasts of a comrade just because you were tired wasn't something men should be doing. Hugh, it's a shame, but... Forcing myself to turn down the kind offer of the considerate potato girl, I was about to turn around from that temptation, but... It. Suddenly, Marie pulled me by the arm as the two of us landed on top of the bed. During that process, UHP? It was truly a shameful thing to say, but my head ended up being buried in the crevice between her breasts. Senior? Stay there. Stay still. She wasn't being forceful by relying on her strength, but her warm hug and the deep canyon pulled me in like a quagmire. Wah. Slowly I felt more and more lethargic. As if I was being sucked into a black hole, there was an irresistible suction force pulling me in. Big. I thought I knew it already, but they were big. They were soft like the sea of clouds above, and their fluffiness enveloped me from all sides. It was impossible to resist. My head was starting to turn blank. Corinne, you need a break. My face was burning hot, so how embarrassing would it be for Marie? However, I could feel the concern from her hands that were pressing down on the back of my neck, and that made it difficult for me to say no. Despite shyly wriggling her body, Marie was still giving me a warm hug for my sake. Unable to lift my face that sunk deeper and deeper in, I felt my consciousness fading away. It seemed that I had indeed been exhausted, but that wasn't strange, considering how I hadn't taken any days off recently. Corinne? Are you sleeping? Huh? Wait, are you sleeping? Actually? Her pleasant voice tickled my ears like a lullaby as my consciousness started to fade. Corinne. Wake up. Hearing a voice, I slowly opened my heavy eyelids to wake myself up. Opening my eyes, I found Marie shaking me back and forth, with her long hair fluttering near my face. Did I fall asleep? You were in a deep sleep. See, you must have been tired. What time is it right now? It's nighttime. I made some food. Let's have dinner first. Saying that, Marie led me to a portable table that was set up inside the fancy room. On it were several dishes that seemed to have been made just recently. Tada! Bacon rolled potatoes, and a stew. The dishes were still steaming hot. It seemed that Marie had made them herself. Even though she was ridiculously rich, she was somehow still very good at cooking, and I was always on the receiving end. I must be very lucky that I can sleep in such a fancy room and wake up to have the food personally made by the young lady of a rich family. Ra lats ch/p/ters on n/v/l b I c/m. How do you feel now? Much better than before. That's good. Her food was delicious. They tasted great, but that wasn't the end. I could feel the hard work she had put into making them, and that added to the warmth of the dish. Each and every bite was so warm and soothing that it put my heart at rest. I'm full now. Are you? Then what do you want to do now? Should we just lie down? Sounds good. When I laid myself down on the bed that was way too big for just myself, Marie followed suit and laid down next to me. Hee hee. I couldn't tell why she was so happy, but she constantly giggled while playing with my face. This feels nice. Marie was one of those people that put you in a good mood just by looking at them. She had given me so much help time after time. Senior. Yoon? An amazing person. Kind, beautiful, capable, and generous. I wanted someone like her to have a happy ending. We can't have someone like that being unhappy, and that thought was one of the elements pushing me forward. Seriously, you're the reason I live, Senior. HAHT. Marie was the outcome of my decision, the evidence that I was going the right path. Having someone so adorable supporting me from this side was very reassuring. Corinne. Caressing my face, she let out a wide smile. We were very close, but we had become used to such proximity by the time I realized it. What happened a few days ago surprised you a lot, right? A lot, yeah. Even though you turned it down, I want you to rethink that. But Saini. Placing her finger on my lips, Marie quietly made me stop. You promised me, didn't you? That you would do whatever I ask you once everything is over. I did remember making that promise. There was a time when Marie had asked me for a way to motivate herself or something like that. Corinne, I want you to accept what I give you and not feel pressured by it. Her request was for me and not for her. Every time, you help people and just end it there, saying what's good is good. But I think it's okay for you to be more greedy, that's why I like you even more, but still. After slowly taking in a deep breath, Marie gazed at me with a pitying look on her face and continued talking by herself. You have so many things on your shoulders. Saving me might not have been something special for you. But you see, Corinne. That one help that you gave me is very special and means a lot to me. I can do anything for you, and I want to, as long as it can reduce the burden on your shoulders, by even a little. Peerage? Land? Hresvolger? None of them are that important. I want to give you very thing I have, and do whatever I can for you. Because you're so precious, and if you want to walk the hard and dangerous path, I want to polish that road even a little. Wrapping her arms around my neck, she slowly buried my head in her chest. Cherishingly, she slowly patted my head while giving me a warm hug. I am just returning the favor. Intoxicated by that warmth and comfort of her embrace, I couldn't turn anything down. However, her love, and her sincere and passionate emotions were all things that I could not reply to as of yet. Right now was not the time to progress any relationship, and that was why I had been trying to reject those overly expensive gifts. Use everything about me, Corinne. I can give you everything I have. I love. I could not hear the rest of her words. She cut her words off short, and instead of saying anything else, she simply gave me an even tighter hug. Huhack. The pride of the Tower of Mages, the leader of the Red Cult who was one step away from being a great mage, Elder Admalek woke up in the middle of a sunny afternoon. Oh, are you awake, Master? A man called him while walking up to him. His face, which was starting to show the wrinkles of an old man, was a very familiar one for Elder Admalek. Zolin? Where is this place? It was none other than his head disciple, Zolin, who was going to succeed his position as the future elder of the Red Cult. How should I explain this? Looking around, Admalek realized that he was next to an ocean. A vast sea was laid out in front of his eyes. That was what he thought initially, but upon closer inspection, he noticed that it was a shallow reservoir that was storing seawater. Where are we? What in the... Oi. Old man Zal. What are you doing, slacking off like that? That was when a man who looked like a poor villager walked up to Zolin in large strides. Seeing him approach with a wooden club in his hands, Zolin took a few steps back in fright. "Oh, officer, this is not how it seems." "Not how it seems, my ass. We're super busy, and here you are trying to slack off." Admalek could not believe what he saw next. The villager lifted the club and smacked Zolin down on his shoulder. "Ach. Ach. It hurts. It hurts, sir. Lazy bums need to get scolded." Zolin was an elite mage of the 7th floor, sitting at the pinnacle of the Red Cult. He was a professor of the Tower of Mages, who was like the personification of wisdom and knowledge. How could a random villager dare strike him with a club? This crazy peasant. You must have lost your mind. Admalek tried to activate his mana heart and use up a ball of ether to create flames. It was humiliating that he had to use magic against a random villager, but he couldn't handle letting go a peasant that dared to lay his hands on someone walking down the grand path of magic. What? However, his fury was unable to swallow up the villager. Despite his perfect preparation, he could not use the spell. In fact, he couldn't even gather mana inside his body. What is going on? That was when Admalek realized something. There was no mana in his heart. What? This senile old man. Were you trying to use magic just then? No, wait. Oh, officer. It's all because my master doesn't know what is going on yet. Please forgive him. This darn little bastard. Shut your trap before I break that mouth of yours. Slam. The club landed on Zolin's head. His head turned as he powerlessly fell to the side. These fuckers. How dare you try to attack Lady Marie? You will be in service for the rest of your lives, you bastards. Not knowing what was going on, Admalek was mumbling like a goldfish, but the so-called officer lifted his club without caring about his feelings. It was then. Keek! An enormous flying beast, Hresvolger, descended from the sky. The large monster carrier carried a container and landed next to the reservoir. I go. Looks like we got a big guest. Immediately retrieving the club that was about to strike down at Admalek, the officer started rushing to the container. He wasn't the only one. Other people wearing the same outfit as the officer, as well as those wearing tattered convict clothes, all raced to the Hresvolger. Soon, a girl with sky-blue-colored hair walked out of the container. She was the daughter of the Dukedom of the South, who was known very well by everyone in these southern archipelagos, the one who will inherit 25 peerage titles and 2 million hectares of farmland. Welcome, Lady Marie. The officers and prisoners all bent their backs in a straight angle, while welcoming her with a sonorous voice. Her face remained unperturbed even at the grand welcome of a bunch of vicious-looking convicts and officers. Hello. Thank you very much for your hard work. Young lady. The head officer, who had been bashing up the convicts until just then with a club, walked up to her while hiding the club behind her back. It was because he did not want to show the blood-drenched wooden club to the noble and elegant lady. Uncle Mark. I heard you got a grandson last month. Congratulations. We will give you a small gift very soon, so don't worry about the fees. Haha, thank you very much. By the way, may I ask what brings the most esteemed lady to this most horrible place? Yun. I came here because I wanted to give a new set of commands and give you some new convicts. How? So you mean? Click. When Marie clicked her fingers, a crowd of people wearing the outfit of a prisoner walked out of the container. Seeing them, Admalek gasped for breath. What? Those guys are. There were about 20 of them, and he immediately recognized their faces, because they were the disciples of the Red Cult and the Black Cult, who had been with Admalek until recently. The only source of relief was that Elder Morishtan of the Black Cult was nowhere to be seen. These convicts here are sentenced for the rest of their lives, and they're tough, so you can be stricter to them. Ehem. It won't be a nice sight, though, Lady Marie. They are all really bad people. So don't worry about it. Those fuckers, my apologies. Those freaking bastards are the super bad guys that tried to kidnap you as a test subject, is that correct? Yes. I see. Head Officer Mark flicked his head around with a dreary smile on his face. He then declared to the convicts looking at him. Oi bastards. We got newbies. You are free to do with them whatever you wish. Oh. Look at their soft skin. Looks like they had been indoors for most of their lives. I will make them pick up soaps tonight, boo-ha-ha-ha. The original convicts shouted with heinous smiles on their faces. They were all those who had been sentenced to at least 5 years of service after committing heavy crimes in the South. They rejoiced at the sight of the intelligent-looking mages, who looked like they hadn't even lifted a pile of documents before, unlike them who had been leading a harsh life. Uncle Mark? What do they mean by picking up soaps? Haha. It's a way of saying that they will try to be harmonious with each other. It has a positive effect on work efficiency, so we've been letting them be. Is that so? Harmony is indeed very important. Because they are going to be working together for a long time. Marie nodded without fully understanding the words of the head officer. That innocence further solidified her image as the treasured flower of the South. Wait. Lady Dinaref. Young Lady Dinaref. That was when Elder Admalek called out to her after breaking through the crowd of convicts and officers. Admalek, right. I heard you couldn't wake up because of your age. How do you feel now? T, thanks for your concern. B, but young lady? W, what in the world is going on? My mana. Admalek mumbled, not knowing where to start. Everything was a source of confusion for him, from the fact that he was here to why he couldn't use his mana. Yun. The mages of the tower are all as dangerous as convicts. I turned all of you into ghouls, so you shouldn't be able to use magic anymore. Gee, ghouls? Ghouls, the slaves of vampires. Weren't they lowly demonic beasts that didn't even have a sense of self? And what? Everyone from the tower including himself had become a ghoul? When did that happen? That blood soup. That was when he recalled the boiling red soup that was forced down his throat, and the horrible pain he went through as the liquid was forced down in spite of his tongue and mouth being burned. Attempted murder of the daughter of a duke and the assassination of the chairman, plus a few other allegations. So Admalek, Admalek is a bit too long, isn't it? I'll call you Chunsik from now on. Marie said with a bright smile on her face, as the officers immediately responded to her words. Number 4885 will now be named Chunsik. Keep that in mind, folks. Yes, head officer. Why, you bastards. These damn peasants. Infuriated, Admalek went up and grabbed the head officer by his neck. Despite being a mage, he was exceptionally strong enough to strangle a peasant like him too. He noticed that he couldn't put any strength into his grip. He wanted to bash that stupid peasant to death, but that wasn't working out either. It felt like his body belonged to someone else. Chunsik and the others, I made it so that you can't use your power unless it's for work, because we can't have you hurting the officers and other convicts. Oh right, you must always listen to the officers. Okay? Those were just the words of a tiny girl, but the ghouls from the Tower of Mages instinctively knew that they had to obey her commands. After degrading to the subjects of a vampire, and after realizing that they hadn't even been turned into a Dracule or a Draculina, it became very evident that they couldn't make any choices for themselves without permission. Work here from today. If you make salt for about 100 years, I will let you guys work on the potatoes. Why, you want me this Elder Admalek to make salt? Do you know all the nobles that bring in gold and other treasures just for a single lecture? Did you not hear the young lady calling you Chunsik just then? Slam. The wooden club struck Admalek, or rather, Chunsik, on his knees, and he couldn't help but kneel from the intense pain. That was when the elder vampire walked up to the old ghoul. UNN? You want to be paid? I'm giving you a place to sleep and food, though. Don't you think that's a bit too much? She said while looking down with eyes half-tainted in crimson red. At the face of the absolute sovereign of demonic beasts, Chunsik trembled without even daring to meet her eyes. It didn't take long for him to realize that he had to live as a slave forever until the death of the immortal vampire, Marie Dinaref. Kuhum. These days, the academy was in an uproar. The attack of the red and the black cults of the Tower of Mages. It had only been 2 weeks since that shocking event which had put the entire kingdom at unrest. Elder of the red cult, Admalek, ambushed senior professor Josephine while the mages of the black cult tried to kidnap some freshman students. Added on top of that was the unprecedented case of the assassination of the chairman, and it was therefore obvious for the academy to raise a formal complaint at the Tower of Mages. The Lord of the Tower, Adeline, said it was completely unrelated to them, and that it was the abrupt rampage of a group of mages, but everyone knew that couldn't have been further away from the truth. It was a case concerning two elders, and there had been over 50 mages following them. However, the academy couldn't do anything apart from a formal complaint because of the absence of their chairman. The next chairman, who would be replacing Ariu Kasser as the central figure of the academy, hadn't been decided yet. They had to decide on the future chairman before they could proceed with raising action against the tower. Who do you think will be the next chairman? It has to be Lady Josephine, right? The strongest candidate for the position was, as expected, Professor Josephine, who had been acting as one of the crucial pillars of the academy ever since it was founded. Josephine had been leading and guiding the academy as one of the key figures as the senior professor from the beginning for longer than any other professor, but she has never nominated herself for the position yet. I would assume she would pass on it like always. Then, glancing at each other, the professors swallowed their words. In normal academies, it was highly likely that the next chairman would be chosen from one of the senior veteran professors, which meant there were only a few candidates. The biggest pillar of the Night Department, Professor Heyman Welsh, and Professor Edgar Linton of the Magic Department FLL0W current novels O/NN/O/V/3L/B in C/O/M. However, it was hard to choose someone from the two of them. Both of them seemed very distant from the position of a chairman, and besides, Professor Heyman Welsh was supposed to retire next year on top of that. It's hard to tell who it's going to be. Chairman Ariu was young and healthy, after all. Who would have known that he would pass away just like that? It's always the tower and the crazy people there. I suppose it would have to be Lady Josephine, who's currently serving as the temporary chairman then. The next chairman, however, was someone none of them had been expecting. The position of a chairman of a Guardian Academy was a lot busier than it might seem. In the academy, they had to deal with documents, confirm and carry out events and meetings, and in regards to external matters, they also had to work in collaboration with the royal family, nobles, the Alliance, Tower of Mages, the New Faith and other organizations that had to do with the future careers of the students. Because of the assassination of Chairman Ariu, the academy went through a period of confusion and stagnation. Someone had to step up and settle it back down. Are you really going to do it again? Yes. There is no other option, is there? The young, blonde beauty, Josephine, said while looking at the founder of the academy who finally came back after a few weeks or rather, 80 years. Arandanua. She, the founder of the Guardian Academy, who had been leading the academy with clones ever since she was exiled by her disciple, put a stop to watching over the world from the shadow palace of the paradise, and finally descended onto the real world again. Josephine knew exactly what that meant. I still disagree. Balthazar was by himself 80 years ago, but now he was even stronger and had countless forces at his command. The Old Faith, the Tower of Mages, and the Northern Kingdom. The land of the barbaric people ruled by the frost giants, the evil land containing the corpses of the gods according to the boy who knew about the future, that was where Tates Balthazar had settled his lair. The battles henceforth will concern the advent of paradise and the attempt to reenact the glory of the past and will be a big war between the supporters and remnants of the old gods and the descendants of humanity. I need to raise disciples and heroes. That is my job as the Danan of Justice, the teacher of heroes. Teach disciples and raise heroes. Now was the time that called for heroes the most, and it was her job to nurture them. I want to see my disciple. Sorry? I meant I wanted to see my new disciples. Today was finally the day that Alicia was going to remove her bandages. Even though I say that, she had been moving around just fine these days, and she had no trouble taking the interim exam either. In any case, to commemorate her removing her bandages, we decided to have a barbecue party at the garden of the newly constructed Guardian's office. The invited members of the party were the people of our dormitory except for the royal princesses, and whichever friend they wanted to bring. Corinne, can you flip the hash browns over there please? Because of that, Marie and I were working at the extravagant kitchen next to the garden to prepare enough dishes for the guests. Sure. What happened to that thing that we put in the oven? Doggo should be taking care of that. Maybe we should have set a plan beforehand. I don't think we have enough ingredients. Should I bring some more bags of potatoes from the warehouse? No. These are enough dishes with potatoes. I had to hold myself back from cooking a potato stew as well, you know? I was looking forward to that though. You look forward to anything with potatoes, don't you, senior? That's not well, yeah but. Marie replied while intentionally puffing out her cheeks. When I poked it with my finger, the air slowly seeped out like a deflating balloon. Humph. She tilted her head away, but she didn't seem that displeased. I was staring at that adorable pout and that was when I noticed that some of her hair was about to touch the fire. Senior. NN? Ought? Before she could say anything, I gathered her hair from behind. K, Corinne? Stay still. Let me tie your hair. Bringing her fluttering sky blue hair to one, I took out a rubber band from my pocket and tied it into a ponytail. Why are you so good at it? My hair's pretty long as well, right? I just learned it over time. One of the things that I was happy about after coming to this world was that I had long hair. Going through middle and high school which had regulations about hair length, and having to shave my hair through the military and the physical education college, I had been dying to grow my hair. It feels good cooking together like this. That was when Marie said that with a bashful smile while leaning her head on my shoulder. Recently, her show of affection was becoming more and more explicit but I couldn't hate her for that. You know? Do you feel tired these days? Stealthily gazing up into my eyes, she said with flushed cheeks while adjusting the hems of her robe. A little bit? Whenever I closed my eyes, I could still see remnants of those big mountains. I had been working hard all morning to prepare the dishes, so a little bit of grip. Ugh. That was when someone pulled my clothes from behind. Turning around, I saw Huaran looking at me with an indifferent look on her face. You're just looking at me, right? You're not giving me a death stare or anything, right? What's up, Huaran? I brought all the tables. Already? That was quick. I asked her to bring out the tables and chairs from the storeroom, and she seemed to have finished that already. What about the chairs for the guests? She hasn't done that yet, huh? Can you do that too? The people are going to start coming anytime soon. Hearing that, Huaran rolled her eyes. After looking behind me at Marie for a split second, she replied. No. It was a short and curt response. Why not? I want to cook. Do you know how to cook? Huaran, the honest girl, shook her head in response to my question, but continued before I could say anything. Ran said she knows how. I couldn't trust Hua with cooking, but Ran was a different story. She did cook from time to time, and her dishes weren't too bad. Then you two can work on the remaining dishes. I will finish setting up the chairs outside. K, Corinne? NN. See you later, Appa. Ugh. Sister. It's going to be so fun cooking together, right? The luxurious guardian's office, which in the end was left up to Marie, was as big as an enormous mansion having several buildings and large plots of land. Once I finished setting up the garden was full of expensive chairs and tables which were the same ones that we used during my conferment to a baron. They looked very familiar, and looked the same as the expensive furniture I saw in the game. These all cost several gold coins each, don't they? The housing system of Heroic Legends of Arhan was one dedicated solely for the endgame experience, with every piece of furniture requiring tons of materials. Players could use up materials to construct furniture, and I remembered Mr. Park made quite a few of them in the last iteration. It was super interesting to see him use the crafting window to change materials to items in a flash. I might be a sub-player, but I'm also technically a player, so why can't I do that? Or maybe I can do it now? We were quite far into the storyline, and I should have leveled up a few times as well, so thinking that, I shouted out loud just in case. Crafting window. Access denied due to insufficient qualification. Shit, for fuck's sake. Do you want to be uninstalled? Using uninstall as a threat and having nothing happen was something that recently became a habit of mine. Why, you surprised me there. Why are you swearing? Kuhum. Alicia? Turning around, I found Alicia standing at the entrance of the garden, carrying a bag bigger than her own body. Alicia, what's with all that stuff? What do you mean? Didn't you tell me to buy the ingredients for today's party? I did remember giving her a pouch full of money. Everyone was still growing up and needed to eat a lot, and although I didn't enjoy buying luxury goods, I wasn't the type to save out on money for food. But even so, isn't that a bit too much? Are you preparing for a campaign or something? It might be a lot, but everyone eats a lot, right? Doggo can finish it if we can't, so it's fine. Don't treat someone else's dog as a ration tiger. One ration tiger equals a name given to stray cats, or cats raised in the military, in the Korean military that eats leftover rations. Don't treat someone else's dog as a ration tiger. 1. Ration tiger equals a name given to stray cats, or cats raised in the military, in the Korean military that eats leftover rations. What's a ration tiger? Don't worry. Can you unpack your bag? Let me see what you bought. Okay. Alicia immediately opened her bag, revealing a whole load of ingredients. They ranged from eggs to chicken, beef and noodles, which was a part of the staple diet here. Wow, what a sight. How much did it cost? 1 gold coin and a half. Gold coin? How can you possibly spend $1,500 on ingredients? Buddy, why is it so over budget? Wasn't 50 silver coins going to be more than enough? You see, there is a reason for this, okay? Let me hear it. Alicia took out a dozen eggs and started introducing it after a Tada gesture. Apparently these eggs are from chickens that grew up drinking green tea. Interesting, right? Chickens like green tea as well. Eggs of a chicken that drank green tea as expected of a Korean game. What about that chicken over there? They said it died after leading a happy life. And how does the happy life of a chicken matter to me? Wouldn't it taste better if it lived a happy life? That makes us sound like heinous killers that destroyed a happy family of chickens. Not wrong, though. Anyway, okay, so an organic chicken that lived happily in freedom, and those eggs, huh? What about that beef? The marbling on that is on an absurd level. Apparently it grew up drinking beer and listening to classical music. They said it got a regular massage as well. What a damn happy life for a domestic animal. So why were they so adamant about telling us about their happy life? Was it to make us feel more guilty for eating them? Alright. Let's just say we're treating everyone to a good meal with nice ingredients. Sorry for making you go out and buy all that stuff even though you just recovered from your injuries. It's okay. It had been a while since I went to the city and had a look, so it was good. Wah. Alicia said with a big stretch, seemingly enjoying the fresh air outside. Her stretch accentuated her bodyline and fully revealed her armpits in a sensuous manner. Kuhum. A grown-up lady shouldn't be doing that in public. Ewing? What was that? That sounded like what one of the elders of the family would say. It might be a bit late for this, but don't you think you're showing too much of your skin? My skin? Yeah. I think it's a bit excessive. Like the sides of her breasts and her thighs. What about it though? Huh? It's not like I'm revealing what I shouldn't. Besides, everyone wears like this, right? Wait, now that I think about it, this much was a default for everyone, wasn't it? Even Marie and Huaran, huh? What? Was this normal? Did everyone dress like that? Was I thinking like this was Earth a bit too much? Considering how there were all sorts of clothings in heroic legends of Arhan, this might be a normal level of exposure in this world. Anyway, it feels good to breathe in fresh air after so long. You sound as if you were in the hospital for months. Didn't you still attend all the lectures? Although Alicia was injured, it's not like she couldn't get out of her bed for that whole period of time. Despite being bandaged up like a mummy, she had still been coming to class. It's different. Anyway. Thank you for hosting a party for me getting better. Do you mind sharing half the budget to prove your gratitude? Huck. Sorry. I can't. She immediately turned her tail. We carried all the ingredients to the kitchen and the guests started to arrive one by one right when we were almost done with the dishes. Hey, boss. Your new house is looking pretty impressive. Is this your house, boss? Wow. Bro, it's my first time seeing a house this big. Renya Claire from the Intelligence Guild, and the Wolf siblings, Ran and Ron. It was supposed to be a short-term contract, but looking at what you've made, I suppose most people would want to stay here forever. Hello. I brought some mushrooms from the forest. Hi. The mercenary of flying swords, Doron Warsky, Yule the druid, and the golem mage, Kronel Laden. Knock knock. Open the gates. The gates opened up, following that sonorous shout as 5 swordswomen entered the garden. Jenny the rapid sword, Sirin the dual wielder, Lena of the rippling sword, May the sword of true darkness, and Milia of the illusionary sword. They were the elites of the first sword squad of the renowned Arden household. The fact that they were here meant. Been a while, my dear fiancé. Lunia Arden, the female hero of the contemporary times. Alicia's older sister was also here to join the party. Welcome, Miss Lunia. It's been a while. Unfortunately, I have taken a big damage to my feelings due to that event before. You would have to pay a fair amount of interest back before you can fully pay back this debt. Haha. I could feel sharp gazes glaring at my back. For some reason, I had a feeling that many were unhappy, but it must be me overthinking things, right? With this, most of the guests were here. As for the final guests. Jiang. At last, they were here. Is it here? Where did the money come from to build such a? One of the last guests was Lady Josephine Clara, the dimensional witch who could teleport limitlessly as long as it was within the city, who could also teleport long distances as long as several conditions were met. And next to her. It has been a while. How have you been? She said while lowering the hood of her robe, which revealed her glistening silver hair. Standing next to the strict-looking blonde-haired beauty, in complete contrast, was a silver-haired beauty who gave off a gentle impression. Welcome, Master. She was none other than my master, Aaron Danua, who took the position of the new chairman immediately after coming back today. With this, all my party members whom I had built connections with over the past year were in one place. Now that the threat of Tatesval Taser was looming over us much earlier than expected, there was also the need for me to move quicker than planned. Today, I was going to reveal to them the truth of this world and strengthen the key members. Alicia's Gotwell party progressed without a problem. The only semi-complaint that we got against the food Marie, Huaran and I had prepared was from Lunia, who complained that there was no alcohol in the party. There are a lot of underage people here, so please hold back on alcohol, I told her. How? But were you not drinking just fine at our? Ehem. What are you saying in front of these little kids? Do you mind a drink later? Fine. I will prepare the drinks myself. A drinking plan with one of my few adult acquaintances was a rare and precious opportunity for me, considering how hard it was for me to access alcohol. Corinne, are you going to drink? Kuhum, did you hear that, Senior Marie? Marie seemed to have heard the secret discussion that went on between Lunia and me, and said while sitting next to me. Was she going to get mad? FLL0W current novels O/N/V/3L/B in C/O/M. Can I join if you're going to drink? What? I'm an adult starting from this year, didn't you know? Oh right. This year, Marie was turning 19, which was an adult according to the laws of the kingdom. I was caught up with the image of everyone being students, but the third-year students of this academy were all adults. Did you know, in the South, we have the tradition of using the first potatoes of that year to make alcohol. Can you make alcohol with potatoes? Yes. You put yeast in steamed potatoes and ferment it. Oh. As someone who had been through the physical education college and the military, I was confident I could enjoy any drink, so long as it wasn't a somek. One somek equals a Korean word for soju and maekju, beer. Essentially, soju mixed with beer. With a burnt cigarette dipped inside. As someone who had been through the physical education college and the military, I was confident I could enjoy any drink, so long as it wasn't a somek. 1. Somek equals a Korean word for soju and maekju, beer. Essentially, soju mixed with beer. With a burnt cigarette dipped inside. Our dark beer is also pretty impressive. It is one of our few specialties. We only export a few of them because it happens to be a favorite of our horses. Ah. I remember you showing me that before. It was very interesting seeing horses indulging themselves in dark beer. Due to the large number of horses being raised in the East, they appeared to have gotten better at crafting dark beers in order to feed the horses. I remembered hearing something about how beer was amazing for horses who had the illness of being unable to sweat. Instinctively, I realized that I had to choose one of the two. None of them insisted, but it was going to be awkward, no matter who I chose. After a while, Lunia kindly stood up and left us behind. I will go see my sister. K. Kuhum. Ugh. Lunia walked away so that things wouldn't turn awkward. Thank you very much for your consideration. Sorry, I was being too childish, right? Marie said while sneaking glances at me with a depressed look on her face as if she was afraid of being hated by me. Finding that cute, I opened my mouth. Let's say it's something I have to bear as someone blessed with a big fortune. I replied while patting her head. Her silky strands of hair were pleasant to touch. Hee hee. She and I became even closer after that incident. It might be because of my sense of guilt, but more than anything. You can lean on me if you want to, you know? For some reason, I felt like lowering my guard next to Marie. Kung. That was when a plate fell crashing down on the table in front of us. I turned to the table in surprise and noticed Hua ran, gazing down at us with a smile on her face. Are you enjoying the party, Appa? Yeah, hey Ran. Can I sit next to you? Oh right, see this? This is the fish I cooked. Right. Ran sat on my left, on the other side of Marie, and snuck closer in. Unlike Hua, she was very skilled at deboning the fish. Seeing her do that with the same face as Hua, who always waited for me to finish removing the bones of her fish while doing nothing but stare at my face, felt rather strange. Even as I watched her do that, I felt an urge to help her with the process. Thankfully, Ran had a completely different atmosphere to Hua, and it therefore wasn't unbearably weird or anything. Even her eyes. Appa. Are you dating anyone right now? No. Here. As soon as I opened my mouth to reply to her question, she shoved a small piece of the fish into my mouth. Then, she looked up into my eyes with an amiable and wide smile hanging on her lips. So, I'm not too late then. Yeah. Every time, Ran's aggressive and daring proactiveness made it difficult for me to know what I was supposed to do in response. She had a charm that was completely different to Marie. It's a bit weird, you know. As the recipient of Marie and Ran's undeserved love and attention, I knew I had to make a decision one day, but... Would you like some more? Ran suggested I eat more fish, with the same wide smile on her face. For some reason, it felt like her eyes were facing the person behind me, and I could only hope that it was an illusion. Appa. There's a lot of food. Which one would you like to have first? Well, we made all of them together, so anything's fine, right? Don't try to weave your way out of this. By the way, that lamb skewer over there is something I made. Oh. Sounds good. Let's give it a shot then. Corinne. I made that blood sausage over there. Marinuna. What's wrong with you now? And what? Blood sausages? Are you sure they're all right? I'm not getting another system message after eating that, am I? Corinne Lork. 18 years old. Other things I could not say with certainty, but what I could say for sure was that I was amazing at reading the mood. If I were to choose someone here, I could imagine the severe imbalance it would cause on this fickle battlefront of love. That was how sharp a person I was. I even read like 3 romance novels throughout my life, okay? I knew my way around things. Alicia. I sent a telepathic message to Alicia, who was roaming around the tables of food in the distance. Yuan? Alicia, who was chewing on a mouthful of meat, suddenly looked back at me. We're best buddies, aren't we? I know you'll understand what I'm trying to say with my eyes. Ah. Did she figure out what I was saying? After looking into my eyes, Alicia quickly came running while carrying a plate of a massive piece of meat. Mr. Corinne. Look. This is the roast beef that I made, and I think it turned out great. You should try it. Next time, I'm going to try making beer chicken. By the way, do you think I can eat beer chicken even though I'm underage? The options just increased to 3 from 2. ET2, Alicia. I was running out of time and I had to choose fast. Oh dear. Why do I have to go through such hardships? Looking back, I remembered something similar happening a few times even in my last iteration. Back then, it wasn't something to do with love and relationships, but the method I used to escape from those ordeals was by choosing to eat bastard see his food, goodness gracious. So I'd been digging my own grave the whole time. Boss. NN? That was when a tiny hand pulled my clothes from the back. Turning around, I found Ren looking up at me. I brought chicken. I felt bad coming here empty-handed. Would you like some? In her minute hand was a chicken drumstick. She seemed to have bought it at Mr. Yoon's chicken shop nearby. Oh, sure. Of course I will eat what little Rin got for me. Stop treating me like a kid. She gave a curt reply, but I had never felt so grateful in my life. You adorable little girl. Ah. Don't rub your face on me. What's wrong with you? When I received the drumstick from her hands and started rubbing my face on her cheeks, Ren started shouting that in contempt. That was when Ron dashed towards us from afar. Bro. Brew. This tastes amazing. Did you make it? Ron had grown up a lot compared to Ren, who still looked like a 10-year-old, and looked around 14. He was pretty darn handsome. Ron, huh? Have as much as you want. We have more than enough. Looking around, I noticed that we were starting to run out of food and decided to refill some of the tables. Senior. Let me go cook a few dishes again. I can go with you. It's fine. Take a rest. I can do it with Doggo. Some might call me a coward, but this was a strategic retreat. After quickly running away from the girls, I stayed holed up inside the kitchen for a very long time. Hugh. It's going to appear like I'm too timing if I do this wrong. Being loved by two beautiful girls, all I could say was that I was a very fortunate man. Hugh too, huh? It's too much. I was cooking with a sigh, when Jaeger and Lark, who came into the kitchen trying to scavenge for food, suddenly started looking at me like I was beyond help. Look at this guy. He still has no clue. Let him be. Let's see how long it's going to take. After everyone had enough food to fill their stomachs, I stood up before the invited crowd. Hello, I'm Corinne Lork. There's no need for me to bother introducing myself, right? Hearing me say that, everyone turned their eyes towards me. The reason I invited Master, Josephine and outsiders like Lunia and the Five Swords as well as my peers from the academy, Doron, Yule, Kronel, Jaeger, and Lark, was because I wanted to discuss the future. The reason I have invited you all is to explain the grand objective of us, Corinne Guardians, and to talk about the future we are heading for. I'm here for the money, but I surely wasn't expecting you to be the type of person to say things like that, boss. From the other side of the table, Doron Warsky, with his clean and tidy appearance, interjected. He was one of the first members I hired from our peers. Well, listen up for now. This is going to be a good source of income for you as well, Vice Captain of Warsky. Doron seemed intrigued by my words. That money fiend would do anything as long as I gave him the money, even if he had to involve the entire group of Warsky mercenaries for it. I'm sure you all remember the recent uproar of the Tower of Mages. The chairman was assassinated and the freshman students were attacked by the mages of the tower. Things like this will only keep happening from now on. This is not a prediction that I'm making, but a predestined fact. The Tower of Mages, the Old Faith, whoever it is, they will continue attacking and messing around with Merkava Academy. I then started talking about the wicked man Valtazer, the goal they wanted to achieve, and also told them that our objective was to stand against them. That was when Golem Mage Kronel carefully raised his hand. Why yes? It was a short yet profound question. The first of his doubts was probably a question on why we were the ones that had to save the world. Considering how there were the royal family, the Guardian Alliance and the New Faith, it was understandable for him to question whether it was right for mere students like us to involve ourselves. Great question. There are two main reasons, with the first being that we can't trust them. The royal family, unfortunately, it wasn't an overstatement to say that most of the people in the royal family were under the influence of Princess Miriam. Due to her role as the saintess, Princess Estelle usually stayed at the Grand Chapel of Xi'an instead of the capital and refrained from attending to worldly politics. She didn't even have a great ambition for the throne in the first place and was simply being forced to her position by her surroundings. It was thus inevitable for her to have less influence than Princess Miriam in the royal court. On the other hand, Princess Miriam involved herself in internal matters, actively increased the size of her faction and was in control of the nobles as well. We could not trust anyone that was under the command of the royal family. The same was true for the Guardian Alliance. Something that would happen later down the line was the division of the Guardian Alliance before the final battle. Like remnant Nazi soldiers that spread out wide unbeknownst to everyone else, there were hidden spies everywhere. The conclusion I came to after the last iteration was that there was no one in the alliance that was worthy of our trust, except for a small number of the named characters. And lastly, the New Faith. Although this was an allied faction of the player, they were also rather difficult to trust, because the Pope himself was a traitor. Huh? What? The Pope? That can't be. A few of them strongly retaliated as if they were genuinely shocked. May and Milia of the Five Swords were devout believers of the New Faith, and they shouted in disbelief. I'll prove whether I'm right or wrong later down the track. What I was trying to say is that what I have in front of me are the only people that I can trust from the bottom of my heart. Renowned household for swordsmanship, the Arden family. There was no need to even bother explaining about them, they were one of the key allied factions in the final battle of. Led by the greatest charismatic character, Sword Emperor, were the named playable characters, Lunia Arden and Alicia Arden. They were a trustworthy ally that stayed with the player until the very end. Dunaref Dukedom of the South. Originally after Marie turned into a vampire, and because most of the events occurred in the north, they were a faction that wouldn't have actively participated in the battle, but it was a different story now. Marie was wholeheartedly trying to support me, and now, I decided not to downright turn her feelings down either. I was now going to borrow the finances of this enormous noble family, and accomplish things that were impossible both in the game and the last iteration. Warsky Mercenaries. In the previous iteration, the main members of Park Sihu and my party were Doron and that freshman student. Doron was one of the few strong male characters in the game that had the potential to become a semi-unique grade depending on the path, and the method to make him stronger was fairly simple. Money, teacher, and the mercenary group. Those were the keywords of his growth. The plan was to flood him with support in preparation for the future battle. It was going to be easy as long as I had Marie and her never-ending supply of money. Even aside from them, there were the named characters Alicia, Lunia, Huaran, Yule, Chronal, Ren, and Ron. After having a fair number of men and a strong enough faction, what mattered the most was having a powerful party of named characters that could beat the king's subjects, who were extraordinarily stronger than any other enemy that came out before them. Like what we had been doing till now, my plan was to defeat the enemies with my party members. Everyone needs a teacher? Does that include me? Lunia pointed out something in the middle of my explanation, after hearing that even she was a part of the people that had to be taught. Yes, Miss Lunia. You are going to receive lessons from her as well. The only person who can say that to me is the old man. Is she as strong as him? Of course. And when it comes to teaching, she's going to be a lot better than the Sword Emperor, that eccentric old man. How? Immediately after saying that, I threw a glance at Erin. The lady, who had been quietly listening to my story without mixing into the crowd, slowly headed to where I was along with Josephine. Taking off her hood, she stood before them. The spear-wielding Queen of Paradise, who had been teaching heroes for over 1,000 years, introduced herself to the crowd. Hello? I am Erin Danua. Erin Danua. The owner of Paradise, who hid herself, and the Danan of Justice. She didn't bother explaining to them that she had been a part of the race before humanity, and that she used to be one of the beings referred to as gods. The faith that had spread across this land was that of the Goidels, and it was better not to link this to talks about religion and mythology, which was bound to lead to confusing discussions. All she revealed was that she used to move around in the name of Chairman Ariu Khazar, and the information about Tates Valtazer. After that, she told them that the Old Faith and the Tower of Mages were in collaboration with him. This is not something like a political fight for supremacy. Baltazer and his subjects sincerely wish for the destruction of humanity. The main members like Alicia, Marie, and Huaran were already aware of their objective, but the rest of the crowd appeared confused by her story. However, not many of them questioned the legitimacy of her statement. Josephine Clara. The presence of the witch who had been serving the academy for 80 years as the senior professor, was adding credibility to the words of Master Erin. Do you wish to move Ardennes as a part of your army? I had made a pact with Lunia in the east, that she lend us manpower at the level of the first sword squad in return for me resolving her engagement problems. She stared at me, asking if this was what that pact was for. She was half right. My original plan was to use their army instead of letting Master Erin out, but we will have a proper reward system. Our Susanu friend, the vice-captain of the Warsky Mercenaries, will probably sign the contract without even bothering to read through the content. What a big statement, boss. My dear fiancé. If you so wish, I can entrust myself with you anytime, but it is a different matter altogether if you wish to involve my men into it. I'm sure even the Five Sword Sisters will love it if they hear the deal. Before continuing with my words, I turned to Master for the final approval. She gave me a nod, showing her firm belief in my decision. The treasury of the Danann will be opening soon and will stay open till the end of our summer holidays. That is the place we are going to go to. Paradise and the inheritance of the Danann. It was a part of the main quest that was supposed to open up after the destruction of the Academy and the death of Arandanua. And now, we were going to open that 1 year ahead of schedule. Footnotes. 1 somek equals a Korean word for soju and makju, beer. Essentially, soju mixed with beer. Technically, it was a party just for her. Although there was the rather shocking announcement from Corinne, Alicia moved on with her usual optimistic mindset and enjoyed the party. I knew it. The meat of a cow that led a happy life is super tender. She thought to herself that maybe she should raise cows once she started living in a mansion with a big enough garden to cater for 13 kids. Out of her 13 future children, at least one of them would be gifted at classical music, right? One more. It was right when she was about to reach out for another plate of beef that a big shadow was cast over her from the other side of the table. Sister? Alicia. Lunia Arden, Alicia's sister from another mother, had reached out for the same dish as her. Have it for yourself. This appears to be the last one. No, it's okay. Sister, you should. I told you to have it. Okay. Alicia immediately lowered her tail and followed her words. Follow me. Let us sit together. Unable to go against her imperative tone of voice, Alicia quickly chased after her and sat next to Lunia. So, have you been doing all right? Thanks to you, yes. You ran away with your sister's fiancé, and yet you have been doing all right, Hick. In Alicia's mind was a slight guilt towards her sister. Although Lunia had given her a roundabout advice and had pretty much given her permission, it was still by her own choice that she kidnapped her sister's fiancé from the engagement ceremony. More importantly, tell me about your school life. I am theoretically your guardian. Because of her status as the illegitimate child, Alicia had to write the name of her sister in the section for guardian and caregiver instead of her father when entering the academy. Partially, it was also because Lunia, who fed her ever since she was born, was more of a mother than her stepmother and her father who refused to show any interest. Recently, we had an interim exam. How did you go? For my major subjects I got B+ and 2 BS. Don't tell me you have 0 S? I did get 1 A in one of the general education courses. What was it? Love and War. We watched a play at the theater, acted out one of the scenes, and also had to submit a report. A play, huh? Seeing that Lunia was interested, Alicia began rambling about the plot of the act. It was about the female lead and her brother-in-law who fell in love after watching a play called Bridge by Richmond County. In the end, the female lead refused to push through with her feelings and eventually gave up on love, as the male lead, her brother-in-law, had to send her off. Oh dear, if that was me, I would have openly earned my position. Me too. Love is important after all, right? But what a mediocre man that male lead must be. As a man, one ought to satisfy a few women at the very least. Seems that he was not too confident of his ability on the bed. It wasn't an immoral story like that. Well, I do agree in a way, but... Despite blushing fervently from her direct comment, Alicia still whispered her agreement. But it is quite fortunate in that sense. My partner, he has acquired the son, has he not? Yes, but is that related? Do you not know? Don't worry about it then. Sorry? More importantly, how are you doing with him? You mean Mr. Corinne? He is your sister's fiancé that you have snatched away. I was expecting you guys to have slept together already at the very least. There's no way we would do something that indecent. Alicia immediately reacted with a shout as Lunia lifted the corners of her lips in response. It was because of how rare it was for the child, who was always so down and depressed when with her, to be so adamant and serious about something. Well, enjoy as you wish, but you better hurry up unless you want him to be stolen. What do you mean? I am telling you to stop hiding in a corner like a rat that only thinks about leftover cheese. If you want something, then push open the main entrance, walk in with pride, and take what you wish with your own hands. Ugh. Understanding what she meant, Alicia shrunk her shoulders. She still thought to herself that the only reason Lunia could say that was because she was a proud and capable hero who could do whatever she wanted by attacking from the front. She didn't have the delicateness of a girl, but her openness was certainly one of her greatest strengths, and she would not be afraid to try again even if she were to be defeated in the process. But it's not like him going to give up, though. Well, nothing will change even if he goes to Alicia first. The Arden sisters were very much alike. They were the type to be heavily encouraged by having rivals, and weren't people that were willing to stop even if the other person were to reach the goal before them. They truly were a wicked pair of siblings. Without joining any group, Huaran sat by herself in the corner, watching over the events of the garden. Josephine had started fine-tuning the swordsmen of Arden, including Lunia, whereas Yule and Cronel were bickering with each other for some unknown reason. The mood-maker of the party was, unexpectedly, a boy with short hair, called Jaeger. Lo and behold. This here is the cartoon-style beef, made by Mr. Jaeger himself. Dude, how many kilograms of meat did you use just to make this? No idea. Corin turned his eyes to Lark, who vehemently shook his hands, saying that he had no part in this. Despite everything going on, they appeared to be enjoying the party. Everyone was in groups and talking to themselves, and Huaran, being the most antisocial person here, naturally ended up sitting by herself. This wouldn't have happened if Ran was the one controlling the body, but she was too exhausted after cooking for an extended period of time. Ran couldn't come out for more than 3 hours a day. Hua was the only one who could handle the extreme mean constitution in their body for a long period of time. Should I go closer to him? It's all right. You're embarrassed, right? Take your time. Am not. Normally, Hua would have snuck close to Corinne, saying that she wanted to get a portion of his overflowing yang energy, and she would have enjoyed the pleasant flow of yang energy without feeling embarrassed in the slightest. However, it had only been a few days since she noticed her own feelings, and making her stay right next to her crush would be way too heartless. But these days, I do miss Appa's warmth. Because we don't even sleep together at night anymore. Hua lowered her head, unable to withstand the constant reminders from her sister. Looking back, she couldn't understand just how she was able to do such a thing nonchalantly. I'm not going to sleep while holding hands anymore. Ugh, you can't do that. When are we going to have his children then? I don't know. It was fortunate that storks did not live in this place. Hua hated herself for even thinking about bringing a stork here from their habitat until just a while ago. Look at Sister Marie and Alicia. Our competitors are way too strong. I'm stronger than them. That's not what I mean. Even though she was saying that, Hua was still aware of the women that always tried to snuggle next to Corinne. Marie Dinaref. Alicia Arden. Despite being dense and slow, she had still instinctively recognized the two of them as her enemy. Both of them were special to Corinne, and were in a relationship where it wouldn't be strange for them to go to sleep while holding hands. Should I get rid of all the storks? Just in case, Hua even thought about something as silly and violent as destroying all the nearby habitats of storks. What are you doing here by yourself? It was then. A lady walked up to Huaran, who was crouching down in a corner. Aaron, Danua. I suppose this is my first time seeing you with my bare face. Aaron Danua. The true body of Chairman Ariu Khazar. The first time she met him was when she had been untouchable in the remnants of one of the cities of the eastern continent after her rampage. She was the person who semi-forced her into the academy, even at the cost of bothering to apply seals on her body alongside Josephine Clara, who also asked Saintess Estelle to put restrictions on her body in the form of a prayer. In a way, she was Huaran's benefactor, and Huaran therefore felt fairly grateful to Chairman Ariu Aaron. I can still vividly remember the day I brought you here from the east, and yet look at how much you have grown. Grown? There was no way that a Jiangshi like her could grow. Yes. You have indeed grown. For sure. With the same benevolent, ocean-like eyes as Chairman Ariu, Aaron caressed her hair. Even though Hua hated having physical contact with other people, Aaron along with Corinne were the only two that she was okay with. It was because she could instinctively tell that both of them held unconditional love and goodwill for her. So, how is your life at the academy going these days? Not bad. Oh? Is it not that fun? That was certainly not true. Hua wasn't that good with emotions, but she could still say with certainty that there were times at the academy that put her in a good mood. Are you hungry? Wait 1 second. Let me cook you a fish real quick. Are you hungry? Wait 1 second. Let me cook you a fish real quick. I have a group assignment. Wanna join? I have a group assignment. Wanna join? Do you want to grab some food after the lecture? Do you want to grab some food after the lecture? After belatedly realizing that each and every one of those enjoyable memories was when she was with a specific person, Hua buried her head in her knees. Wondering what was happening, Erin was about to continue with her questions when they were approached by Marie and Alicia. Hello, Chairman. They walked up, carrying a plate with cups of tea. After saying thanks, Erin took a cup for herself and recommended one to Huaran. Chairman, you are Corinne's master, right? Marie asked with prudence and care, seemingly still having trouble linking Erin to Chairman Ariu. Yes, I am. And we've met before, right, Alicia? Have you met Alicia before? Back at Nazria, Alicia had met the Erin from 300 years ago along with Corinne, and because of that, she had already known about her being Corinne's master. It's a long story. Erin explained her relationship with Corinne through a short and simple explanation. I see. That's interesting. Corinne's master, huh? However, she did not tell them about Corinne's regression or the information about the future he possessed. It was because Corinne wasn't very fond of sharing stories about Marie and Alicia, who had both died horrible deaths in the original timeline. Please get along with Corinne. He's a strong boy, but needs someone to support him because of that. The girls all nodded in response. Each and every one of them had received a large amount of help from Corinne, and they were already dying to be more helpful than the others. They had been willing to devote themselves to his cause even without Corinne's master reminding them about it. That boy, he's been getting bags under his eyes. He is a foolishly stubborn and straightforward man, who always tries hard to help other people. Erin voiced her concern for him with a voice of remorse. It was originally supposed to be her job and her job alone, so how could she not be fond of her disciple, the young hero who volunteered to shoulder that by himself? I don't think of you as my master though, Erin. I don't think of you as my master though, Erin. HTT? Chairman? After suddenly recalling something, Erin accidentally spitted out a bit of her tea, which made Marie turn to her in concern. My bad. It went down the wrong pipe. Oh dear, that wasn't very courteous of me. Anyway, that boy. Can I kiss you? Can I kiss you? No. Her white skin started to be painted red. Every time she thought about Corinne, Erin couldn't help but flush her cheeks, so in the end, she decided to get up. He must be washing the dishes by now. He has been doing everything by himself, so I will go and lend him some help. Let me go as well. Erin quickly turned around in an attempt to conceal her flushed face as the three girls immediately went after her. Even though Erin had hidden her face pretty well, the three girls instinctively picked up on some strange points. At the kitchen next to the garden, the four ladies found Corinne, who was dozing off on a chair with his head dropped flat on the table. He's sleeping. He must have been tired. I guess he would have been, because he woke up before sunrise today to prepare the dishes. Remembering how he had been diligently preparing for the guests from early in the morning, Marie regretted not helping out earlier. Although she had helped him out a ton, she still blamed herself, as expected of a girl who wanted to pour out everything unconditionally at the person she loved. It's very rare for him to be so defenseless. It's my first time seeing Mr. Corinne sleeping like this. Alicia, on the other hand, seemed interested at the sight of Corinne sleeping without a care in the world. She crouched down, rested her elbows on the table and rested her head on her hands, watching him sleep with a wide smile on her face. Meanwhile, Huaran felt a myriad of emotions. Just by looking at his face, her heart palpitated furiously, and that made her feel confused because it was her first time experiencing such a thing. You will get sick if you sleep in a place like this. Let me move you somewhere else. Erin lifted him up in one swoop and placed him down on the couch in the living room. Instead of a blanket, she cast her robe over him and murmured while gazing down at his face. Why is he so handsome, I wonder? Chairman? The girls turned their eyes to Erin, who continued with a big smile on her lips. Look at my disciple. Isn't he handsome? Look at his tall nose, big eyes, and lips, foo-foo. I wonder who his master is. She sounded like a master who was very proud of her disciple, but her face was extremely bright, her cheeks were flushed and red, and her eyes were filled with affection. Looking at her expression, the girls felt an unknown feeling of déjà vu. HAHT. What was with this uneasiness that they were feeling? They wondered. They did not know the nature of their uneasiness, but what was certain was that all three of them had felt the same thing. With the interim exam over, the academy was very rowdy and bustling with noise. However, the people in our group had more things to do apart from our lessons. My master, Erin Danua, became the new chairman, and we were going to receive lessons from her in an order in preparation for the raid of the treasury of the Dan. So today is going to be the first day. In the chairman's office, Lady Josephine said with her eyes on us, while standing next to Erin. Me, Marie, Alicia, Huaran, Ren, Ron, and 6 others, including Doron. Both in the game and in the last iteration, getting lessons from Erin Danua was a quick way to raise the skill level of the party members. After the winter holidays, it was possible to have the party members get much stronger thanks to the teacher, Erin Danua. It happened in a flash during the game, with the text changing from "they have started their training" to "the training has been complete," but I had first-hand experience from the last iteration on how impactful and meaningful her lessons were. Erin Danua, my master, was an inborn teacher who had exceptional talents at teaching. Then let's go. As soon as she said that, Josephine activated her dimensional spell and we arrived at the training area of our office in a flash. You have come, Miss Lunia. When we got there, we saw that Lunia and the 5 swords were already carrying out their training routine. Now, before I start teaching you, shall we start with a simple duel between each other? I need to scan through everyone before we begin. It was similar to how it went in the last iteration. Erin would see how everyone moved, identify the problem and the reason, and give everyone individualized lessons. Her guidance was surely going to be helpful in raising everyone's ability, including my own. Before that, someone stepped up before Erin continued with her words. I would like to see how you fight, teacher. Lunia Arden. Unlike the other members of the party, she was a strong-named character who would only enter the party when specific conditions were met. She was the sword master, who was perhaps furthest away from being taught out of our entire group. How about a simple bout of swords before we begin? She said, raising a letter of challenge to Master Erin.